So John, I was going to leave my video on. And that's what we want to encourage all the council members to do probably.
Yes, I think so, as well as I know unless we have audio issues, I would prefer also that council and the manager and assistant managers continue to also unmute. I think it helps people weigh in.
Yes. Yes. It's too easy to mute oneself and then to forget to unmute when you want to say something sometimes.
That's right. I've been threatening to get a T-shirt so I can just sort of flash everyone and say, "You're on mute."
Yeah. That is one way to remind folks for sure.
Unless you have 3 cats in the house and they like to jump on the desk.
I only have one, but she's wreaked some havoc before during a meeting. There was one meeting where I was because I had some pitch surgery, I had my foot up and I was in the lounge chair. And so she thinks that's fair game. And she jumped up and she scared me too. And she was like in my face. And it was apparently quite comical to watch.
Let's see. Yeah, I guess both John and Matt will be with us.
Yeah, everybody's here.
Oh, okay.
Jerry, John, Matt, we're all right here.
Okay. We're trying to get everybody. Phil was having a problem. Oh, really? Oh,
That work for you?
sure. Yeah, okay, good. Gray, I believe you were the one mentioning about the cat. There was some national correspondent just a couple of days ago on one of the there was a news reporting from there, and I noticed this was a lady. She obviously had a cat, and it was sitting on a little stool type thing behind her, and I mean it got up and just sort of stretched and yawned a couple of times, but it was kind of fascinating to watch the animal while she was reporting her news story for sure.
Yes. Well, I told y'all we've rescued 3 cats in less than 2 years. And so the youngest one, which is 7 or 8 months old, she will jump up and down up here like nonstop because she sees the computer screen. She thinks it's a play toy.
Oh, okay.
She also thinks the printer is a play toy too.
I've seen some great videos of cats trying to get paper coming out of a printer.
Yes. Yes. She sticks her paw way in there.
Okay,
Gallery
yes, that's the gallery. That's what I was looking for. Yes, okay, yes. Thank you. Okay. Ronnie just pushed the magic button and now I have the gallery view that I didn't have before. I was seeing only Lydian at the time, I believe, so that's great.
Yep. Okay. So we are working towards having everyone that we need. Let's see.
I think that's a work in progress, yes.
Yeah.
We have one more council member we're trying to work out.
Yes.
Hey, John, this is Eric in IT. Kathy's just going to go ahead and use her personal computer for this portion, and we'll get back with her during the break regarding her iPad.
All right, and how about Mr. Matthews? Were you working with him?
I'm calling him right now.
Thank you.
Good. Good.
The joys of technology in so many ways makes our lives easier, but in other ways just makes it aggravating. All right. Oh, well.
Well, I appreciate everyone's indulgence with trying this virtual retreat. I must say that even when we gathered in July, it was a little difficult to hear folks and to see what was happening. So this, I think, presents an alternative where I hope that we are able to connect and see one another and appreciate in a personal nature being unmasked.
Yes. Lydian, I don't know if you might would know better than most of us, but my impression is that, across the whole state of North Carolina, probably in other states too, but that obviously a lot of councils have been meeting virtual. I know we did, and then we went back to in person, and then we've reverted back to virtual. But is it your sense that maybe many councils across the state are meeting virtual still?
I don't have the best sense of that, but I think it's a pretty good guess.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. That will probably continue on for yet a while, even though I hope we can get back to in-person meetings before so long. I miss those.
I just want to get back to in-person birthday parties.
Okay. Of which my wife just had one on day before yesterday on the 8th of February. And so it was very personal just between the two of us. And of course, she has a twin sister, so they were able to FaceTime together and celebrate across the miles there.
That's great. Yeah, I've been trying to organize one, and every time we do, we were going to have a carport party for all of the first quarter birthdays, and like the weather is supposed to be 39 and sleeting, and I'm like, I don't think so.
Ooh, yeah, not good, not good, yeah. Good morning, Mr. Vance. I don't believe I've said good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. How are y'all doing?
Yes,
Yes,
everybody's
good.
well here.
Yeah, right at 8:30, my clock began to chime, so I put my speaker on mute, just so that you all
Okay.
would hear that background noise.
If any of you have a chance to speak to our assistant town clerk, Miss Ashley, she just completed the course and requirements to obtain her notary public designation yesterday. She was telling me this morning that she passed the test, so we'll congratulate her for sure.
Hey, congratulations, Ms. Ashley.
Lydia and I was going to wait maybe until we get Mr. Matthews on. I believe he's the last council member.
Yes, and I was hesitant to get started without everyone, so I'll wait for your cue.
Okay. Assuming that won't take very long to get him up and running,
Mhm.
for sure.
Who's in charge of admitting people?
I am.
Okay.
Hopefully we will hear from Mr. Matthews soon. See, Ms. Behringer is with us, and at the break, we're going to see if they can get your town computer working. Is that right, Kathy?
That's right. It'd be much appreciated. Nothing has worked so far.
Okay. Well, what you're on now is working great.
Well, since my home computer, but when I put in my password, it says nope.
Okay. Yeah.
I set my office up perfectly for this event, and now, guess what?
Yeah. Where are your snacks? I can't see your snack corner there.
Oh, they're in arm's reach, trust me.
Okay. All right.
We had,
And I do appreciate whose idea this was. That was an awesome idea.
I think the specific snacks were your staff's idea, but the whole idea of sort of some things to create a bonding experience we've used in other meetings. And the first time we had it, people were like, I don't know if we were supposed to eat our snacks, but I did already eat my snack, but I saved my wrapper in case that was part of the plan to show or use the wrapper. We're like, no, it was just really for you. So.
Well, while we're having a free moment or here and there, what in the world is this for?
Ms. Behringer, I think that is just one of the fidget things that I think because it's bendable, it's just there to fidget with.
So it's stress relief, and I can pretend I'm wringing somebody's neck.
Whatever you think works for you.
You just have to state whose neck it is before you start doing
Okay,
it.
just check
No,
it.
you don't.
Watch that, talk about wringing someone's neck, and she like to wring mine.
Yeah, those
No
are.
comment at the moment.
Well, she has two hands, so she can get both of us. Great.
Yeah.
We have a couple of things that we have for when, the mayor or whoever council member goes to visit school groups or whatever. So we have a few little gadgets like that.
Cute.
Well,
Ms. Behringer, I'm going to suggest that, it's a stress reliever, but if you get to the point where you actually break this thing, then you can assume you have overstressed.
Exactly.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I joined the phone.
Phil, say you joined us by phone. Did I hear you say?
That is correct, and they're coming out to see what my issue is here. I'm illiterate on Zoom. I thought I had everything in, but anyhow, they're en route to help me out. But I'm gonna stay with you on phone until they get me online.
Okay, Phil. Yeah, thanks for your flexibility there, and I know Eric will do all he can to get that resolved just as soon as possible. So, if it's okay with everybody, we will begin. Lydian, are you ready for us to go ahead and start? I've got a few words I want to say, and
Yes, I'm ready.
then I'm going to turn the meeting over to you. I see most of you, and Phil, we understand your circumstance, and I believe everybody else has audio, so we can hear each other. Am I correct on that? Okay. Well, as mayor, it's my honor to welcome all of you here today. I want to particularly thank our council members for setting aside some time to come together for this retreat. I really do think they're important times for us to meet, and it's a different setting than our council meetings, so it gives us an opportunity to kind of engage in ways that we wouldn't otherwise. I hesitated to bring up a slight little history thing, but in light of the fact that in spite of our good technology, we still have problems sometimes connecting. I thought it would be interesting to maybe take a quick journey back 100 years ago. I've been looking at, I haven't read the book yet, but some of you have seen this book. It's called The History of Garner. And actually, Ms. Behringer's son was involved some time ago when the book was written, I guess, for researching some of the history. But just wanted to take you back to 1905, where this history page says that in that year was when the North Carolina General Assembly granted a new charter for the town of Garner. And so the townspeople elected a mayor and 5 aldermen. I won't give their names for now. But guess what? Since there was no town hall at the time, it's likely that the town board meeting was held in a local shop or in the home of one of the officials. So, Gray, I was thinking if we couldn't meet here, we could go over to your house and meet if we needed to, but we won't need to do that.
Come on, we'll sit on the front porch.
Okay, maybe a little cool. Each generation has its issues, right? I mean, we couldn't get on we were having some trouble connecting this morning, but back in 1905, this says town officials spent much of their time handling local disputes. When citizens of the town came to the Board of Aldermen with a complaint, the board would typically try to design an ordinance that would address it. The town ordinances for early Garner comprised a long list of public concerns, and here's what they were. Pigs running at large, wagons parked in the streets overnight, sounds familiar with cars in the streets, indecent dress, disorderly conduct, and public drunkenness. It says an ordinance that reflected religious mores of the time forbade people to play marbles or cards or ball or any other game or games on Sunday. And I was particularly intrigued by one other reason that they passed an ordinance. I'll just read this with you and then we'll move on. It says they had an ordinance prohibiting the dragging brush down Main Street. It says the mayor heard from a Miss Rebecca Penny the reason for this ordinance. Before Main Street was paved, her husband was towing brush with his car down the street, creating a cloud of dust. It happened to be wash day, as it was every Monday. The dust was blowing into the washed clothes in people's yard, and the housewives complained of what they called outrage incarnate to the Board of Aldermen at its next meeting and asked them to do something about it. And they enacted an ordinance making it a misdemeanor for anybody to drag brush down Main Street on Mondays. So all of our forefathers there have dealt with various issues, and sometimes we think ours are the most difficult, I guess, but who knows what the historians will write about us 100 years from now as they look back on what we're doing today. But I would submit to you that as a council, our work is important, and so each of us deal with the issues at hand during our era. So we'll be doing that some today. So again, welcome to all of you. My good word for the day is this, and I'll turn it over to Lydia. This says, live without regret and leave footsteps worth following. I'll read that one more time. Live without regret and leave footsteps worth following. So with that, again, welcome. Excited about the day. And Miss Lydian, the program is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Marshburn. I appreciate that perspective. You all, we're going to be spending today actually thinking forward. So that gives us a great comparison for what the issues of today may be versus the issues of yesteryear. And we think it's challenging today, but my guess is facing a group of mad washerwomen probably was a hot topic back in the day. So
yes.
Our goals for today and tomorrow, we do have a meeting today until 2:45 is what I've got on the calendar. And then starting tomorrow morning and running until noon on Thursday. The retreat objectives are really to take a look at the current strategic plan framework. And by framework, I mean the vision, mission, and goal statements, and affirm that the vision that's adopted actually represents the current council's vision for the future. We'll hear an update from staff about how they've advanced projects towards the previously adopted vision in the first ever strategic plan for Garner. We begin the conversation to identify strategic issues in July, but today we'll take it a bit further and be more specific this morning. As with many things on a strategic plan, it's often a sort of a circular conversation where we may try to get at the bigger vision, but we may have to go down into some of the details to get back up to the vision. So we'll work with that this morning. Starting tomorrow, we'll be looking again into the future and developing guidance for the bond issuance, gauging support for those main elements, like what amount and what required tax rate to support that amount, what the spending categories may be, and maybe even a little bit of the big picture percentages of what the spending categories could or should be from your perspective. We'll also identify sort of keys to a successful referendum. And we'll do that in part by drawing on what's worked in the past and some of the experience that you want to replicate going forward for this bond referendum. And finally, I think that you all will have a lot of work ahead of you. And it's always good, I think, to have the best well-oiled working relationships. So we will go back and bring forward what we looked at in July in terms of the elements of working better together, and see how you want to, what needs to be added, changed, adopted, and how those principles of working together want to be taken forward from here on out. Those are the main retreat objectives for this time. I do have a couple of little logistical things, and if you bear with me, I'm going to just kind of read through it so we make sure we're all on the same page. So staff, who's attending and how? Staff is joining, but without cameras. They're available to listen and to answer questions. And of course, Mr. Matthews is joining us by phone too at this point. So we can't see him this morning, but we will. Staff is there to answer questions and to listen. I've already asked that the council and the manager and assistant managers all have their cameras on and be unmuted. This helps everyone see your faces, and hopefully easier for folks to say when they have something to say. Speaking of participation, you're welcome to enter comments in the chat. Jess and I will try to monitor. Sometimes it's hard or even impossible if you're showing slides to see the chat. So let's all keep an eye out for the chat if that's okay. Feel free to raise your hand. I know I saw some people doing this thumbs up. That's actually, you can do it on your Zoom screen by, at the bottom, there's a reactions point where you can actually offer reactions that way. I'm fine if you want to just raise your hand physically, or if you just want to speak up, because there's a lot to attend to here and in person. So always, if there's something that you say and for some reason I'm not finding you, thank you, Mr. Vance. Speak up and let us know that you have something to say. We're all trying to make this work. I mentioned before, viewing your screen. I like to see folks as much as possible. So we've actually minimized the use of slides and screen sharing throughout today and tomorrow. I use the gallery view, which splits your screen in two. You can actually also minimize that screen so you can make it smaller. So I have the agenda, for instance, on half of my screen and you all on the other half. So you can play with that throughout the day or so and see what works for you. Note taking. So this may be too much in the weeds for some of you, but Jess and I have created a shared set of documents in Google Docs so that we can type in documents offline, but we can both share in those documents and typing, and then share versions with you on the screen. So it's as close as I've found to sort of using those flip charts, with the added advantage of not having to transcribe those pages later and feel guilty about all those papers I'm generating. So that's one way we'll be showing our work, the work together, and I think it'll be useful for you all to see comparisons of small group conversations, and also if we're looking to create some consensus of direction around particular topics, we'll have something as a visual cue to look at. As was mentioned, there are goodie boxes. Included in your boxes are snacks, but there are also paper copies of the participant agenda, the handouts, some fidget toys, some note paper, and you'll see red, yellow, green erasers and a small whiteboard. Feel free to dig in the box. I'll ask you to use some of these things today after our morning break. Speaking of breaks, I built in breaks approximately every hour to keep us refreshed. I've been a part of a group that is designing curriculum for community leadership, and on that team, we have a psychologist who's a trauma expert. And so I've been learning a lot about personal resilience. I think it applies during a pandemic as much as it applies post hurricane or anything else like that. I encourage you to look up from your screen periodically. If you're near a window, look out just to rest your eyes and reorient yourself for a few minutes. We've set also lunch for, I'm sorry, I was just looking at the chat. So
Yeah,
we've set
12
lunch.
o'clock.
Yeah, we've set for lunch for 12. We have an hour and a half today. So I'd encourage you to listen to what your body needs to stay refreshed and alert today. Jess, you want to talk a minute about the breaks?
Yes, so today this is all a live stream on YouTube that is on the Town of Garner's Facebook page, and we cannot pause it. So just be mindful when you take breaks or lunch, just turn off your camera and mute yourself. And I will also put up a Google countdown at each break that will let you know how much time left till we restart and you can rejoin the meeting.
And I think I should take this opportunity to introduce Jessica Kahn and myself. Jessica is program manager at the School of Government. She's top notch, and she's helped us create the things that we need to do to manage the meeting. Mr. Dellinger, you asked about the Google Docs. I actually have small groups set up, and we'll have staff recording in the Google Docs. So I think you don't need to worry about necessarily getting into those Google Docs. They will help. I will do some screen sharing, and they will help us make a record of the meeting. I'm Lydia Altman with the UNC Center for Public Leadership and Governance at the School of Government. I know I've met all that I can see on the screen, but there may be others joining in the call as staff who wonder who these people are. So I appreciate the time to be back with Garner. I don't think I can tell you how many times I've done this with Garner, but it's probably working on half a dozen at least over the 12 years or so, I think,
right.
something like that. So it's always a pleasure to be with this group. In your participant agenda, which is in your goodie boxes, you'll see that I've asked really you to introduce yourself with an opening 2 questions. And it's fine it's treated as a 2-part question. Given that we began in July talking about some of the big strategy issues, and there was a lot of energy around particular growth things, I thought I'd start today with the question, what's one thing you've experienced maybe since the last retreat that has contributed to your understanding of the town's position relative to growth? And it could have been something you've learned, something you understand differently now, whatever it is. And then the part 2 to that is, how can that new knowledge better position you to undertake strategic decisions for the next 5 years? And here's one challenge for Zoom. I see the screen lined up one way. You may or may not see the screen lined up the same way. So what I would ask is that if I call on one person, if they make a call to the next person to respond. And so I'm thinking about the person to my right. And in this case, on my screen, that would be Ms. Behringer. Do you mind starting with this 2-part question to introduce yourself?
I thought I unmuted myself already, but second time. No, I don't mind starting. I would have to say, this may be a bit of a stretch, but I would have to say that the one thing that's affected us the most, or me anyway, since the last retreat in terms of our growth and direction, of course, is the pandemic. I'm not sure that we thought we were going in one direction and now we're going in another, but we do have to consider the new normal that the world is in today, and then determine how we're going to move forward, what principles and standards we're going to use, what actions we're going to take to continue Garner's growth. Because if you're not going forward, you're going backwards, and we in the new normal, we've just got to figure out what that means.
Great, thank you. And who's the person to your right on the screen?
That is Mr. Marshburn.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. As I was reflecting on our previous time, and that hasn't been that long ago, I guess I'm reminded, I'm going to state an obvious. Growth is something that just is visual to me. I enjoy riding through different parts of our town from time to time and just seeing the new housing developments, seeing obviously some of the economic activity, some of the new businesses and construction sites. I mean, all of these things, in spite of the pandemic, are indications that, number one, there are still people moving to the Wake County area, and certainly some of those people are moving into our town as well. But also business activity, while certainly certain sectors of the economy have suffered, there are others that are still going strong. And so as I see this, there's a new development just a half a mile from the neighborhood that I live in that we knew was coming online. It's a townhome sort of thing. So all of these are signs, I think, And the thing that I guess I would say that how it helps me to understand the town's growth position is sort of what I think is a general philosophy of mine, and that is accept change as inevitable and growth as a positive force for progress. I think those two things together give us a basis for how we move ahead in the days and weeks and years ahead.
Thank you, sir. And who's on the right or close to you on the screen you'd call on next?
Let's see, I guess since I'm in the corner over there, I've got a corner office, so there's nobody on my one side and Miss Berringer's on the other side. So I'll go way across the screen to the other corner. Mr. Vance has a corner office, so I'll ask him to maybe be next.
Okay. Well, I would say since our last retreat, echoing what has already been said, one has been the pandemic that has changed how we operate overall, and with one being on Zoom and doing a lot of things virtually and distancing and things of that nature. Continuing on with the growth. The growth was initially slowed down because of the pandemic, I would say. Then it began to pick back up. And with that growth, coupled with the pandemic, we had the budget constraints that we had to adjust to continue on with the operations of the town, and transportation within the area relative to the growth. We're seeing, excuse me one second, we're seeing pressure on the transportation facilities, along with the coming of a major employer, which is Amazon. We see pressures in that area where when it comes to the transportation, along with development and developers being interested in coming here to be in close proximity to that developing economic structure.
Great. And how do you think that knowledge sort of better positions you to undertake the strategic decisions that need to be made?
Because it allows you to see what resources are currently available and seeing how we can move forward, where we can move forward, and then to try to be proactive in positioning ourselves to be ready for those opportunities.
Thank you very much. And who would you pass the baton to?
Let's see, to my left, to my right, I don't have anyone. Let me see. I will pass it to Mr. Singleton.
All righty. I agree with what everyone said in regards to growth. Pandemic or COVID or not, people are moving and relocating. There have been several news stories. They talked about how Silicon Valley is moving east to the Triangle area last week. I have a friend who's a radio guy down east, and his sister's a large real estate agent in the Pitt County area, Greenville. And he was talking last week and she said, we have people moving here, and we do not have enough homes for them. We don't have enough homes to sell. Now, we hear some of that about this area because most homes don't stay on the market long. So Mr. Vance talked about transportation pressures, road pressures, which are everywhere in the Triangle area. I think one thing from the last retreat is we confirmed that we're moving forward with a bond referendum this year. We'll hopefully, if it passes, there'll be money in there to make some transportation improvements. One of them is currently under design with Jones Sausage Road. So there are other places, other pressure points we hope to have some impact. We can't have the impact of widening the highway. That's going to cost $42 million, but we can spend money to help a better flow of traffic in some areas. So I think that, along with parks and sidewalks, which people are calling out for, more and more sidewalks. So I think the bond referendum is the first of a step, whether we plan for one or two bond referendums or whatever we decide to do in the near future. Those steps have to be taken, and the best way to communicate to the public is, we got steps A, B, C, and D here, or whatever they may be, and said, once A happens, B can happen, and B happens, C can happen, and it'll help. Now, there'll still be developmental pressures, but we're trying to address them. You can't stay ahead of the game. People don't go out and build major highways and roads and wait for the development to come there unless it's some exceptional transportation project like, say, 540, which is to create a transportation loop around a big area. So we're trying to plan for that as best we can.
Yeah.
And next to me is Jessica, and if she'd like to make some comments, she can. But other than that, I reckon I'll pass it down to Mr. Dellinger.
Thank you.
And by the way, as he's getting ready to speak, Phil, I assume you know you're in full view of all of us now, so it's good to see you activated there, sir.
Yeah.
Welcome,
Go
Mr.
ahead, Mr.
Matthews. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think since our last meeting, I think our last meeting sort of opened our eyes a little bit to the changing landscape of our growth. I think I've mentioned it before, we've only got about 11,000 housing units in Garner right now, but we already have approved over the past several years 8,000. And so we're already facing a doubling of the size of the town. I think at this point, we need to be looking beyond that 8,000. That's baked in. We know that's coming. I think a lot of our visioning should go to the next 8,000. Where is that going to be? How is that going to happen? And in looking at the strategic plan, reviewing it again before the retreat, I notice a pattern in how we grow or address growth. And I think we need to shift from being literally development services focused, particularly in staff, but also in council, to planning focused. And so looking at more data, I think we started to do some of that. After the retreat, we started working on some metrics, but I think we need to focus more on planning than just pushing things through. We need to be more deliberative and have more data and information on where we're going to grow, how we're going to grow. Again, we've baked in a lot of growth already, and it's going to shape how it shapes out. It's going to look like our UDO and all these other things we've approved, but we have to look at that next tier of growth. And again, looking at the agenda, there was this, what are people going to say about Garner when they move here in 10 years? And what you want to say is, oh, they took an extra effort to preserve the trees and the environment and these types of things. And the reasons people come here now, I don't think this first tranche of huge growth, we've done that. And I don't mean we haven't done it as in we didn't want it. It just wasn't in how our UDO was written. So I think we made some steps in terms of wanting to look more at data, looking at growth a little longer term, and in pockets we've adjusted, I think, to the change in terms of 540 and some of these things that comes to mind a little bit faster in our thought processes. But I think we need to shift our focus on the planning part and the visioning part and then executing that. The other place where I think in our own strategic plan, we've kind of fallen short is cutting resources or limiting resources when it comes to outreach, community outreach, engagement with the community. The development's coming, the growth's coming, and we accommodate a lot of that. But I don't think we're reaching out enough and engaging the public, even around not just individual projects, but in doing community forums or community neighborhood outreach and these types of things. When Mr. Triesenberg went over his review of the plan, there were a lot of things that weren't executed because of lack of resources or these types of things when it comes to community outreach. I think we need to double down on that stuff and execute on it. I think we see the need for it, but we need to put things in place to actually execute. So I think we woke up to the growth challenges we faced at the last retreat. We've done a few changes, and we need to double down on some of those concepts and ideas going forward through this retreat and then through the next several years.
Thank you, Mr. Dellinger. And who are you going to pass the baton to?
There's only one of us left. I guess I'll pass it to Phil.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, great. I apologize. Apparently I had some issues with my little iPad, and IT gang come over here and got us operational again. And so we'll be fine for tomorrow. So again, I apologize for that. But I was picking up on the tail end of what the questions and all were. But this is we just completed my first year on the board. I was one of those aldermen for 8 years, a long time ago. give you a little background on me. And then I served as county commissioner for 4, then back as a city councilman now. So, but one thing we are seeing, obviously, I got a chance to see at the county level, but now it's more focused just here in Garner, is the growth that's coming in, obviously. And when the county's growing roughly around 70 people a day, they're looking places to live, opening businesses, with Amazon coming in like it did. A lot of new employees there, and even more coming with some other things. But a couple of big things to us has been transportation, like everywhere else in the county, and trying to figure how we're going to handle this. I know as we look at the upcoming bonds, transportation's going to be a good part of that, to the areas where we can do our part of it. Most of it is state maintained roads, but we've got to look at that. Parks and Rec, our new park systems. We've got 2 properties. We're looking what we're going to deal with here and how much money we can put to those. And because we do need more parks, more ball fields and things of that nature for the people that's moving in with the families. Sidewalks, very big issue, especially out to where I live out in this area of town near the lake. And people are moving out and developments are being built. And so again, it's movement of people, whether it's on sidewalks or the trails or the roads. But the big things we got to focus on, I think, this year as we move forward with the bonds, again, it's transportation, parks and rec, and try to get a handle on the best we can as where all these people are coming and where we're going to put them all at. And we've got a lot of developments really popping up all over everywhere and more coming. So we're right in the middle of a very high growth time in Garner. So for so many years, going back, we were kind of the blue collar area we were known as back in those days. But all that has changed now. So we're probably where towns like Cherry and Morrisville were a few years ago. All of a sudden, then boom, here they are. So that's the areas I'm thinking we're going to have to focus on as we're moving into the next few years. And this bond program will be obviously a good jump off point. And we're going to have to make some tough decisions. And but we got to do what we got to do. And it's kind of where I see where we're going.
Thank you. So Jess and I were taking notes behind the scenes on that. So I appreciate that there's a lot of multitasking going on to do these things virtually and to do them well. Certainly listen to you all talk about some of the growth issues that are important to you. And I think that's a good segue into the next conversation. I'm going to give you the opportunity to really explore your vision of the future in smaller groups and to delve together into what you believe constitutes your vision, so that this conversation really prepares you to answer that question: is my vision of the future, Garner, reflected in the framework of the current strategic plan? And again, I say framework for this plan. Never quite sure if I'm in camera or not. And by framework, I really mean sort of the very big pieces. We will not get into some of the more specific key actions and initiatives necessarily today, except to the extent that they help inform what the higher level vision and goal statements may need to say. So that's kind of how we're going to be working on that. You do have a handout that I'd ask for you to take out of your goodie package. And I think I have so many things open on my screen. I'm trying to think of what this is titled. I think it's titled Town of Garner Planning Retreat, Paired Interview, What Does the Future Look Like? Well, this isn't a paired interview. And I also made did not update all of the instructions. So as you pull this out, first of all, let me tell you that we're going to be doing this work in small groups, and Jess can put you in those small groups in just a minute. There'll be a staff person, either Rodney, Matt, or John in your group to be able to record sort of the themes of your discussions. But as you look at the instructions, I actually added a 4th question. And so it says you're only going to be talking about questions 1 and 2. That's not true. Today, you're going to be talking about questions 1, 2, and 3. And what you're going to hold for tomorrow is the question about day 2 and the follow-up about the history of the issuance of the bond. So we're going to hold that on the back of your handout. But we will try and get to discussion questions 1, 2, and 3 today. And what you're striving towards is to capture, what we're striving towards is to report out and capture those questions, the town characteristics and organizational values that you want to hold on to going forward. And then also a listing from question number 2 about our vision for Garner includes, and just have at it, brainstorm, put as many things as you want to. And then the question number 3 really will help us focus on, to achieve this vision, we need to take the following strategies today. So some of that list we just began, parsing out some of the strategies that I was hearing and how that would actually help you. But feel free to get specific about that. We have about 45 minutes to have this conversation. You are done before that, you can go ahead and take a break. Jess will put the countdown clock down. I did not mean. Zoom has been doing this, so I don't think I clicked the button to stop video, but it stopped me. So sorry, maybe I'll go fix my hair while y'all are in small group, but maybe it'll let me stay on camera. But if you finish early, can you just go ahead and take your break and reconvene here at 10:10? We seem to be fairly on schedule today. So the handout should help you guide the discussion. Scribes or staff, do you have any questions about accessing the documents or your responsibilities in small groups?
Lydia and John, just to confirm, we're going to use the guide you gave out as the discussion guide, but then we're pulling out the 3 categories of responses that they don't necessarily line up to the blanks in the discussion guide per se, but we're just going to pull those out.
Yeah, I think the discussion should probably surface the answers to that. So you'll have to pace yourself. I think also if staff's taking notes, maybe another group member can help you stay on task because you only have 45 minutes. Any other questions? Jess, you want to put folks, will they be asked to join and just a button they need to push, or are you putting them in groups automatically?
Yeah, so I'm opening the rooms right now, so you will hit join. All right, everyone that was sent to rooms is in there, and everyone has their documents, so they should be okay. And I double checked permissions for editing.
Okay, and one other question I guess I would ask is, we didn't say to them how they could access us if they need help.
They can, well, I guess this doesn't help them right now because they're not on here, but they can, there's an ask for help button that would call us.
So would you want to broadcast that to them where that button is?
Yeah. It's hard to tell when I'm not in there.
I don't want to make too many assumptions about what people know how to do on Zoom.
That's fair. And I emailed all 3 of them the document with their link for each group and who's in what group, so they should be okay with the documents. I realized that first one when we were both typing in, I kept messing up your column in the first one. I can't anchor it, but I reformatted it so it looks pretty again.
We are working with what we got, so we can always, we don't need to share that. We can pretty it up later.
Yeah, that's what I figured. It looks good now, but it just wasn't what I was thinking. And then for this next one, are we pulling, I have like the 3 masters where we'll have group 1, group 2, 3 for each question. Are we sharing those right now or just typing in the back?
We will, after the break, we will share the summary document. So that's one reason to have put the break now, so that we can compile the summary document. Does that make sense?
Yep. So I'll have all 3 up, and then when they go to break, I'll copy their notes into it.
And then as we are going through that, you know, I'd like for them to basically make some notes to themselves to highlight commonalities. And also then if we have the opportunity to add to the lists and in any way, once they've seen the corporate list or once they've seen everyone's work.
That makes sense. Perfect.
So since we're not in our own breakout room and all the staff is listening too, we have to be very transparent about all of our directions.
I know.
Hello, Jessica, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Is there any way group one can go back into breakout
Yeah, I can.
during the break just to finish
yeah.
up a couple of things? Okay.
That is okay. Sorry,
Maybe
it's
another
kind of
5
hard with
minutes.
the chat. No problem. I'll open it back up so you three can just rejoin that room.
Hey,
Yeah, the mayor and Dellinger.
Yep.
Rodney, I got one.
I think they sent Lydia.
Hey, Jess,
Yes.
that did put all the breakout rooms back in their breakouts, which may be what you intended. It may not matter, but just want to make sure you knew that happened.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's the only way to redo it. I can't just open that one since now they're open.
Totally fine. Just want to make sure you knew. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hey, is the shared document things looking okay?
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
For those that are on and listening, I think we're giving a few more minutes to a group that's finishing up, and we're working behind the scenes to create summary documents based on the small group work. So I'm going to suggest that we reconvene at 10:14. So 2 more minutes. So welcome back. I know some groups were so diligent that I'm not certain they got a break. I hope they at least got a little bit of a stretch break and got up. I see you over there laughing, Mr. Dellinger. Diligent, small group work. I appreciate that. So what we have tried to do, and forgive us, we're working in real time, is the ability to go in and look at the small group work and the notes that you were taking helped us go through and identify some major pieces that we saw. And then we have created what we think is a summary document of all 3 groups' work. And when I say we at that point, I really mean Jessica. What we'd like to do is go ahead and share the screen of the summary document that we've prepared, and we can go through this, and I'd like to see if it accurately reflects the discussions that you were holding in your small groups. As you see this, if there are other commonalities or themes that you're seeing or popping up, make a note so that we can share those. And then we will actually go back and see if anything is missing from that combined group work. Does that make sense? Yeah. All right. So Jess, if you're ready. And so this depends on how your screen is set up, whether you will be seeing a large screen that's big enough for you, or more people. So I'm just going to ask, is everybody able to see the screen well enough and read what's on the screen? Okay, I've seen a couple of head nods and thumbs up from those that I can see. Okay. So in this sense, the question, we asked you a couple of things. The first question was really about those things that I think are important, that you think are important to the way Garner is now, what you kind of hold near and dear to your heart, and you'd like to see those characteristics pulled forward. I would actually appreciate if anybody wants to weigh in on this, council, if you want to unmute so I can hear you, since I can't see everyone. Several folks had, as I looked through the notes and as Jessica has pulled out here, that small town feel. And that's always a difficult thing to quantify. What do we mean by small town feel? And a couple of examples that I read through were the trees, the current physical locality, beauty of the locality, but also the welcoming attitude and the fact that folks are connected and know each other and do extend welcome to one another. Was there anything else in your discussions around that small town feel that's not reflected here?
I think I noted in our discussion that you want to keep some of that small town atmosphere throughout your community, but we have to realize that we're at 35,000 people. And as Damien pointed out, with 8,000 approved units, 2 people a unit, you're at 50,000 people in sometime in the future. We don't know when. So you want to try to keep some of those values, but you also have to realize you're not Mayberry anymore, and you're going to be dealing with larger, medium-sized town issues every day. And so you have to blend some of the old with the new. And I think some of those small town value things that you can hold on to, or when you have, and things that have been canceled because of COVID that people missed, July 3rd, Fireman's Day, the Christmas parade, the Martin Luther King Day event, the Easter egg hunt, the thing that happens around Halloween when, thousands of kids go to the park and businesses distribute candy. So many of those, what we would say are small town events, I think help people hold on to the small town values and atmosphere.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead,
If I
Kathy.
could add on to that, maybe what we need, one of the things we need to do is begin to try to craft a newer, more updated, inclusive term rather than small town. Because small town, as Gray alluded to, it connotes a vision, and we're not that anymore. So maybe we need to actively work on creating a new term.
Ms. Behringer, I will, one observation, especially for those that were new, or for a reminder for everyone else, Council did spend some time on this very topic when we were developing the current strategic plan, and there was a lot of discussion around choosing purposefully the term hometown feel, because hometown could be scaled as the community grows. So I'm not offering that as a staff observation. It's just a reminder of a discussion that Council had some number of years ago around the choice of hometown, which is actually what I think is reflected in our strategic plan.
Yeah, we had some discussions about that.
Oops, I appreciate that. And that leads to another thing we need to pay attention to, and that is we do have a tendency to come up with something like that and then put it on a shelf and not go back to it. So I appreciate you offering that, because I'd forgotten about it. So we need to make notes that we don't forget.
We had discussion around that terminology in group 1, and Mr. Dellinger in particular was saying that a lot of the new people are saying small town, so he can speak to that. I'll let him.
Yeah, it was interesting because it came up almost exactly about that situation in our group about the hometown versus small town. And my observation, based on the question, of what you overhear people say, because I have, is that people say small town. They don't say hometown. They say, I love the small town feel. And I think in our minds, it may seem like a barrier But I think a lot of television shows like HGTV, especially, like people want to go to small towns. That's what they want. And I don't think we should cast it aside immediately, even though we're growing. But I think you balance it with something like a small town with big opportunities, or a small town with, you can balance it. But being a small town is not a bad thing. It doesn't, I think when you're talking from an economic development perspective, again, that's where you've got to sort of throw in the opportunity side and start throwing numbers at people. We've got this, number of college degree people. We've got this level of income. We've got, but I think from a perception, there are a lot of people who've moved from other mid-sized towns in Wake County to Garner because of the small town feel. So I think it's something we need to continue to talk about. Hometown, if you're not from someplace, it's hard people don't really say hometown because it doesn't feel like the hometown. It feels like a small town. So that's just some of the discussion we had in our group about that, sort of the semantics of that.
We are a growing community. We are a growing town with charm and amenities.
Good job, Gray.
Yeah. And amenities were actually, some of this will be a thread that goes throughout these three questions, but amenities were mentioned, the community events were mentioned as ways to hang on to that. So I appreciate that there is a nuance to this. And to me, it's the feel part, not the physical size, but the feeling that is evoked. Mm-hmm. And I also saw in one of these throughout is conversations around connectedness. And I think that's not just physical connectedness, but sidewalks and greenways, but also people connectedness.
Right.
And that's reflected also when we talk about the civic involvement and community spirit. That's the feeling that you're evoking. I'm assuming when we're talking about these things.
Mm-hmm.
Anything?
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say it just sort of dawns on me that I think as we think about and try to define even the term small town, I think we have to try to ensure that nostalgia doesn't kind of get in the way of this. Because and many of us are from small towns. I'm probably from the smallest town of anybody on the council. It wasn't even a town. But at any rate, you don't have to travel far outside of Wake County to find towns that are smaller than ours, and not everything is good in small towns. I mean, all you have to look at some of the studies that are going on now between what we call the rural and the urban divide. And many small towns are growing. So on the one hand, yeah, small town feel, that's something we talk about and think about. But the other side of it is that there is prosperity and positive things that come as you grow bigger. So you can still have, I guess, the nostalgic view of a small town feel, but balance that against living in an area like Wake County where growth is all around us. And so again, the balance is the key, I suppose. And as Gray or somebody's already pointed out, obviously we're already a town of 35,000, and you put that in the context of towns across North Carolina, we wouldn't fit the definition of a small town. We've got a lot of small towns out there, a lot smaller population-wise and otherwise than we are. So again, I'm not trying to criticize the concept. I'm just saying we have to be realistic, I think, in terms of what we want small town to mean. Hometown is certainly a good term and we used before, but you can only take that small town thing so far depending on how you're going to define it.
Maybe you go with your new hometown.
Yeah.
The other thing that I see jumping out in here is proximity. I used to joke when my children were little that we went to the Presbyterian church, not necessarily because of the Presbyterian philosophies, but because it was close, and that was important. And so there's no denying Garner is close in the heart of all that the Triangle area has to offer. and also what's happening around 540 and those interchanges, you'll see is comes up in these group discussions again and again.
Yep, that's true.
Any other comments about these discussions or highlights that you don't see represented here from your highlights from your discussion that you don't see represented?
I just want to say I kind of really like the notion of welcome to your new hometown. It really sort of encapsulates the sentiment we have that we want people to be here and make it home.
Yep. Any other reactions to Mr. Dellinger's comment?
Mr. Matthews and Mr. Vance, I haven't heard from you guys. I'm not picking on you, but if you want to weigh in, I'd be happy to hear from you.
What he was saying there, welcome to your new hometown. And I think that especially in any publications we put out touting the people to come locate here or be a part of our community. And that's I think that's a great little slogan. It sizzles.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that yes, it's a nice slogan. Just need to study and look at more of what we are trying to say. I think that this is a great start, and it's something that we've talked about for a while relative to small town feel. What do we mean by that? Is it something to do with the character of the town and everything else, and trying to encapsulate that and realizing that we are changing. Needs further study, and I agree with Councilman Behringer that it not only needs to be studied and put on the shelf, but something that needs to be continuously refined and redefined and put into action.
Okay.
And I don't want to, has council commented on that? I was going to say a couple of things.
Well, just remember this now. I know we don't want to put it on the shelf, but remember, when many of these developers come to town and economic development, Amazon and so forth, small town is not what they're looking at. That's not what they're looking at, a piece of property that they can develop to sell, whether it's a business, whether it's residential, single family, multifamily. Just remember, yes, people like those amenities, and that's what may draw them to Garner. But just remember the physical distance between 540 and Old Stage Road and Auburn Station, or the one at Rock Quarry and Auburnite Road. Just remember the mileage there. And so as we get bigger with more people, having some time, that atmosphere, you're stretching the town limits. And so you're stretching some of those qualities that and values you're trying to have, and they can't stretch for so far. So just remember that. It's not, we don't have a magic wand to wave to make this happen over and over.
We talked about that in our group. I want to piggyback. We talked about it in our group and how, we need to try to find ways as these new people coming in, because we know they're coming. The houses are being built. Is how do we as a town and as elected officials continue to reach out to these new people that, because we all want to meet these people, to make them feel welcome and engaged with what we're doing as because the growth's coming. So how do we do that? Go ahead, Rodney. I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
Kathy.
Rodney.
I was just going to say real quick, if we use the welcome to your new hometown, we have to make sure that that's not just for the new folks coming in, but that's also a mantra for the ones that have been here. And we're not taking away your old town that you know and love. We're tweaking it to make it better. So we got to make sure we brand that welcome to your new hometown is not just for the new residents.
That's why you don't use the word. That's why you don't use the word new. But anyway, that's not, no, you don't use the word new. Sorry, I was busy talking. We got car issues. No, that's, the way you bring these people together, Damien pointed out how you invite them is you have the community events is a great way of doing it. July 3rd, parades, Christmas. You have the MLK events, the Easter egg hunt, those little things. They don't sound like much, but that gets, in some cases, young families with kids out to get trick-or-treating, candy. But it also may get grandparents out. I think when we get some of the census details, I think the largest growing demographic in Garner is either 55 and older or 60 and older. I think we're going to find that out. So we need to remember that also.
Yeah, and
I
those
think we also need to consider that in moving toward the hometown idea, that more of our long-lived citizens here will like that, because it represents some progress while hanging on to where you're from and the values that envisions.
Yeah, let's move to the next question and see, because some of these things I think will show up actually in the responses to the next question about the vision. So this was really what are the things that are specifically included in that vision? Yeah, okay, so just all right, I got it. So this was an interesting comment. We had the formula for what we have and how we need to figure out what the formula is to keep it. Not sure if anybody wanted to elaborate on that comment. I think that was group number one.
I think that was a play off of what I'd said about if we want to know what we want people to say in 10 years, it's what they're sort of what they're saying now. When we have conversations, if I love this, I love this, I love this. And so it's figuring out how to make sure people appreciate the same things about the town. Change is coming and it's big and it's growing and all that, but you have to make that conscious, concerted effort to preserve some of these things that people love about us and the town, or it just becomes another town in Wake County. And because I think we all love what's here now. So it's tweaking it for growth. Yep.
Okay. And I think some of the specifics will actually come out in that very last question about what are the decisions and actions that will enable that. So the comment about economic development, jobs, and tax base, and the growth there that's happened. Again, some reflections on the bond and what's that's allowed to do with regard to infrastructure. Jones Sausage Road will facilitate continued change. I think that was a focus on that area as an area that is changing and will continue to evolve. And again, maybe that's more broadly captured under growth around the 540 interchanges. And even down here, current growth area around the New Bethel will continue to infill. So that was another thing you've written fill in, but I think that infill was a specific term used as houses begin to turn over and redevelop. I believe I've made an accurate assumption there. Is that true?
Actually, in that one, it's fill in because there's a lot of vacant land.
Oh, okay.
That particular case, it would be the opposite because it's vacant land that's there.
But I did see
there was a comment about infill in one of the older parts of town, and we were almost contrasting the fill in versus infill.
Right.
Okay. So both will be happening.
Right.
Okay.
And I think under the growth around 540 interchanges at our last work session, we talked about small area plans, and that might be a place to parenthetically state that, since there was pretty interested discussion in that.
And let me bring up, we talked about that too, Damien. John, can you explain to them what you told me and Elmo about right now, what the issues with the county is, that we might need to have to wait until see what Wake County is going to do first?
Yes, well, not necessarily wait, but one of the things that staff's been talking about in response to council's discussion was with Wake County's comp plan coming out. As Wake County shared with council when they presented it, they're really wanting to determine any developable areas of the county, those that aren't being reserved for open space and other reasons. They're wanting to direct growth toward a municipality. So one of the exercises we could be doing is overlaying their comp plan map with our land use map and look at those fringe areas that are not already in our planning area to be having conversations around our vision for those. Meanwhile, we need to work out with Wake County, what is their process going to be to actually get those fringe areas into someone's ETJ. I don't know that they're far enough along yet to give us a final answer, but that doesn't preclude us from going ahead and doing the overlays of the maps and looking at the overlay there and what we'd see envisioning for the future. That'll help with some utility planning and other things. And then when Wake County has a plan for how they're going to convert those to be developed areas that are in the county, then we'll know how to react to the process for adding those to ETJ, or whether that whole ETJ notion will take on a different form once they implement their plan.
That sounds sort of like a process we can help them with in terms of doing this work you're talking about, doing overlays, presenting it back to them and say, hey, look, is this the kind of thing you're looking at us doing in this new process? I mean, if they don't know how they're going to do it, we can help them kind of figure out, this is our vision. How does this fit in with your new way of doing
Right.
things?
And I shouldn't mean that they haven't determined how they're going to do it. We've not asked that question of them. They may have a plan we're not aware of. Either way, I think us looking at those overlapping areas is a good exercise we can start on towards those smaller area plans.
So in this sense, overlay comp plan map to coordinate with Wake County might be the most accurate. Is that right?
I think it could be.
Yeah.
I can share something with you along those lines that it goes back to my county commissioner days, and it was often bumped around that not necessarily written in ink, but Wake County would just about like to see the entire county in somebody's ETJ, because development, what we're talking about right here, utilities, infrastructure, the whole 9 yards. So they still might be looking toward that, because if the county is just about in somebody's ETJ, that's going to take a lot of responsibility off of them. So just an unwritten thing, but I know what's in their mindset up there, and so anything we can do to help them with that, I think they would most appreciate it.
I agree. I think if we need to get the information from them on their planning, and I think when they did their presentation, they were saying they're going towards a model of doing smaller and more frequent ETJ expansions. And so the sooner we can do that, the sooner we can focus on these areas that we know we want to develop. We just need to figure out how. And my understanding is they'd be, and based on what Mr. Matthews is saying too, they'd love us to do that.
And you have to realize that the county, in working with the municipalities, is going to work inside out, meaning they're going to work from the center of the county, Raleigh, out toward the boundaries all over Wake County. Because when you talk about Garner and Fuquay, we certainly both in our areas need to extend utilities. But think when you get out on way on eastern Wake County, and how small Wendell and Zebulon are when they're trying to address that. That's a whole different animal than us. So all the parties, whether it's us or Apex or Mooresville or whoever, the key to this is have some of these plans and maybe get the appropriate zoning in place one day. But the key to these growth of these areas is going to be utilities. That's like, well, where are you going to grow in Garner? You can go to the vacant land. That's simple. But are utilities close by? And right now, because utilities are being extended in some parts of town by developers, that's why you're seeing areas, New Bethel Road, Hebron Church Road area grow, because utilities have been expanded and people are jumping on it. And that's going to continue.
Yeah, these are all helpful comments that help kind of frame out what's in here in a summary at a high level. There's quite a bit of infrastructure things that are mentioned. Sidewalks more connected, housing values they believe will be up, stormwater, not the sexiest thing to talk about, but pretty darn essential. New infill housing will continue. We talked about that a moment ago. Responsiveness, this was a theme also that came up, responsiveness with regard and engagement with regard to community members. Fair and balanced and highly motivated, energetic and pay plan, and competitive. Those things were around the workforce, recognizing that any vision that you have needs to be planning for the community, but also for the workforce that supports all of the work of the town and the organization. Spending dollars in local community. again, that was a vision of keeping things more local in your hometown. Seeing the potential that Garner has, we're close to everything. Back to that proximity is pretty important and is an asset that you didn't have to do much to figure out how to be take advantage of that. Balanced growth, I saw that I think across all three groups. And I think that might also tie to this point of more development in the southeast part of town. And then finally, in this category, the focus on appearance. Some discussion that that needs to be true. It's a gateway, people see it, and we don't want to forget that. So there are a couple more here, but I don't want to stop at that point to see if there's any comments you all want to make on those pieces that were discussed. Questions for other groups if you didn't have it in your conversation? And then I guess, Jess, this must be the last two. Most people appreciate what we do, see the employees out and doing things proactively. And some conversation about kind of moving into the future in terms of doing things more online or more conveniently. So we've learned a lot in COVID about how to do some of those things and keeping the best parts of that moving forward. And then finally, I guess with an emphasis on the organization, doing what you can to have employees actually stay and not create turnover, I think was a point that was made in a small group. And any other conversations that happened that you don't see represented, or any other ideas that now come to mind?
Okay, Lydia,
yes.
We haven't covered this yet, but it's next up, less deference to developers. I think along with that, we need to be careful not to make the assumption that all developers are evil, and definitely have the town's best interests at heart, but not communicate to developers that we think you're bad and we're not going to let you get away with anything.
And there's a way we could rephrase that in terms of this might be the action, less deference, but you could actually, what would be a more positive way to restate that? I think this came out of group number. Well, before we go into that one, the third one, I want to make sure that we don't have anything else that was not representative in this question number 2 about the vision.
The group that had the employees stay here, if there could be some elaboration on that, I'm curious.
I don't recall which group that was.
We didn't say that specifically, but we did talk about to keep the employees here. One of the first things I mentioned was you make sure you have an updated pay plan and you're implementing it, and you're paying your employees a fair salary and wage, because as we know, the 12 municipalities just in Wake County plus the surrounding communities, this is a very, very competitive job market, and the pay plan has to be updated more often than it has been, almost every other year, because Garner leapfrogs Wake Forest leapfrogs us, and Apex, and every community is having to do this on a regular basis just to stay in the game or stay at a reasonable level of these the pay plans. And so you mentioned police and fire and emergency services. So I didn't say that. We talked more about the keeping the pay plan and creating an environment where employees are compensated fairly and want to be here.
And if I could add to Gray's suggestions, we don't need to let ourselves fall into the trap of saying, oh, well, Garner is a stepping stone to other opportunities. While that is certainly true, we don't need to let opportunities pass us by because we said that. We need, and it goes back to the pay plan that would go a long way toward helping us keep talented staff.
Okay.
And as a tag onto that, in our group, which I was on with Kathy, we need to make sure we as council members, when we do have turnover and things happen, like we've seen of late, are we communicating with our employees that we know what the issues truly are, because sometimes we lose employees because they don't like, there's things going on that we might not be aware of. And so we need to have a way where we can have that open line of communication. And really, why are you leaving? If we see a big turnover in a particular department like we've had in the past, what are the issues? And so if we don't know, we can't fix them and or deal with them. So I think that communications with employees, from city councilman all the way down to the person cleaning out the hall at night, we need to have that type of communication. I think it's important.
Yeah, but the communication, I believe, is in this case targeted specifically to understanding what the organizational issues actually are.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's reflected in the notes. Recognizing that we have about 10 more minutes in this section or fewer than that, wanted to move on to this last question, which was really intended to say, if that was the vision and those are the values, what action do you need to take now in order to affect that change in the future? And this question about in developers, what's actually at the heart of that, depending on whether we phrase it this way or differently or more positively. I think that can. Go ahead.
I will start that out. We all need development. We're going to have development. I would like us to communicate the attitude that we are partners, not foes. And I'll use one real quick personal example. We had a developer come to us last fall about some housing on Highway 70. And I happened to know one of the presenters. I had not seen him in decades, but I knew him and I knew his character and his values. And I knew that he would never come to us and try to pull anything over on us. But we grilled him pretty badly. And I think that was not good. I think we need to ask our questions. We don't need to assume an accusatory position until they give us reason to.
I would like to ask Councilwoman Behringer whom on this council she thinks developers are evil.
Well, Damien, you're pretty rough on them.
I am very rough on them. I don't think they're evil. Let's go ahead and have the conversation, because I don't think they're evil.
Maybe that was a bad word choice.
That's very harsh, because that is our job is to vet those projects for the betterment of the entire community. And in my experience and observation, most of them will do the bare minimum. And if we didn't make them, which wasn't something I made them do, put in sidewalks, almost none of them would put in sidewalks. So I think my frustration comes in this deference conversation is they'll do the bare minimum and we let them get away with the bare minimum. And I don't think that we necessarily have to, particularly with conditional use and special use permits. We have statutory and written in our UDO additional authority to add conditions that are to the broader benefit of the community. They don't see us as foes. I don't see them as foes. We are partners, but I don't think that they necessarily are going out of their way to benefit the broader community all the time. Some of them do. We've had some that have been very good. Amazon, when we finally grilled them and put them in the hot seat to do the right thing, they reached out in a way that they appreciated themselves. And I think, so we're in a better position than we've ever been in this town to get the developments we want. We need to negotiate for them. That doesn't mean, unduly burden the people, but we need to advocate for the entire community. It's never personal. It's all advocating for the community. So that's all I'll say about that.
I can appreciate your point of view. Absolutely. One of the things that does come to mind, though, was the time that a developer, we went over and over and over things. And finally, he stood there and he threw up his hands. He said, "I've done everything you asked. What do you want?" I don't think that bodes well for us and how we conduct business. I think there's a better way. I don't have the exact solution, but I think it bears paying some attention to.
One of the things we talked about in our group that I brought up was I think that sometimes we have so many things on an agenda, and I think we have an expectation as council that we need to approve something the same night it comes before us. And I think that doesn't necessarily need to be the expectation. I commented to the town manager and the mayor that every time we have delayed or postponed a vote on a project, we've ended up with a better project. Every single time. Amazon's the best example of that. If we'd taken the first pass at what they brought to us, by doing our diligence, we got community buy-in benefit, and we got monetary benefit in the liquidated damages, which again didn't necessarily have to happen. They set the time frame, we agreed on it, and they didn't need it. But I think every time we've been deliberative, we've gotten better projects. So it's not a solution, but I think it helps us. And if they have a similar expectation that this, you may not get it through tonight, maybe you will, maybe everything's great. I don't know, just a thought.
A couple things based on some past events predating many of you time on the council. Remember the conditions, they have to be reasonable and responsible. You can't make someone add a sidewalk and curb 500, 600, 800 feet. That's not their property. We got taken to court one time and we did something like that and we lost, had to take that off. So those things have to be responsible and reasonable. Also, we did a project that started out with 7 or 8 conditions and we got up to 16 conditions and they just walked away. Of course, in my opinion, that wasn't a bad idea, but that was not the intent because most of the conditional conditions were reasonable because that was one of those 4-hour public hearings. Damon's point about we make decisions that night is challenging at times. The issue Kathy brought up about the gentleman, that was a project on 401 who got all worked up because he said, we've been working on this for 18 months. And my comeback to him pretty snappy was, look, sir, we've only seen this for the last 30 days, and to get to this stage, we've only seen it for the last week. So, you have to give us time to understand what's being talked about. And so I know some of them have been working on projects for long times. One, as we talk about developers, there's a huge parcel in town nobody's mentioned that most of us pass at least on a weekly basis. I pass it almost on a daily basis, either leaving or coming back. And that's a huge piece of land at 70 and White Oak and Timber Drive, some of Mr. Jurgen's property that remains undeveloped because the developers want to make sure that they can do the best for Garner. Because I can assure you, they have told me what has tried to come out there over the years, and they did not want to have located there because they didn't think it was in the best interest of them for developing that area and also for the community. So you do have, we do have property owners and developers who do take the community's interest at heart, and that's why that property sits vacant. And of course, what one time was going to be mainly a retail center with some other type of development is now, because of the change in the economic market in this country and the world, will probably end up being something different one day. But there are people who do, I think, try to work and develop an area. They take the Cambridge property folks out at 401 working with Garner and Fuquay. I think they've come up with pretty good projects and their presentations are outstanding. I wish everybody would present a project as good as they did, but that's another story. So I don't less deference in the word. I just think it's whatever term someone chooses, maybe fine, but many of the developers will work with you if you ask, as Damien said, but sometimes just adding conditions on, I can assure you that Mr. Anderson was attorney. He would pull us aside at a break or something and says, that is not a reasonable request. They could sue us over this and not get it done. You must realize this. It's like, okay. And that was based off case law and history. So just you have to remember some of that in the conditions when you ask for people to do things.
And council
And in
members,
conditional rezoning, we all know that in conditional rezoning, the applicant has to make that change. We cannot, and in the zoning process, conditional zoning, they have to put it on as a condition. We can't make them put it on as a condition.
council members, just a reminder too, that we'll have another chance to revisit this topic some soon because planning staff will be bringing you some of the 160D legislative changes. And with that will come some new requirements and new opportunities for you to give us input on how you want us to handle some of those things with developers moving forward. So there's a built-in schedule to revisit this topic in the very near future. So just wanted to share that with everyone from a timing perspective.
And may I offer, here's what I have heard, I think, listening, that may be some important to think about in terms of how you phrase this relationship with developers. I have heard partnership, your partnership with you are a partner with the developers for the community's benefit, that any conditions need to be reasonable, and that you deliberate to proceed and get the best community outcome. Are those accurate reflections of this conversation so far? Yes.
That sounds like a good summary. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they are, Lydian, and I would just say from the mayor's position, obviously, I and this council has been together for just a little over a year now, and I certainly believe that over that period of time we have grown together, if that's a good term. That is, as you bring new people into the mix, I think there's always a period of adjustment and transition, and I personally think that doesn't mean, again, that we always agree with each other and don't have some split votes, but I do think there is sort of an intention on the part of council members to respect and understand the viewpoints of others, and so again, I just see it as an evolving process. I'm not discouraged by it, but I think as we work through these things and are sensitive to the opinions of others, then we are functioning well as a council when we do that.
Thank you. I appreciate that this was broached, I think, in July, and this conversation, I think, has evolved, as you pointed out, Mayor. So another theme that we heard across groups is, and of course, we'll go back and do a little bit more. This is our back of the envelope, how these three groups were reporting, but more community engagement for residents, not just those that are here, but also those that would be moving. I think that was mentioned across groups. The idea of more niche recreational opportunities, and again, maybe that is a way that you define what those quality of life and those experiences are that bring people together. That was mentioned in at least one group. I don't recall if it was mentioned across all groups.
Lydia, that was mentioned in our group, and in fact, I made some mention of that. My thought there is that as we continue to grow, there will be new people coming to our town with differing perspectives on recreational opportunities. And I'm saying that I think our town has done a pretty good job of having a number of good recreational amenities. But I do think as we grow, there will be more pressure to from certain, I call them niche groups, or people who are interested in a certain form of recreation, something that the town, cannot always build. I mean, we're not a Raleigh or Cary that have the resources to build every soccer field you want or every other kind of recreation. And disc golf is one of those. I know we've already, there's a group of people in our town, in the area, we would love to see us build a nice big new disc golf. We've got room to do that. So again, the point was that I think as a council, we'll have to at least be sensitive to and hear from as we expand our recreational opportunities. And sometimes we may get into to areas that are not in the mainstream, but there are enough people that are interested in certain things that we have to at least consider what are those things we can provide.
And those, remember, Mayor, those on our two parks that we're planning right now, that's on there. The disc golf course, there are multi-purpose fields planned that just aren't for soccer or football. They can be for flag football or field hockey or lacrosse or whatever someone may be. So we've got zip lines planned for one of our parks.
Really?
Yes, zip lines. Matter of fact, what's the other, y'all help me, I'm drawing a blank. The big round field we're talking about one day, and what is it?
Cricket.
Cricket. Yes, cricket. Thank you, Dave. I was gonna say rugby. It wasn't rugby. We were even planning when we build a entertainment area that'll be big enough to hold a cricket event. Now that may be a few years down the road, but some of these things have been taken into account. It's just when will they get, we get funding to build all these, and that's what's going to take. Everything on here is from 2021 to 2031. It might take to 2031 to get all of it done, but at least it's out there.
Yeah. Cricket. Well, there's an appeal to non-traditional folk, outside the traditional Little League kinds of things. So
yes,
That's true.
there was a comment about bringing in more philanthropic money into the community by doing grant writing. I saw this help accommodate a commuter rail, and I was immediately thrown back to a discussion a long time ago that we had about the railroad that divides the community to the railroad that enables this to be a commuter hub. So that's continued to be on the list here. Work to branding, and this is actually, I think, very much representative of what the first beginning of the conversation was. How do you brand whatever that is? I'm not sure we need to go back through that, but a recognition that will probably need to be intentional about creating that brand and promoting that brand, however the specific words come through. And this is staff bringing suggestions and policy ideas forward. I think that came from group number 1. I don't know if there's something specific that would make that different than what's currently going on, or is that a continuation of a strategy that is already in existence?
It was a continuation, but also just, wanting staff to sort of bring recommendations to us versus all of them having, a lot of them that are maybe out of the box coming from council or the full council, by looking at other municipalities and trends that are happening either in development or other types of policies and environmental things, to be more proactive in bringing some of those things to the council to consider. That's where that came from.
Okay. And then Mr. Singleton's point here about we're still going to be building, you're going to be building these projects out in that next 10 years. And this also is showing what we will do, what we promised. That came out in a couple of different groups where to have a few highlights that you can point to so that there's demonstrated commitment and progress on your plan. And I think we may hear a little bit more about, we will hear a little bit more from staff about the accomplishments from the current strategic plan, and potentially some thoughts about how to create that kind of commitment and use of a plan on an ongoing basis. Small area plans, we talked a little bit about those earlier. The post-COVID demand for community events, for those things to come back that help bring people together, create that feeling that you talked about. The investments in sidewalks and parks. So again, that's visible, what people are actually getting for the bond referendum. And a need to invest ourselves. And somebody's gonna have to help me. I think that's juxtaposed with the investments others are making, like developers, and balance with the investments that the town makes. Ms. Berenger, I think that may have come out of your group. Was there something more you needed to say about that?
I'm sorry.
I think that was from your group. I just didn't know if there's anything
right.
else. If I characterized that conversation accurately.
Yeah. I'm not sure about the part about investing ourselves, but my emphasis was on to make sure that we go the extra mile to communicate to the community at large what's going on. There will always be some people who will say they didn't know no matter what. And there are others that will be appreciative of the communication. And an example, I don't have a solution for that right now, but an example that there are a lot of senior citizens who do not have a computer and they're not going to get one. So I don't know the answer to how to communicate with them, but we need to explore that to see if there is a solution.
Matt Roylance, I think I see your hand up.
Yeah, since I did the note taking in that group, I just thought I could shed a little bit of light on the first part. The comment about investing ourselves, you're right, it was, we need to not, some of these things like a, sidewalk or greenway, we can wait and developers will, sooner or later, development will come along that would potentially pay for all or part of that, but that we need to not be 100% reliant on waiting for that to happen. We need to have some ability to invest in those things ourselves. That's what I was trying to capture when I typed it that way.
Right.
Okay. And then I can't see the rest of the list because Jess is doing such a good job. In favor of bonds, but we need to be aware. Oh, some resistance. So, and I think we will definitely turn our attention to being more specific about those kinds of warnings, cautions, and specific next steps with regard to how the bond gets communicated out. So that'll be a good topic for us to delve into details tomorrow. Being visible in the larger region, I tend to think this is sort of the importance of suiting up and showing up even when it's your issue's not on the table. Okay. And then we move this overlay comp plan into the strategies based on a recommendation from the manager in the chat. And speaking of the chat, Jeff said that planning can respond at the March 1st meeting to how 160D amendments will assist council in the partnership aspects of development. So I think that message has been heard and stuff is coming forward. I have too many screens open, so I can't figure out what my closing question was supposed to be. But I guess, is there anything that you all saw that you think is missing, or that you didn't see that you think is missing from this conversation about future vision or strategies to achieve those visions? Without getting into the details too much, yeah.
Yeah, I think when we talk about the bond referendum, I think, we had a lot of engagement last time with of course this may not happen with COVID, was with a lot of the civic groups, and that may or may not happen this time. But we have to remember that the town can print out information about a bond referendum, and you can mail it out to people, but you cannot say, hey, this is the town of Garner, and the town of Garner is paying for this, and we want you to vote for this. We can't do that as a town. You can just give out information and provide the information about the cost and what the money, the dollars, if approved, would go towards. That as council members, we can promote it on our own out in the community, but we can't, on the town's dime, we can't sit there and you cannot promote it or say vote for it or vote against it. So we have to always remember that.
Which speaks to the discussion tomorrow about some of the lessons that for folks that have been on the council and through bond referendum can add to the conversation about your particular role as council members, even in this bond referendum. I think this was great groundwork. I think we will have notes that have more thematic, but also the detailed notes to go on. Staff, is there anything else that you had a question about in terms of your understanding of this conversation so far?
I'm good with what's been discussed and have a lot of good direction on what council sees for the future.
I have one quick comment, and the mayor brought up the commuter rail in our group, and I think this doesn't directly pertain to anything specific, but I think we need to be aware of the growth in Southeast Raleigh and the large scale development that's going on there and what impacts that might have on transportation on the northern side of Garner too. Again, it's not anything we have direct control over or have any specific plans. I know there's BRT and some other things, but I think we just need to kind of have on our radar the rapid growth of population on that side of Raleigh as well.
Yeah, I
Thank you.
think the idea there is we certainly need to stay at the table as and continue to be part of the discussions and certainly if this commuter rail ever comes to fruition, and I think that it will eventually, then I think Garner certainly needs to be an integral part of that with the station areas here in town, and even as Damien mentions, on into the southeast Raleigh area. Some of the growth is going to move that way, or from that way this way, I guess. But at any rate, I appreciate you mentioning that.
I think I heard one more person trying to jump in before break.
I was just concerned, I'm assuming Damien was talking about the particular large development in southeast Raleigh, Rock Quarry, New Hut Road, that particular one, right? That one, was that the one you were referencing?
No, I was talking about the soccer stadium.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But you're that one too.
Yeah, but that one got approved before the 2007-2008 recession, and of course it lay dormant. And now they're if you've been by there, I go by there almost every day. They're putting in roads and they're putting in water and sewer, so it's going to go through this time. So yeah, the soccer stadium is that's another. Now within talking about a downtown arena, you're not going to have both. So that's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Well, and I think it's important too when you start talking about development in that corridor in terms of hotels and that type of commercial development that could come further down this way and be viable for whatever events they end up holding there. So just something to keep on our radar is something that's going to have an impact on opportunities that we have in certain parts of the town.
Thank you. I want to head into a 10-minute break and really make sure that every group gets a chance to get up, stand up, and stretch. We're just a few moments behind, but we'll make that up. But going into the break, the question for reflection is this. How does the current plan accommodate the vision that you've described today? And if your ideas are not specifically mentioned, is there room in the existing framework to add to that vision elements? And so that's where we'll space our time when we come back from break between now and lunchtime is really thinking about those kinds of questions. So 10-minute break, and by my clock, I think that means we're back at 11:24.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Thanks.
Welcome back, everybody. Jess, I kind of really like that countdown clock. I need to
Yes.
have a real life version of that virtual piece when I'm facilitating. I like that. I want to switch gears a little bit and think about more specifics, but really more specifics in the way that you are looking at the vision within the strategic plan. So you'll see on your handout agenda in the box, I believe in, depending on whether it got printed this color or not, in blue writing, the current vision statement that is actually right inside the cover of your plan. And it says the town of Garner nurtures a hometown environment for residents and businesses while encouraging new economic, recreational, and cultural opportunities through wise planning and investment. I see that, I broke that really into two different parts because I think to me, the second part where it talks about wise planning and investment becomes a real opportunity to use those discussion guidelines, which I know you've seen me share with you before, and I haven't done it today, but particularly that one around defining what important words mean. And that wise planning and investment, to me, I think might be something that is worth exploring and see how you all as a council are defining that. When I talk about facilitation and I talk about the importance of discussion guidelines, and this one in particular about defining what important words mean, I often use the example that when I work with councils and commissioners, and they talk about fiscal responsibility, which I think that is actually a goal or something, yes, is a goal statement here. I've never heard any elected official say, I want to be fiscally irresponsible. However, fiscal responsibility has probably at least 5 to 6 shades of meaning within this group. So wise planning and investment, I think, is something that deserves a bit more definition. So what I'd like to do in this next session is to, in a moment, put you back into the same small groups to continue the discussion around these 3 questions that you'll see highlighted on your agenda. But I want you to first take notes to yourself, whether you're using the scratch paper or these handy dandy little whiteboards or however you want to do that. But these 3 questions, in light of this earlier discussion, would you say that the first part of this vision statement, hometown environment, residents and businesses while encouraging new economic, recreation, and cultural opportunities, does that first part of this sentence actually adequately capture what you discussed and agreed to this morning with around the vision? And if not, are there elements that are missing? We don't have to get deep into it, but just on the face of it, what we're trying to do is get a sense of what will be required to update this strategic plan. And in the words of the staff, is it a major overhaul or are there minor tweaks that we're looking at? So that first part, how does that capture your vision or the discussion that was earlier? So that's one question for reflection and then to group discussion. The second is, how do you define wise planning and investment? What do those terms mean to you in your role, either as council member or senior staff? And then the third question is from your pre-retreat review of the plan, is there anything that's actually obviously missing that needs to be in the strategic plan or captured somewhere else, either in the comp plan or the UDO? And those are the 3 questions I'd like for you to spend about 30 minutes in small groups. And again, staff, there are Google Docs for you to record the highlights of that conversation. But before you get to that, I'm going to give you about 3 minutes and just make some notes to yourself about how you would respond when you get into the small group. Give you about half a minute and then we'll ask Jess to put you in your small groups. I'm also wondering if I'm going to check in on the groups because I'm not sure if we're going to take 30 minutes or if maybe 20 might do it. Jess, do you have any instructions for them as they go into their small groups?
Nope.
Staff, do you have any questions about the documents? Okay.
Sorry, it automatically sent you because you had joined previously. I was like,
Why don't you put the slide back up?
okay, yeah. I'm just trying to work on something and it always takes it away.
Hey, Jess, I think folks are still working in small groups, so I think we just give them another minute or two.
They have 1 minute to come back before the room's closed, so they should be back
Yeah.
shortly. I think I got everyone's full of.
Okay. Yeah, I need to learn how to broadcast those to the breakout rooms. Just as in real life, different groups work at different paces. You all are the speedy group.
We believe in the KISS method. Keep it simply simple.
Simply simple. There you go.
I don't use the other way because that's derogatory. So
Yeah.
keep it simply simple.
Well, thank you. I have to say, this is kind of an interesting being able to peek behind the scenes and to monitor group process by where you are typing in the document. And for those of you that are typing in the document, I bet it's a bit unnerving to have me go in and undo things like highlights so that we can read these things better. But it's the way we're doing it. Yeah. So, well, I hope those were good conversations. What I'd like to try is to share a compilation, a side-by-side compilation, and for us all to take a look at the work that was happening, and then really just see where there are real commonalities and where there are differences in the conversation, or at least the notes that reflect the conversation. And I will say that we are probably going to run a few minutes into past noon into lunch, but not too many, I promise. So just let's see if we can pull this compilation up. We're working in real time together here. Oh, yeah. Can you make that a little bit bigger for? Is it just me? Perfect. So this question about the first part of the vision statement, question was, are there things, does it capture it now, or are there things that are missing? So Jesh, can you tell me whether this is just the things, because I saw some comments that said do not need to add. Okay, there you go. Well, I know which group Mr. Singleton was in. He was in the middle column there.
Yeah, so it's group 1, group 2, and group 3.
Okay. All right. So right now, that vision statement reads, Town of Garner nurtures a hometown environment for residents and businesses while encouraging new economic, recreation, and cultural opportunities. So this, I guess, assume is a suggestion to use the word arts, to add the word arts from group number 1. Is that, and natural beauty?
Yes, yes. So we had some conversations when they were developing the comprehensive plan for Parks and Rec to intentionally include the word arts, because we leaned on cultural resources and recreation, but it elevates it and puts it in front of you to actually see the word. And it's broad enough that it encapsulates a lot of different types of arts. But.
So are you suggesting replacing anything or just adding the word?
No, just adding, because I think it yeah.
Okay. And how does natural beauty, how do you want to see that show up in this vision statement?
Probably nurtures the hometown charm and natural beauty for residents, or that doesn't really work with businesses, but I think we don't, again, it's all about intentionality. I think we take our natural beauty here in Garner for granted, so it doesn't get the incorporation into the policy is something we need to pay as much attention to. But I think it is something that we should be conscious of. And we do a great job with the parks we have and all these other things, but I think you never want to take it for granted that it's something that's important to your vision for the town.
Thank you. And I'm looking over in column number 3 for group 3, and there's some conversation there about the appearance issue. And my question is, how does appearance then need to show up if we talk about showcasing and preserving natural beauty? Will that work, or is there something more specific you want to pull into the vision statement from group 3?
I honestly think that we need to make something more definitive in the mission statement. And I'll go back to when I first went on Planning Commission over 20 years ago. It was called the Planning and Appearance Commission. And the suggestion was made to drop appearance because that was the more modern way to look at it, and it would all be encompassed in planning anyway. But in truth, it just got lost. And there has been a slackness, I guess, in the past on the part of staff to want to address that. We have plantings at our gateways now, but I used the phrase and got a laugh out of Matt. It was like pulling hen's teeth to get the management back then to agree to plant some pansies around the Welcome to Garner signs. And I was feeling like I was going to pull my hair out. I couldn't understand what words I needed to use to get people to understand that color and flowers bring a smile to people's face, and it makes our town look pretty. I'm going to give Jeff Triesenberg some credit here. The day that I walked into the meeting to try to make a plea one more time, I walked in and I said, red, yellow, purple. And Jeff said, yep, those are the colors people notice. And it was like, oh my goodness, thank heavens. So we need to do more. We have too much trash around town. We have not enough attention to blighted looking areas. One of them in particular is once you come onto the off-ramp from 40 onto Jones Sausage Road, there immediately to the right, there's an old abandoned building that people are using for a trash dump. And we're doing nothing about that. And that's Mr. Dellinger has mentioned it before. That's a gateway into Garner, particularly with Amazon being there. It's got to be fixed. And so I know I sound like I'm on a soapbox, and I am, but I think that we're going to have to put the word appearance in somewhere to get folks to understand, or get ourselves to understand, that it's truly important and we need to deal with it.
I'm seeing at least one head nod from Mr. Dellinger here, an affirmation, it seems, of what you're saying.
Well, let me get going because she knows I'm going to disagree with this. You've got this covered in environment. You don't pick up litter in your vision statement. That's crazy. You can't control this like you control so many other planning methods. There's litter. I was yesterday on 64 and 264, and they had litter crews out because they were actually weed eating dead grass. And the litter in other towns, this is not a Garner issue. This is a Wake County, Raleigh, Garner. Every town has got the issue about the trash. I don't disagree with that. But you don't put that in your vision statement. We keep the trash picked up. That's not what you do. Environment, hometown environment, if you look up a definition, it pretty much covers a lot of this. And also covers natural beauty. That's your environment. That's your vision in those big words. I go back to the KISS method I said on here. You don't need to add a bunch of words to your vision statement because you can put stuff in there and then somebody's going to pull it out and say, well, you ain't keeping the trash picked up over here because you tried your best. But this is a very, very broad statement that you're going to use here. And what was written by the group, because we spent a lot of time on this stuff, is pretty daggone good. It covers most everything, even what y'all brought up. It's in certain words. If you want to specifically focus on trash and so forth, then get staff to hire someone and we'll put them in public works and they'll be in charge of that. That's how you address that issue, not in a vision statement. That's not the way you're going to do it. You want to do that, then bring it to the council. We'll hire a crew that goes out and picks up trash every other week or whatever. That's how you address it, not through a vision statement. Sorry.
I have to partially disagree in the natural beauty is not encompassed in hometown environment. And if you put natural beauty in there, that maybe encapsulates this litter and appearance issue because you're saying there's a natural beauty that does not include litter. There's nothing naturally beautiful about litter. Getting rid of litter.
There isn't, but there is with recreational and cultural opportunities because they're naturally beautiful. Lake Vincent Park is naturally beautiful.
Those are a lake isn't necessarily. I'm saying that's recreation, and recreation includes that, but it doesn't. It also includes a bunch of other things that don't immediately come to mind. People think recreation, they think sports and other activities. Natural beauty is a preservative aspect of this vision statement.
Sorry, it's covered in environment. Y'all are getting too nitpicky and too specific about things. You don't control the natural beauty. God does. We don't. Remember that.
It says it nurtures a hometown environment. That doesn't say anything about natural beauty or nature. Nothing.
But if you took a picture of a small town, you would have the picket fence, the white picket fence, and the house with trees in it.
Well, they cut down all the trees when they do the developments now. You go through a development now, there's not a tree in the yard. There's not a tree in the yard.
But in many cases, the trees that get cut down are loblolly pines that with a planned development. I mean, go to the, the Durham townhome, the over 55 community, and look how much, I know what that looked like before and what it looks like now is just two totally different worlds because it was a planned community that put things in there other than loblolly pines that aren't doing a whole lot, but sitting there. So you have to think about, now with the hardwoods, it's different, but with a very broad brush, many developments make the property actually look better. In 10 years, the townhomes there in Abersboro, that will look wonderful compared to what was there.
Let me make just a quick observation or maybe a suggestion as to wording that is not so expansive, but how about if you keep the first part, it says town of Garner nurtures a hometown environment, including the enhancement of its natural beauty, and then you can rework the rest of it there. But that gets the idea in there. You might could tweak that wording, but I mean, I like the idea of including that, but could that work to get the idea across without making a significant change there?
I like that.
I didn't hear that, Kim. Rodney popped up something on chat and I was reading that.
Well, I was suggesting that we could, the opening line could say the town of Garner nurtures a hometown environment, including the enhancement of its natural beauty. And then you'd have to rework the rest of the sentence here to kind of make that fit together when you get into, residents and businesses, but that gets the phrase in there anyway.
I would like to include that notion of the nurtures a hometown charm
Wait a minute.
and natural beauty. I love the word charm that was used earlier.
Yeah.
Rodney
Right.
had chatted that the staff would like to put the word "and" between hometown and environment, and I see what he means now. If you read it like that 3 or 4 times, that does make it makes it even broader than what it is actually. It nurtures a hometown and an environment. That's what you were saying, Rodney? Or to Rodney?
I believe he must be muted.
Well, I saw
Rodney,
it on
you're
chat.
muted.
Okay.
You could say nurtures a hometown charm and environment.
Here to me, the difference is there's a difference between environment and the environment. They're really two different things. And
What did you say, Damon? A difference between what? I didn't hear you.
Between environment and the environment.
And what again? I couldn't hear you.
The environment.
The environment. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I couldn't understand what you were saying.
So that's my only, I really want us to own our appreciation for the natural beauty and the natural environment in the town as it grows. That's a value of ours. And we need to incorporate that into our vision of what we want the town to be. Yeah, very explicitly.
So I'm hearing a suggestion. Jess, you've got the cursor right there to add the, and let's see how that works for folks.
So Damon, you wanted the added, right?
If it works with the flow.
Okay. All right, that's what I couldn't understand. Thank you.
Well, and I think, getting, I think we could, so that I agree with you that there's a difference between environment and the environment. If just by adding that, does that highlight that enough? And then including the enhancement of natural beauty?
I mean, I think you could then take out the enhancement of natural beauty part, because then you said nurtures our hometown charm and the environment. You're nurturing the charm, you're nurturing the environment.
Damien, how about this? What if you put natural between the and environment?
You could do that too. I'd go for that as well.
Poor Jess, we're putting you on the spot. So there you go, in between the and environment, natural. And one thing I think that actually happens in these conversations is that, Ms. Behringer's concern about litter, I think that's actually something that for right now in the vision statement could be and I want to check with you, Ms. Behringer, to see, this could be sort of the umbrella, but then underneath those various goal statements and in the objectives and in the initiatives, if you want to get on to the code enforcement, the litter control, the planting and the appearance, seems to me that's a much more action-oriented place to put those concerns. Would that work?
That would work. And I really do like Mr. Singleton's suggestion about hiring somebody whose job it is to take care of that. Of course, we're always going to have litter everywhere. It's not just in Garner, but it's a big problem in Garner. And I think we need to give it a little more attention than a lot more attention than we've been getting. So yeah, listing that under the other, as we dig deeper into that goal is fine with me, as long as we don't forget it.
And also reaching out to our partners about it too. I was driving down 50 and then turned right onto Buffalo. And there's that part of Lake Benson to the right. It's just full of bottles. It's just full of trash. I know that's Raleigh's, but we need to contact Raleigh and tell them to clean up that trash. It looks terrible.
All right, are we ready to read this vision statement one time and then move to this question number 2? I'm trying to get us to 12:15 for lunch. I tell you what, let's hold on the vision statement. I think we got the elements. We'll read it when we come back for lunch just to make sure. Can we move to the question number 2? And this was asking you to really define what wise planning and investment meant. There's a lot more words here.
Sorry about that.
No, just trying to figure out how to capture the essence of this.
I just want to add on to group one where it says don't have all the expertise on staff. I want to add or counsel. It's very important.
And why do you make that ad?
Because I think as a group collectively, we just don't have the experience for the trajectory of the growth. No one here has all the answers.
Okay, so this is in terms of definitions, this is just sort of furthers the definition of what wise planning and investment actually means. Are people seeing big differences across these groups? In group two, the infrastructure, the planning for people and human capital, the employees, as well as the built capital.
I also want to clarify, sorry, I keep going back. So the actual we talked about was not, it wasn't about the growth. It was a type of growth we're going to be doing in terms of more mixed use, higher density, and vertical growth. It was pretty specific around the expertise we didn't have. We have the expertise around doing what we do, but it was sort of the next phase of types of growth and development we're going to have. That's the expertise we don't have.
I see that actually is in the second bullet here, represented best practices regarding transit, for instance, and verticality. So I remember a conversation I had with the town of Chapel Hill, and they were talking about the height restrictions that are the height that was happening and paying attention to the width of the streets and the lengths of the ladders on the fire trucks, those kinds of things, where you can go find what other people have been through as they move from the village, in Chapel Hill's case, to a more downtown that has high rises at three stories and above. So
I think something also that mentioned here, I'm assuming Damien said it about best practices with transit and verticality. You almost have to break transit out in two different categories because one's bus and one's rail, because rail is a long ways away. We do know that the county, Triangle Go or Raleigh, whatever it's called now, has gotten one grant to do, I think, the Newbern Avenue, the rapid bus, rapid transit area. And the goal is to get one to here to Garner also. But you almost have to break it out because that's going to happen a lot faster than we ever see any rail transit. I think we all agree upon that. Even though there's something planned, one or two stations in Garner, we're talking about 2031. It might be 2031 before you see rail, but the bus will be here much faster than that.
John, you had a point?
Just a point to make there. I don't disagree with Mr. Singleton, but what I do observe is that while one's going to get here sooner than the other, the land to support both of them and the control of that land for transit-oriented development is going to slip through our fingers at the same rapid pace. So while the rail may take longer to get here, we almost have to look at our transit-oriented development opportunities for both BRT and CRT, commuter rail, sooner than later. And some of that comes with some speculation and some decisions about land control that may have a longer ROI, but by the time we know if the rail is going to get here, we're going to have run out of places to influence the transit-oriented development. So just a subtle distinction on the agreement, but also timing of when we make decisions and when we influence control.
That was the nature of our conversation too, was there's it's a long window, but once it's closed, it's closed.
Well, I think we all agree that the area in town that's being talked about will be much easier to control than the area that's not in town. I'll just say that.
So in this sense, this notion of wise planning actually for those that require a much longer time frame to make sure that you've got that lens, that you're using that lens.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say, I'm having a hard time reading through all of this and trying to figure out where all the commonalities are in the definition. So I'm asking for others to help as well. So compared to other municipalities, we talked a little bit about that from group one. What are other towns experiencing and how can we learn from them? And then, of course, John threw out the alphabet soup, including ROI. So here's what is the cost benefit for towns? How do you profit from investments? And again, just thinking a little bit around those realms. John, you have your hand raised again. And you're on mute.
That might be a carryover hand raised from before.
Oh.
Lydia, you can go ahead.
Okay. So learning from other municipalities, the group 3 over here, planning the recommended wise. So the referendum is an example of wise planning and investment, not putting that off when it needs to be done. Partnering, again, that theme of partnering with developers as part of the planning process, including them in the planning process in the ways that we described earlier. Investing in sidewalks and trails. Sorry, I'm reading as we go.
It's okay. That is, we love that comment from Mr. Matthews, because I've heard it from him many times, but I heard it last week in a meeting with him. People want sidewalks and not walking through the swamp in the woods.
That's right.
He has thrown that one out a dozen times in the last 2 or 3 months to me. So that is just a highlight.
Well, and I thought you were going to go to highlight the next sentence, which is better to add the penny to the bond to get these projects right and find the projects that people want.
And he said that last week too.
Yep. And so this is, I think the bond referendum clearly is an example of planning for the needs that will be, not just that are.
Absolutely.
So, so is there any other comments about this, or can we move to the third question? Because it sounds like a lot of good ways in which you think how you define wise planning and investment seems, I don't see any huge glaring differences in how that happens. So the third question that I put is there anything obviously missing as you took a look at the strategic plan in your pre-retreat review that needs to be included here? So this says not just become a bedroom community, preservation of key corridors for specific growth. So is that something that Group 1 wants to see added to the strategic plan framework?
I think we were just making that as a sort of a general observation. I don't know, Damien or Rodney, that we were trying to specifically incorporate that into the strategic plan.
But I think it's more as we talk about strategies and objectives going forward and some of the initiatives, what's the primary goal and how does that going to affect the future of Garner, and that we don't want to become or remain, however some people look at it, a bedroom community. We want to be self-sufficient and be able to lure big business here, office or whatever, and keep jobs here and have people driving to Garner and not just have everybody going out every morning. And then the preservation of key corridors was talking about 540, and Mr. Dellinger or the mayor might want to elaborate on that.
I'll just say, I think that, that balance of commercial and residential, we need to always be on top of that and trying to look at density and verticality, but also including in that we don't want people just living in Garner and driving to RTP or downtown Raleigh. We want them driving from those places here because we have the type of opportunities commercially that they want, and not just industrial. We're doing a great job on the industrial side, but we also want that other balance of work opportunities in their town limits in the future as well.
To me, these almost sound like sort of principles when you're thinking about writing the meat on the bones for the plan and updating it, that these would be principles that you would keep in mind as you develop specific objectives and key initiatives. Would that be accurate?
Yeah. And it all ties into these sort of looking at these nodes of development, these small area plans, or these places we know we want to grow, so that it's not happening too organically or too erratically, And kind of to piggyback on the development comment and one of the others about, developers aren't the enemy and they're a partner. They're definitely not, but you need the right type of, you'll attract the right type of developer if you have your vision set right. Some of the developers we have at the table now, their expertise isn't what our vision is. So we'll attract the right developers if we have the right vision.
Okay, and then in group 2, a recognition of the partnership that you have with Wake County around their comp and a connection to a specific piece of work, which we're going to hear right after lunch from the staff about an update on kind of what they've been working on under this current plan. Overall framework is okay. There's that KISS principle at play. Tweak objectives is so right. The goal areas are very general, would probably remain relevant, but the tweaking and the rewriting would happen at the levels below that. And then group 3. So the UDO is still being updated. So it's difficult to say plans will change. So this point made out of group 2 emerging is the notion of creating a plan with legs so that it doesn't sit on the shelf, so that you revisit it periodically. I hope that we actually have that part of that conversation after lunch about the discipline to actually use your plan. And this is underscoring that, and at least that's the way I'm interpreting that. If there's anything else from this group that emerged in that conversation differently, let me know.
I like that statement you said, a plan with legs. I hadn't heard it quite, and maybe I've heard that before, but that just hit me just right. The way you said that, it doesn't sit on the shelf, it's got legs. That's an interesting way of saying it, but that's what you mean.
Well, and part of what will happen here is how often how do you use it? How do you tie this plan to other parts of your organization, other systems that support that? But also, how often do you review that? And there's Mr. Matthews looks like some experience in terms of how you actually use that plan and revisit that plan. I would say is part of the evolution of creating this planning process for your town. So, thank you for that group discussion and for experimenting with us about how to share those notes simultaneously. Can't say it was seamless, but it was our best effort in the heat of things. We purposely built in a longer lunch, which now I've just eaten up 20 minutes of your time. But I'd like to still give you an hour and 10 minutes so that we would reconvene at 1:30. And we will reconvene with an update from the staff on some of the initiatives that have been undertaken under the current plan. Any questions going into break? I would encourage you to pay attention to your own mind and body and feed it in the way that needs to be fed during this hour and 10-minute break, so that you can come back with energy for the afternoon. Any closing comments before we go?
Lydia, this is Ken. I may be a few minutes late. My wife has scheduled an appointment for me that we were hoping to have an hour and a half for, but at any rate, and so I'll ask Ms. Behrens if she will to start things back. And also it should be noticed, even though I think Mr. Matthews will be there at the start of this, he did have a personal engagement that he needed to get to, I think around 2:30. So he's going to be missing a little bit later on, but I certainly will be back with the group. I may just not be back right at the start time. Okay.
My apologies for that shift in the calendar.
That's quite all right. That you have to be flexible. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we will, for the benefit of others, put up a slide that basically says lunch break. So for those live streaming, they wonder what's happening. It's lunch.
Good deal. Thank you.
Enjoy.
Okay. Thanks.
One last thing, you may want to mute yourselves and turn your video off during break.
Now I'm in. Okay. Oh, I'm echoing like crazy.
Yeah, I certainly hear that too.
I don't understand.
Ms. Barron, did you switch to your iPad over lunch?
I did.
Are you disconnected from your other computer?
No, do I need to do that?
Yes, ma'am. 2 logins will cause that.
Okay, got you.
So glad we've developed this technical expertise to offer.
Okay, Eric told me to leave it on in case the iPad didn't work. So now we're
Sorry.
good. Okay, it's fine.
Great. Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope folks did get a chance to get up and get away from the computer for a little bit and enjoy some of the natural beauty that you all were bragging about earlier today. I wanted to just make a note. I had said something about a plan with legs, and Mr. Singleton's keyed in on that. And so this is strategic planning is one of my areas of expertise at the Center for Public Leadership and Governance. So I put a link to some slides about strategic public leadership, and that is the planning and the processes that leaders use to really approach the planning. I put that in the chat for you to peruse at your discretion. The slides specifically talk about ways to use your plans to keep them from becoming a credenza filler, as Chief Harry Dolan used to say to me from years ago in Raleigh. So you just might find something in it that's useful. We're going to switch gears a little bit and do some celebration, I think, of the work that has been accomplished in the last couple of years. And the staff is going to walk you through some of those high-level changes. I mean, if obviously one of the purposes of putting a plan together is because you want something to be different, or you purposely want it to be different. So things have become different as a result of having that plan in place. So they're going to talk about some of the changes, some of the initiatives, maybe even some of the new ways of doing business as a result of having this first ever strategic plan. And as you're listening, I guess I want you to consider this question, and I'll paste this in the chat as well. How is the presence of your first ever strategic plan influence not just what the work is, but how the work gets done or who actually does the work? So, just jot down a few notes, and maybe we could talk about that once folks are finished. I'm interested in learning your thoughts about how the next version of the plan will really build on that learning. And it might be some sort of outward facing dashboard, for instance, to kind of help with that community engagement, or something performance management related where you pick a few key measures and decide to key in on that. So those are some of the things that came into mind. And before I leave, I just realized I've got this is my little fidget stuff. It's like magic sand. It's kind of like silly putty, only it's different. It's like granular. So it's literally something to kind of keep me busy while I'm listening intently to what's going to be said by the staff. So I'm going to use this opportunity to kick it over. And I think that Rodney starts today. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you very much, Lydian.
You're welcome.
So I'm going to give you some background information, and then we'll roll into some of the accomplishments. Some of this information you've seen before, so we'll kind of go at a pretty good pace. But I think the basis for trying to get some input from you is going to start with this handout here that you've seen before, the strategic plan. And are we switching?
Rodney, I just need to re-enable the sharing.
So we can get the PowerPoint up here. But
you should be able to.
Okay.
Is that working? Because it says you are all three co-hosts.
No, I'm on that other login. Is that one covered?
Yeah, it says both of them are.
Okay. Well, what I will do is I will just continue on, and then while y'all are working to maybe get the screen shared, that will work. So the strategic plan was adopted October 2016, shortly after I became the manager. This was the town's first multi-year strategic plan. And as we developed it, we kept in mind some of the vision and some of the retreats that we had in the past and where we thought the town wanted to go. And so we envisioned this would have a 3 to 5 year shelf life, and it has done us well. It's made up of several key parts, 4 parts in particular. The first part are your goal statements, which are the foundation for the town's mission, and those would be your fiscal responsibility, your efficient and timely service delivery, orderly growth, and quality of life. And so the goal statements, like I said, are the foundation, and then you have your long range objectives that further define goals. And if I didn't mention, you should have a copy of this in your packet, so you can follow along with some of the things I'm saying.
Having to go to the laptop.
And then with that, you have multi-year initiatives to achieve those objectives. And under those initiatives, staff creates action plans and departmental work plans that we update and look at annually. All right, we're on slide number 3. All right, so this is some of the things I just went over. That's your 4 goal statements there. And talked about the annual task and departmental work plans. All right, advance a couple of slides. Okay, then you get into what have we accomplished under each of those goal statements. So the first one, fiscal responsibility, one of the key things to ensure fiscal stability and efficient use of resources is the bond program. And we've had a lot of discussion about the bond program, the one we're still in, the 2013 bond program, and looking to start another bond program. But that's been a big initiative, and we've been fortunate to experience good interest rates on all 4 borrowings, and that's given us flexibility to respond to opportunities like Meadowbrook and Jurgen Park properties. And now we're working to finalize the remaining bond projects and simultaneously planning for the next bond program. And also under fiscal responsibility, we've begun to look at things in a multi-year fashion, long-term, whereas before we were of course looking at the CIP long-term, but at one point we were just looking at operating year to year, but now we've kind of combined all of that and completely resigned this long-range planning tool, this graphic that Mari helped us design and had input from Mike Franks and others. But this is the CIP is now a functional part of the multi-year system that is led by the strategic plan and informed by other long-range plans and includes recurring operation requirements. The operating impacts of capital projects have also been integrated into the system to provide a more accurate picture of the future. So at one point we were just looking at capital projects and how we finance those, but now we understand better that those have operating implications that also have to be planned out into the future. We've also worked really hard to improve our bond ratings, including helping with our borrowings for the bonds. We've developed with the former council member the revenue savings plan. We've done multi-year planning, and all of those things have helped improve our Moody's and S&P ratings. They make a big difference to the town and citizens when we borrow money, because if we're able to borrow money at a lower interest rate, that allows us to borrow more. We continue to do this work with guidance and advice from Davenport, our financial advisors, and we recently challenged them with helping us to integrate all of these multi-year budgeting processes into our debt model. You've seen a brief overview of how this integration works and how it helps us make decisions, and you'll hear more about this in the future planning. Efficient and timely service delivery. If we go to that definition in our plan, it provide efficient and effective services that match community needs and expectations. And you'll see that part of that is leveraging our local and regional partnerships. In particular, we want to strengthen the delivery partnership with Garner Volunteer Fire Rescue. And we have, that's been a focus, strategic focus of both the council and staff, and have produced a number of positive results. And we continue to work on that. We have some economic development and some Parks and Rec cultural resource partnerships. And we continue to work closely with Wake County Economic Development and the Economic Development Partnership to market Garner, ensure we are in consideration for opportunities that come to this region that are appropriate for our community. And Parks and Rec Cultural Resources maintains a number of partnerships, including the United Arts Council as a cultural resource and art resource. And that has helped bring the mural that's downtown that we're all proud of. And things like partnering with the North Carolina Football Club for youth soccer, which is formerly Castle, and some other recreational partnerships. The other thing we've done is recruitment and retention of outstanding personnel, which keeps us competitive in the region. We engage communication staff to enhance our materials. And one example is some of the brochures that they've generated for police in-house that we use for marketing. And then communications also developed a recruitment video that won first place in the Communications Award for North Carolina City and County Communicators. Garner's Police Department was recommended for a regional approach to hiring challenges and was selected for the inaugural project. Triangle J Sandbox is another way that we're trying to solve problems through these initiatives. And council approved mid-year hires and department reorganizations to meet demands of the growing community. We also asked council to fund a pay equity project to help solve some structural issues that have hindered our competitiveness. And that was mentioned earlier in one of the exercises, keeping our pay competitive. Some of the other things we've done from as far as technology is embrace technology solutions for productivity and internal and external customer service. And you can see there, Garner Info, Dude Solutions is something we use for work order as a work order system in Public Works. We got Office 365 and Teams, integrating some of the technological and IT products that we have. And we've gotten a lot of use out of Teams over the last few months. And Parks and Rec has an online registration system. You can see that, and it helps meet the needs of staff and citizens and makes it easier for them to be engaged in our programs. And we just continue to try to put in place new technology advances. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to John to talk about our next goal statement.
All right, one of the key objectives for orderly growth was updating our long-range plans that guide our growth. So the Garner Forwarded initiative included a new comprehensive plan, a new land use map, and an update to the transportation plan. We're now focused, as you know, on the update of the UDO, which will allow the implementation of many of the themes that come out of those plans. Council is also familiar with the fact that we updated our ETJ or expanded our ETJ back in 2017, the first time in nearly 30 years. This positioned us, well positioned us for continued growth. And we've already been talking since then and even today about some of the ways that we would look to further expand that depending on how Wake County's comprehensive plan is implemented. There's a number of key partnerships that we manage that we really have enhanced since the rollout of the strategic plan that are critical to our transportation and utility infrastructure. The Wake Transit Plan that you've all heard updates on a number of times, it really has provided us a number of benefits. It enhanced our bus service that was expanded again back in September of last year. It is including Garner in the bus rapid transit planning as well as the commuter rail planning. Both of those were mentioned earlier today as well. So Garner is only one of two municipalities that will have all three of the services that are being rolled out as part of the Wake Transit Plan. So it makes us very unique in the planning for and execution of the overall Wake Transit Plan. We also leveraged the community funding area program to secure matching funds for a local transit study. Council has seen that study, and I think it'll be coming back to you very shortly with the recommendation of Planning Commission for final adoption as an addendum to our transportation plan. In the area of transportation, our staff works regularly with Campo. We also have the mayor who serves on the executive committee, and Mr. Matthews is an alternate to that. The Metropolitan Planning Organization that does the long-range planning for transportation, they work closely, as we do, with NCDOT and the Turnpike Authority with 540 on planning a number of initiatives that have been very important to Garner. And we're also trying to leverage them even more now, especially through Campo's LAP program for funding opportunities. And this is something that when we started this strategic plan, we had only, I think, done one LAP project. So we've really tried to expand the use of the funding model. And we've talked about how to maximize the use of that going forward when we think about how we want to structure our bonds for transportation projects in the future. We've already talked today about Plan Wake, the Wake County comprehensive plan. You've already seen an update on that from Wake County staff. And as we've talked about earlier today, we'll now be working with them on how that gets implemented and what kind of impacts that has on Garner. Again, Garner, one of the communities that has probably not maybe the most, but a lot to gain from the implementation of that new comprehensive plan. And then Raleigh Water, formerly known as City of Raleigh Public Utilities. As everyone knows, they manage our wastewater system and water system. That partnership began a number of years ago. We were the first merger partner. You heard an update from the director last fall, and we'll be giving you another statistic at the meeting next week for the general public. But in terms of our water capacity, we are only making use of 32% of our overall water capacity right now. So because of choices that the council and former council have made in the past to acquire additional allocation, we are well positioned for water and sewer capacity to help us drive growth and enable growth into the future. Another key topic for the orderly growth goal was the implementation of a comprehensive economic development plan. We had a fairly fledgling economic development program when this plan got started. Since then, we have written a strategic plan that you saw in more detail in the middle of last year. We've also rolled out the new rebranding of and website of Choose Garner NC, that is the home of all of the detailed information that people need when they are searching to locate businesses in Garner, primarily businesses, sometimes residential, but that is the home that we send everyone to that are looking for site selection or site selectors or looking at making decisions of where to locate their companies. We're also pretty proud of the fact that our economic development plan includes these big initiatives like recruiting Amazon, but also focuses on small business and entrepreneurship through initiatives like GearWorks, which is our facility on Main Street that we work in partnership with both of our economic development non-partners to provide entrepreneurial growth and support opportunities. And with that, I'll turn it over to Matt.
All right, thank you very much. The next focus area that I want to talk about is quality of life. And one of the big things that we want to cover in this area is making sure that we're providing a safe and inviting community. And some of our public safety initiatives go a long way towards meeting that goal. We try to do some things that were beyond just traditional law enforcement or fire response. So the two examples you can see on the right-hand side there are the citizen academies that both the Garner Fire and the police department do that have been quite successful and have really given our citizens a chance to learn more about those services and connect with the people that provide those services, which we think is definitely helpful in terms of engaging the community. You can also see on the left the barbershop rap sessions, which prior to COVID, and that'll be true with a couple of other things on some other slides here too. We had engaged in some meaningful conversations in the community. It's not always an easy issue when you're talking about law enforcement and how that impacts the community. And by reaching out to some citizens to have those sort of conversations in a non-traditional place and in a non-traditional way, we think we've been successful in reaching out and being more accessible. And we hope that will improve people's confidence in our public safety services. Then on the next slide, we've got, John, can you, I don't have control. Can you flip? Back one. Yeah, thank you. So the other thing we want to talk about is that as our community changes, we're constantly looking for unique and different ways to get information out to our citizens. So one of those is in the middle, the popular annual financial report. We produce a lot of financial information from the budget to the annual financial statements, and the financial statements at the end of the year are particularly important because it gives people a sense of how we're spending their money and the financial stability of the organization. But a traditional financial statement is pretty dense and not easy reading for most folks. So we produce basically like a Reader's Digest version that's a lot more accessible to the public. We call that our popular annual financial report. So that's one way that we try to put information out there that's easy for people to understand and something that they're more interested to or more likely to engage with. We also have started doing a podcast, which you can see on the right, Garner Station. So that's a way that a lot of people like to engage with a topic of interest to them, and gives us a chance to highlight some things that are going on in the community in a more in-depth way and sort of personalize it by talking to and with the people that are part of the community. So that has been successful. And we also had started doing what we call pop-up town halls, which again, prior to COVID, when we could gather in larger groups, was working pretty well for us. So we would choose a topic that we knew was of interest to the community, and then we would take town staff and go out to an area of town. Like we did one at the Bearded Lady, and we did one at Full Bloom downtown, and we just bring staff and show up to a place where people are already gathering and talk to them about town services or things that might be on their mind and try to answer questions. So all those are ways that we try to make sure we're reaching out and sharing information with our residents. So we can move on. Thank you. The next slide here, we're talking about embracing diversity and changing demographics, which is definitely critical for a community like us that's growing. We try to make sure we're providing information in multiple languages. We have a significant Spanish-speaking population, and so if there's important information for our residents, we want to make sure that it's available both in English and in Spanish. So you can see the solid waste guide and then the guide to starting a business in Garner. So trying to make sure that we're reaching all of our residents. And also, we work really closely with Wake County on making sure that we participated fully in the census, which is important for us because it provides great data that helps us understand our community and what sort of services they might need. But it's also about getting equitable funding because there are a lot of resources that are, divided up based on census counts and that kind of information. So we feel like that was a very successful effort. We will see what the results show, but we feel good about the progress we've made there. We also try to make sure that we're reaching out to what we think the census will show as a particularly fast growing and important part of the community, which is our seniors. And we've always provided senior programming, but we've really had to pivot a little on how we do that with COVID. And so we've reached out to seniors remotely, virtually, and a lot of them were already using those sort of tools and technologies anyway, but some weren't. And so we tried to help them along and get them set up. And that has been a huge hit. And I'm sure many of our seniors will be very happy when we can get back to the more traditional programming at the senior center. But I think some of the virtual programming will stay beyond when things get a little bit more back to normal, just like everything else. I think that'll be a good avenue to add to our mix of programming for seniors. And the last thing I want to talk about as it relates to quality of life is probably one of the most important, which is providing leisure and recreation opportunities. We finished our comprehensive plan update a little while back, and that is still a pretty current document and will be guiding investments that we make in parks and greenways throughout the coming years and the upcoming bond referendum. Two specific examples are the planning that we're doing for the Meadowbrook and Jurgen parks, which I know you guys are quite familiar with. That is all part of the investments that we need to make sure this is a place that people want to move, since they've got a lot of choices, even more so now that they're working virtually. Another asset that we want to make sure that we're highlighting is GPAC. And so we were already starting to do this when we last talked to you all at your retreat numerous months ago, but our GPAC at Home series has really started to take off. And, by providing these virtual entertainment outlets, the fact that we're doing them virtually has allowed us to provide a greater mix of, basically, instead of having a smaller number of more expensive shows, the virtual nature of them has allowed us to experiment a little bit more with our programming and provide more frequent and a wider variety of shows. And they've been very successful, and they're helping us build our audience. So we hope that when things return to something more normal and we're doing performances at GPAC, some of the audience that we've built up over this virtual time period, that maybe we will have boosted our audience for in-person shows as well as a result of these efforts. So anyway, those are just a few examples of quality of life. And just to sum up, the feedback that we're going to get from you all today hopefully will allow us to better shape the next year's work plans. All the details essentially that fall under the broad areas of the strategic plan, so that the staff does rely on that feedback to make sure that we're working on the right things to meet your goals. The plan's approaching its 5-year life, which is about what we thought when we first did it. And so we're trying to get some sense for how much work needs to be done to it and what sort of steps we need to take to make sure it's relevant for the next 5 years. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you to staff. I guess I would pause and ask if there are particular questions of the staff about the progress that they reported on, or something they didn't mention. No questions? Then I guess I'd ask also for some reflection, and this is really a question for council and staff. I mean, the question I put in the chat was, how has the presence of this plan either influenced what you worked on, how you worked on it, or who worked on it? Anybody have any feedback or thoughts about that? Nobody had chocolate at lunch?
I mean, I can answer from a staff standpoint. I mean, we continue to use these objectives and initiatives as we plan our annual operating budget, and you will see some of these statements and some of the requests in the budget. You'll see how they match up to some of these objectives, initiatives, and goal statements, and in some ways they direct our day-to-day tasks. So that's how we use it. You'll see in the budget some of the accomplishments, and they'll be coded as OG for orderly growth, or FS or FR for fiscal responsibility, and those type of things. So we're continually matching what we do every day to what these goals and initiatives are.
Yeah, so the tying to the budget request makes sense. So you actually are, this is not a plan that's necessarily sitting on the shelf. Even just tying, you mentioned tying, I think it was budget requests to your goal areas, but was that what you said, just the budget requests, or was it broader?
Well, our budget request and to some of our goals and initiatives within the departments.
I see. So, so that's being used to guide departmental decisions too, and programming. Other thoughts about how this plan has influenced the way you do your business or what the business is?
Lydia, one observation was that because this was our first plan, many of the things that the plan led us to do were starting programs that have become regular parts of our work. So I think that as we look at retooling initiatives, one of the things that staff already observes is that a lot of our initiatives were accomplished in maybe year 1 and year 2, but it was a 5-year plan. And so because we didn't have those things in place, once we started that, it became an annual recurring initiative. And because those things are in place and they're going to stay in place, the next revision we have to initiatives can get into some more of the details of taking that work even further. But we're already being mindful of trying to make sure that we've got a good way to report back on the outcomes of the things that we create as initiatives. In the first plan, the initiatives were really capturing everything council had been wanting us to work on for a handful of years. And so going forward, now that we've got a format, we can focus more on making sure that the initiatives are things that are measurable and are even easier to disseminate out into those departmental work plans.
Certainly makes sense to me to sort of phase the, not the adoption, but the adaptation of your planning processes and the various performance measures and metrics that actually help you understand progress. That makes sense to me. Other council comments or questions?
I have a comment. It's interesting to look at the plan and to see how its implementation has shaped so much of what has happened and brought about a lot of the positive things. And we hit a lot of them on the head before even I was on the council. And I think one thing that's interesting is that I think it probably helped facilitate a lot of the growth that we've had, and it happened a lot faster because of this sort of strategic vision. And so the 5 years didn't quite seem like all this would happen in 5 years, maybe. And so I think the other part is when you have a time to revisit or really walk through the plan is when you have an election and you get up with new people on the council. There was, I know through the first year, and Mr. Matthews and I would push a lot on development and metrics and ETJ. There seemed to be so much momentum in the work, which is understandable because that all has to keep going. But there was never really a time set aside to pause and say, this is when we need to sort of coalesce again to maybe revisit some of this stuff in light of, one, all the growth that's actually happened. The actual success of a lot of points of this plan are times when you need to kind of reevaluate the pendulum swing that happened. So the only other one is sort of, it falls into under the orderly growth, the proactively updating of the plans. You know, that is one that sort of requires that give and take with council and bringing updated information around growth trajectories so that we can have those kind of conversations in a work session setting to say, we actually, again, this goes back to the staff recommendation piece where the staff should be recommending tweaks, and they do. But even more so if, you know, kind of if we continue at this rate, this is what's going to happen. So maybe we need to talk about some things, and sort of initiating some of those conversations a little earlier would be helpful. Those are my comments.
So it made me think that of this question, what is the optimal time period to actually review the plan and update it? And that's a sense that I think we want to get out of this next conversation. A couple of questions that I've identified here is, and again, what we're hoping to do is to kind of for staff to get a sense of how much work needs to be done. Is it wholesale rewrite, or is it, you know, fixing around the edges, tweaking around the edges? But this question of how often to update, I think, is definitely something that may fit in here. And the other thing I'll mention is that, back to Ms. Behringer's concerns about beautification, as we're going through this quality of life, and this is just an observation, and it's probably maybe it's welcome, maybe it's not. There is actually something in here that talks about promote and expand beautification in key corridors. So that's actually something that made it to the plan, but maybe isn't hasn't had the opportunity to have the conversation about the importance of that and making sure that those get emphasized, which in my mind might tie to this question of how often do you revisit that in light of changing circumstances, whether it's the amount of growth or just, the worldwide pandemic that nobody thought of. I think that might be an opportunity to highlight things that are in the plan, but maybe not being worked as actively as circumstances might warrant. So in the next, go ahead, Kathy.
Yeah, if I could just throw this out as a starting point, maybe we need to schedule a review of the plan annually. We can work around that as far as whether it needs to be done annually or biannually, but be purposeful about revisiting, just like some other issues as well. Just put it on Bill's stress calendar and make sure it gets addressed.
Well, and I think that's exactly the kind of conversation I'd like to put you back into some small groups to have. It speaks specifically to the second question. So the first question is, what adjustments, that might be additions or deletions or changes might you propose to amend the framework, the vision, or the goal statements? And maybe even the objectives, but we really didn't want to go quite too deep down into it. But we want to kind of see what changes need to be made to the whole basic framework. But to this last point, what guidance do you want to give staff about the initiatives to propose that align with the changes that were suggested? So in that sense, this might be some guidance to give staff is to look at it more regularly, for instance, periodically. And then finally, what is sort of the extent, and this is a judgment call, what is the extent of change that's really needed to this plan to make it relevant for the years going forward from, say, staff, I think it's going to be 21 to, I wrote 21 to 25, but I realized that that's 4 years and my own potential, my own editing that didn't get that time frame right. Do you have a scope? And maybe that's a question too, is like, what's the scope and how long are you planning for? This one was 5 years. You might hear a recommendation to shorten it. So maybe the last question comes out of the conversation in small groups from the first two questions.
Yeah, I think that would be good.
Okay.
See what we get out of that before we can decide.
So what I would like to do is kind of, again, jumpstart the conversation in small groups and then kind of come back and see where the intent of the group is headed. One question I wanted to ask is there a benefit to sticking with the same group for today? Or are you interested in switching it up a little bit? You've been hanging with the same folks this morning.
I like the same group, keep it consistent.
That was my initial reaction. I just wanted to make sure that y'all weren't sick and tired of each other just yet.
Not yet. Hey, we're not in the same room with each other, so. Or same table.
Right. Well, on the same screen. So I'm going to suggest that we just take maybe what I'll do is put the stretch break into the small group conversation. You all can take that as it comes. I have 2:10 by my clock, and I'm hoping to be able to put you in these groups and have a conversation for about 20 minutes. We've been gauging you where you are based on how much you've written in your notes. So that would say, maybe what we'll do is say 2:25, and that includes a 5-minute stretch break. You all can manage your stretch break in your groups, however you want to do that. At the beginning, at the end, stand up and walk around, however. So does that make sense? Those 3 questions and 20 minutes, including a break. Questions? I got the thumbs up. That's a great sign. All right, well, take them away, Jess. I think we have everybody. We decided to, like yesterday, to switch this up a little bit and not use our regular process that we'd already used this morning. But what that meant was, since we couldn't creep on your documents, we didn't really know where you were in terms of your progress. So I've just learned another benefit of having the small group scribes is it helps us make sure that we have allowed the right amount of time for your group discussion. What we thought we would do, excuse me, is to ask your group to report out by question. And then Jess and I will try and capture your feedback. And it doesn't necessarily have to be the scribe then to give the report, but whoever may have notes or would like to do so. Jess, do you want to, who's chuckling? It's like, what's the joke here? Welcome back, Mayor. So this first question, based on everything we've kind of learned today and heard about the update, what kind of adjustments would you propose to amend the framework, either the vision or the goal statements? And I'm going to call on group one and let Jess start note taking, and then I'll jump in. Oh, I need to be in the document first. Yeah, then I'll jump in and record also. So group number one, and let's ask for one contribution from group one, then one from group two, and then one from group three, and then we'll go back to group one so that we kind of share our responsibilities. That
I'll make a general comment based on the discussion I had with Councilmember Dellinger, and this is overall just one thing recommended is a policy review schedule, so that we're looking at this strategic plan, we're looking at, fee in lieu of, we're looking at any of the other plans or documents that we have on a regular schedule. So that's kind of across the board, not just strategic plan focused. And then the thought was that the goal areas are fine. The 4 goal areas we have are fine. There are some tweaks that were mentioned in particular. For example, in quality of life, there's a statement in there about community engagement and how that betters the Garner community. However, that doesn't include development. So the thought was that there needs to be some type of statement about engagement that deals with growth, and maybe possibly put that in the orderly growth section. Because the thought is that if you engage residents early in the development process, it's kind of scary at first, but in the end, it makes for an all-out better process if everybody kind of knows what's coming, the magnitude of it, and how it affects their quality of life and their property. So that was one of the things. If Mr. Dellinger, did I capture that correctly?
I'm not muted. Am I muted? Yeah, that was, overall it was, we didn't have any wholesale major changes to anything. It's a pretty solid, it was just more sort of the review element of the project, of the goals.
Great. What about for group number 2? What maybe additions, deletions, or changes would you propose to either the vision or the, oh, Jess is typing, okay, to this process?
So our group did not have any changes to the goals or the goal statements or the vision either.
What about group number 3?
Yeah, we didn't have any changes to the big, the upper level elements of the document. We did spend some time talking about the, more frequent review schedule. And one idea that came up was maybe reviewing one part of the document every 6 months. So we're not reviewing the whole thing every 6 months, but if every 6 months we hit one part and then another and then another, it would, it would lead us to that review schedule. The other thing, since it didn't seem like anybody else had too much, I'll maybe throw a second one in there. The other thing that we talked about was adding something about beautification under the efficient services delivery, but neither one of those were really like high level changes to the document. But that's what came up under that question.
So beautification, which I can't spell under pressure, but if you under which section?
Efficient services delivery was the suggestion.
And I think John has his hand raised, Lydian.
Okay. This is why maybe this is not working for me. John, what's your question or comment?
Just wanted to ask a clarifying question. We're talking about reviewing, and I think for staff, or at least the management team, there's probably two different kinds of review, and I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. There's sort of an annual or biannual or semi-annual check-in on the accomplishments of initiatives in a plan. Part of what we're talking about today is how frequently do we review the actual framework of the plan. So that may only be a confusion in my mind, but I just wanted to make sure that we were distinguishing the review of the progress from a newly adopted plan versus how often are we reviewing the framework of the plan for changes like we're doing now at the 5-year mark?
That's a really good question. And that's my assumption had been, what was your assumption, John?
I think we need to define both. I think in an ideal world, we'd have some annual type of reporting back to the council when we've got the initiatives more reportable. Then we'd have an annual or some frequency of reporting of the accomplishments, and then as we approach whatever the life is that everyone agrees for the plan, we would start having a discussion like today. We're approaching the 5-year mark. We said it was a 5-year plan. So what is the frequency for reviewing the structure of the plan? So, I think not to predispose the schedule, but an annual review of the accomplishments and a multi-year, 4-year, 5-year, whatever review that everyone agrees to of the framework and structure.
I think I'll jump in for group number 3, and Ms. Berenger can weigh in, and Mr. Matthews had to leave. He had said at the beginning he had to drop off at some point in the afternoon. So he's not here to comment, but I think our group was talking more about the accomplishments side of it as opposed to reviewing the overall structure. So every 6 months, I believe the intention was pick an area and talk about what we've accomplished in that area, and then 6 months later pick a different area, talk about what we've accomplished in that area. But the review of the big overarching stuff wouldn't necessarily have to be that often.
Right. But we also talked about reducing the time frame to review the overall plan from 5 years, maybe down to 3 years, and not make it so long.
I think that's smart.
Yeah.
So I have to say that when I teach this, I do talk about putting together a plan for probably no more than 2 or 3 years. So a personal opinion is, even though you didn't ask for it, taking off the facilitator and putting on the expert hat, 5 years is a bit long. I think things are changing pretty rapidly, and no more than 2 or 3 years for a reassessment of the framework and all of the plan, really.
And that's some of the discussion we had in group 1 also, is that when we wrote this plan, we were growing, but now we can see the rate of growth and the impact that has on the community. So we do need to maybe look at some of these goals, initiatives, objectives, and how they work in a high growth environment. So more often, if that's because we expect that's gonna continue. So looking at it more often.
And the clarification on our group 1, so the community engagement piece doesn't include growth and development. One of the Rodney's suggestion of putting quality of life and an engagement element in the orderly growth is important. But then again, looking at the goal statements, which I didn't really do until we came back out, the goal statement for orderly growth is grow and maintain a robust, diversified economy. And I think if we added onto that and support quality of life, which is the next whole strategic area, then those two sort of get linked together and supportive of each other. Because I think we all agree that orderly growth includes more than just a robust and diversified economy. But I think if you link it in the goal, it makes a big difference in you're supporting all these economic efforts, but also these quality of life efforts that you can then change over time, but you're then linking those two things together. which I think is helpful.
But I think what I heard you say is the grow and maintain a robust, diversified economy and plan for orderly and stable development with a balance of growth.
Yeah, so the goal statement as is grow and maintain a robust, diversified economy. I want to add and support quality of life. So quality of life is the actual next section or strategic objective. So your orderly growth is supporting your quality of life objectives and initiatives as well.
And what difference does, this sounds like a snippy question and I don't, it's a curious question. What difference does that make for you?
For me, it's just on the goal statement. So the goal statement as is only economic focused. It's not linked in any way to quality of life, which is in orderly growth. You're thinking about orderly in terms of all of these things working in sync with one another. So the goal statement doesn't quite fit what the objective column is. And so by linking it with the other quality of life, you don't have to spill in a lot of the quality of life stuff in your orderly growth. You're kind of referencing it and you're including it by reference to your orderly growth activity. That was kind of my thought process.
So the interest was in linking goal statements.
Yeah.
So did we capture, I mean, there doesn't sound like there was an awful lot of changes other than this one that was just suggested. And I guess the second question that we had asked you all to discuss is there any particular guidance that you want to offer about the initiative? So that would actually be some of the things that are down in the below that, that a lot to propose that, well, I don't like my question. I'm not even sure my question is clear. What did you all discuss on your second question? I think it's more generally guidance to staff. And we've talked about some of the reassessment and distinguishing between the reassessment of the total plan and the periodic visitation of the performance metrics to measure progress. What other guidance do you have to offer?
Yeah, so one thing we talked about, of course, we'll have to update these for staff to use as a work plan, but some of the discussion was there needs to be more in here about how council does this business and how they go about their everyday legislative duties of achieving these goal statements.
And how would that be helpful?
But that go ahead, Dylan.
I think it kind of like the plan with legs. It's good to have a plan with legs, but these documents we need to think about these documents and goals as council members when items come before us. I think we do, but I don't think we consciously think about all of these things when we're bringing up issues. So, for example, when Councilwoman Behringer is talking about litter pickup, like her first thought should be, this is part of our strategic plan that we don't let this happen. So things like that, so that we're a little more cognizant of what these bigger picture things are and bring them down into some of our decision making and deliberation.
So one of the reasons I asked Rodney about his question about tying some of these goal statements to budget, I've also seen organizations actually link their agenda items to goal statements so that all of the business that comes before you is connected in some way to your strategic plan. I'm not sure if it's a goal statement or it might even be more further down that would be more specific. But that's a way for you all to keep your legislative responsibilities focused on the strategic plan. Second thing I'll say is it's not often, quite frankly, that councils do a self-assessment of their own work, but whenever they do, it's generally tied to how they're using the strategic plan. So just to add another 2 cents.
I think that's a very good point, Lydian, because I think probably we all, mayor and council members, think that what we're doing is consistent with the goal statements and the various initiatives, but maybe a good idea for us to maybe I don't know, in some fashion, have some indicator on the agenda, even by number or something that, this one is consistent with or relates to this particular goal statement or this particular initiative under that. Just as a kind of a reminder that, this is something we've already put down as something we believe is a good thing to do. And this agenda item basically is in support of that. I didn't explain that very well, but I think there is that connect, or we need to recognize that connect and be aware of that.
Right. And if I could add to that, I like that statement, Mr. Mayor, and to add to that, if we had some kind of indicator on the agenda items, that would also communicate to the public who are looking and watching that we are paying attention to that strategic plan and making and connecting the dots, not just leaving them out there.
Okay.
What other kinds of suggestions did your groups talk about in terms of guidance for staff going forward?
For
John's
group number,
got that. It was me and John and Elmo in group 2.
So there was a comment I think has already been captured, but one of the recommendations was a place that the initiative about appearance might move from quality of life over to timely service delivery. And I think that was our early comment that was captured. It might be captured, need to move to this section, but that was already included there. There was also some discussion about updating plans, especially our transportation plan. And while it's covered in the orderly growth area, there's not any real time frame or anything that makes those on a schedule or more timely or measurable for the refreshes. So one thought was in things like plans, can we further define a schedule or something that would let council recognize that the need to update or the need to overhaul is programmed into the work we're doing.
Yeah, and in general, I think that there's an opportunity to, Jess, I'm gonna let you take this one from here, I think. I think there's an opportunity to get more specific with some of these pieces that will help you, especially if you're moving into a performance management type approach. You'll have to have something to measure, some kind of reference point.
Another item, group 1 under efficient and timely service delivery, centered around aligning new staff hires to certain goal areas and future initiatives. So kind of we can all kind of see what's coming. So then you try to match the expertise of new hires with some of the things that the council is going to face in the near to long range future.
Makes total sense. Other groups, what advice or guidance do you want to offer up?
From group 3, I don't think we had anything too significant to add other than just the one point that, when by staff reporting back on the accomplishments that, that we've achieved under, the existing elements of the plan, that process gives council information about what changes they might want to suggest. So like they need to hear back from staff about the progress before they can, or as part of the process, to suggest other changes.
Yeah. One of my favorite quotes is Dwight D. Eisenhower before he was president, and he was speaking to the Army, and he talked about the value of the planning, basically the value of the planning processes, because when the emergencies hit, your plans go out the window, but you want to stay steeped in the character of the problem you may one day be called upon to solve. And that is really what these discussions will help you do, is to stay steeped in the nature of the problem that you may one day be called upon to solve. The other benefit to doing that is that it when opportunities arise, you're so into it that you know when to grab them. So it's that strategic serendipity that you can take advantage of. Any other feedback from the groups, the small group conversations? Because I feel as if we're moving
The
towards
only
wrapping
last
up
one
today.
is we touched back on the pipeline document that was worked on last year and putting some more emphasis back on that, to use that as a tool that council can reference when it comes to the pipeline of projects. So that was one that came out of our group as well, talking with Rodney.
Okay. Well, any last thoughts that are coming to you that you didn't necessarily talk about in your group, but now that we've put all this out here, you went, aha, something else? One of the things that,
In regards to this question?
yeah, or anything else at this point.
Well, I mean, it's nice to talk about, leave it where you were right there. Jessica, I was reading something from the middle column there. Yeah, when it talks about relate council agenda items to parts of the strategic plan, maintain consistency and focus on the plan. Well, when we're approving plans related to the UDO, which is an ordinance. So having a plan as a guide is fine. If y'all want to have it on there part of your agenda, that's fine too, but you're approving plans that are our laws and our statutes. So it's nice to have the plan as a guideline, but the plan is just that, it's a plan. Plans can be changed. We meet 3 times a month, 12 months a year, and plans can be changed 36 times a year. The UDO does not get changed that often. It gets tweaked. So when we make improvements of a residential or commercial project, it's focused on the UDO and our ordinances and statutes. The plan is just a guideline which helped to shape those documents. So I'm just saying, be careful what you ask for by putting these strategic plans out there, because sometimes they won't align. You'll have something come up that's unique, because think how many times we've approved something that violated our UDO and we had to go ahead and approve it, and because we're going to go tweak the UDO afterwards. So just remember that. That's your development document. This is a framework that is used to help develop that document. So don't rely on the strategic plan to approve projects. That won't work. It's a guide.
I would say, I think that is entirely true. However, and I think this is a conversation we could have with the town attorney, when it comes to special use permits and conditional use permits, a lot of our planning documents, our comprehensive plan, and some of these other documents are included by reference. And we have the ability as council to consider those strategic and public good objectives, particularly with special use permits. We can reject a project on a lack of public fit or public interest, which isn't something, it's not a checkbox in the UDO. And so I think you're right. Like this bigger picture stuff, we can't say, well, that doesn't support orderly growth. I reject this, development. But I think there's a lot more leeway we have to meet kind of in the middle between the strict guidelines they have to meet and our perception of our objectives from our comp plan, for example, in a particular development. And if they don't align, have that discussion and the deliberation. So that's kind of where, otherwise we could just, approve everything if they hit every checkbox. So, but you're right, like the strategic stuff is not the basis on which we would turn something down, but there's a little bit more wiggle room in the middle, I think.
Well, that's possible. Remember, anytime a property is zoned, they are allowed to build whatever is allowed in those zoning classifications. And case law, and we've been sued before and we hadn't won any. Case law, ones that we turned down, will clearly show that in North Carolina, and this has gone on for decades, it will side with usually the development side, because again, once that zoning classification, the use is okay in that zoning classification, as long as it's reasonable, the conditions you added, it would be allowed. I'm telling you from past history, and having been sued several times on the council, many times actually, that you don't have as much flexibility as you think you have. The parameters, since I've been on the council, have gotten a whole lot narrower than they used to be.
I agree. A lot of those that come before us are also looking for a zoning change too. You're not entitled to a zoning change.
True, exactly. That's true.
So that's what that's what I mean is like we take the opportunities we have to evaluate these things and apply them in accordance with, again, I think we still have to use our comprehensive plan and values that are in those and strategic plans to measure against them. But again, we do it where we can. You're right. Once the zoning's done, it's like, well, now you can do what you said you do. But we should know what our options are and evaluate them at the time against these other documents that are valid. They're valid things for us to consider at those hearings. So.
And my suggestion for that tying to the plan was so that you all can create a document that outlines what you say is important for you all to pay attention to, and then you have a way to hold your feet to that. I guess that was the intention, discipline is remembering what you want, so if you said this is what we want, it gives you not only the ability to say this is where our focus and our time and our efforts are, but when something else comes over and they said this is a great idea too, and you say yes, but it's not in our plan and this is the focus, so it helps you just kind of create that focus. That was the only reason for mentioning those things, is to keep your blinders on, but with a periodic assessment so that you need to know whether those blinders aren't serving you in the context to which you find yourself. Well, we have come to the end of our time together today, and our plan is to reconvene. I always put there 8:15 to gather and start at 8:30, and today we needed those 15 minutes to figure out everybody's technology. Generally, it's to get that last cup of coffee. Let's just say that we'll have a hard start at 8:30 in the morning. We're going to shift our focus slightly, but yet still forward with discussions about the bond referendum and how that can then support the vision that you've been steeped in today. And then we will end with a bit more conversation about how you want to do that work together, and that will be tomorrow. So the intention tomorrow is to be from 8:30 to, I think I said noon. And
That's right.
Yep. Yes. So I'll do my best to keep us on schedule, and I'm sorry if we messed anybody up today. But I appreciate everyone's time and attention, and I'd love at the end of tomorrow to get a bit of feedback about how this worked on Zoom, but I think I'd like for you to think about that from today, but let's talk about it tomorrow if that's okay.
Lydia, and then I will be finished.
I am ready, although my contact is bothering me. So if I get up and jump and do something, it's to go find my glasses.
Okay. If I have to read anything small, I'll have to jump up and get my reading glasses somewhere, I suspect. So, okay. Let's see. I don't see the town manager on there, but I'm assuming he's here because I saw him earlier this morning. So he's probably on somewhere.
He's on.
Okay. Again, let me just say welcome to the group. It's good to see you all in this forum again this morning. It's unique, but I hope everybody had a pleasant night's rest and are charged up and ready to go again today. Lydia, I must say that one of the things that came to my mind, particularly as I was having breakfast this morning, was that obviously these virtual meetings don't so much allow for breaking bread or having a meal together, and so I sort of missed that. But it put my mind on food. And I found a little a piece of humor here that I was intrigued by about food. So I just wanted to share that briefly with you. This is about both pieces of pie, okay? It's fairly brief. It says, a boy brought a friend over for supper. His friend seemed to enjoy the food all right, even though his mother was not the best cook around. Then it came time for dessert. The mother asked her son's friend, would you like some of my famous apple pie? The boy told her that he would, and when the boy had finished the pie, he thanked his friend's mother. The mother was pleased with the boy's manners, and she asked, "Did you like my pie?" "Ma'am, I just want to thank you for both pieces." The mother responded, "But you only ate one piece of my pie." The boy explained, "Not exactly. That piece of your pie was my first and my last." So that's a perspective on food that sometimes we have, I suppose. But reminded me of an incident of somebody eating something. They were trying to think of a nice way to say they didn't really enjoy it, but this young man seemed to figure that out for sure. One other thing I will mention, yesterday I started out with a little excerpt from my History of Garner. And I must say that while I haven't read the entire book, I was piecing through a portion of it last evening. And Mr. Singleton, I'm pleased to say, is part of our history book in Garner. I guess he knows that. But your name was mentioned in there as we got to a newer era. I didn't see it mentioned back in the 1900s, 05s or whatever, but it had to do with when the town bought, I think, Lake Benson Park, and there was discussion about what you were going to build out there. Apparently some discussion about building a recreation center at one time, and at any rate, that didn't happen. But your name was mentioned there. I'll show you the excerpt from it when I get a chance, okay?
Yes, sir. That was another bond. That was another bond referendum in 1996.
Exactly, and that's sort of what drew my eyes to it was a bond referendum there, in that year. So you have some good experience with that. So with that, Lydian, I will turn this over to you and welcome you back with us this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought it would be helpful to begin today with just a sense of any reflections that have struck you or stuck with you overnight about our discussions yesterday, which really had us of a mind for the future and the future vision that you all have for your town and for your community. Today, we're going to shift really to what it is that we need to be doing now to create that vision. But before we make that jump, I just didn't know if there were particular reflections that would that you'd like to share that are relevant from yesterday and help undergird our conversation for today. So that's my opening question to the group.
I thought it was a very good meeting. I got to learn a lot about my fellow counterparts as well as some of the staff that sometimes you think, well, I'm the only person thinking about this, or, but as we broke out into the teams and come back together, it was interesting that so many had the same thoughts of ideas, and we're all thinking forward, not kind of stuck in time here, because I think we're all recognizing the growth of our town and what's coming to us, and the things that we're going to need to prepare for that, and that we're all somewhat on the same sheet of music. And so when you think that way, it makes this progress, or this move, all the moves we're going to be taking, a little bit easier, and plus we know a little bit more about each other. So I really, that was a good walkaway for me, that so many of us were on that same sheet of music, that what we wanted for our town, and we're willing to step up and do what we needed to do to make it a better place. So that was my takeaway.
Great. Thank you for that reflection. Anyone else?
I would say that I have much the same thoughts after yesterday. I was real pleased with the discussion and the issues brought forth and the consensus and understanding, which is encouraging going forward with all that's going on in the world today and all we have to deal with. And the one thing that one point I would like to be clear about is that with this issue about beautification, we have beat that to death over the past 10, 12, 15 years. And I'm glad to see that we are paying attention, and I hope that we will continue to look for solutions, not excuses about why we can't do it. yes, I know it's partly our citizens, it's partly others. It doesn't matter. It's a problem. And I'm just glad to see that it seems to be in the forefront and not being ignored anymore.
Thank you.
I just want to kind of dovetail with Mr. Matthews and say it's good to see that we all are kind of very similarly minded. And I think, COVID has kind of made it harder for us to communicate outside of council with each other and get together. And so I think it gives us more space to just kind of deliberate and brainstorm. And I'd like to see some of that transfer into some of our work sessions and council meetings where we give a little more space for things to breathe and talk about things and not be in such a rush. And we talked about it very briefly at one point. Maybe we need to look at the timing of our council meetings. Maybe they have to be a little bit earlier so they don't run so late. I know we had talked about changing some stuff. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. I guess the other thing too is kind of the staff always sort of looking for that consensus on the council to move on things. And I think for a lot of things that's important, but I think for some things, each council member represents all the citizens of the town. And so if someone on council has an issue, like Ms. Behringer with this beautification, the staff should take some of those things very seriously, because we don't just represent, I don't think anyone on this council sits up here and just represents their own interests. We're all looking out, we're hearing from people. So I think if we have more time too in council for these issues to breathe, we can have more conversation. And like Mr. Matthews said, we can understand, we actually all do care about this stuff. We just need to find a way to implement it. So that's sort of my takeaway, is we all represent the residents.
Okay. And I will say that in looking back on yesterday and going through the vision statement and looking at the visioning practice we went through and roughly the 5-year lifespan that it has, and seeing how it's still holding firm with just a few potential possible changes, which are not, I would say, heavy changes. It shows to the planning effort that was made of previous years, and then coming away from that and the meeting yesterday, looking at saying that because of the speed of growth that was quite different from 5 years ago to now, we'll look at the vision statement and the plans at a 3-year interval, which I thought was a really good step in looking at how we're going to plan in the future. And instead of waiting for a longer period of time, we look at a shorter period of time because of the speed at which we're growing. And then looking at how the 4 parts of the goal statements are still holding firm and still holding strong. There was several areas that were discussed that we're going to look at in the future, which I thought were very good. One pertaining to beautification and planning and implementing that plan, and the possibility of how to solve the problem that we currently have within the town. Well, minimize the problem we currently have in the town through by looking at possible public works and things of that nature to help to be a remedy to the issue. And then adding on to that, looking at the Garner 4 plan, more specifically the transportation plan in the future, as to how that comes together with the orderly growth, and just trying to make sure that we have plans that are relevant now. They may have been relevant when they were done, but now because of how things have changed, we need to relook those plans, and particularly one being the transportation plan. So that's what I took away from it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I will just mention that, I appreciate the conversation with everybody yesterday. Obviously, I missed a little segment, but I thought everybody participated very well. And some of the discussions we had were, all the discussions I thought were lively and very helpful. Ms. Behringer, I almost hesitate to mention this. I don't know if it's any consolation to you, but all of you know that I do enjoy history and some of our particular own history. But if it's any consolation that in this book, talking back when Garner first started, get this, it says some of the early ordinances also addressed Garner's attractiveness. It said the ordinances governed the placement and appearance of houses as well as other things. And a committee was appointed to oversee the neatness of the unpaved roads and to keep public buildings and cemeteries neat. Boy, isn't that a deja vu, huh?
That's a little comforting and to know that they thought about it way back then. It's a little disconcerting that it's over 100 years ago and we still have a mess.
I think amongst other things, you could say history repeats itself, right?
Indeed.
At times, in certain ways, yeah. But anyway, those are the other things I would mention. I was going to, I don't know if maybe you're going to get to the aha moment in just a minute, Vivian, but
this is time. If you have an aha moment, it's time to share it. Yep.
Well, I'm not sure if this would fit under the traditional definition of that, but one of the thoughts that occurred to me actually this morning was, I see all of you on the screen there, and I'm told, and I'm sure it's true, I can see Mike Franks, but I'm told there's a whole, shall I say, a cadre of people, our staff members, department heads, who are participating in this. They're not on the screen visible to me, but it's comforting, number one, to know that they're there and they're available to us. But number two, my aha moment is, all of these people are excellent resources, and at some time, maybe just briefly, as we're all trying to be brief and concise, I guess, if there are any of those department heads who've been sitting there and don't feel as though they've had an opportunity to speak or share a thought, I certainly would entertain that and would encourage that, even if you haven't been asked a question. I treasure your thoughts and certainly your expertise in the various departments that you work in. So if you feel like you've got an aha something, or even if it's not an aha something to share, please take the opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other thoughts that stuck with you, reflections, or an aha before we move into today's discussion?
And yes, before we go into Councilman Singleton, I'd like to say one thing in reference to the transportation plan, because I pretty much think in a linear fashion, I guess you could say, that before we get there, we have a UDO plan that we have to satisfy before trying to start that planning process with the transportation plan. That's all I had to say.
Okay.
And Lydian, just from a staff or manager viewpoint from yesterday is, I think a lot of the council members have pretty much the same goal, maybe some different ideas on how to get there. But one of the things I took away was trying to find a balance between the residents that are moving here as we grow and the ones that have been here, long-term residents, and all of those in the middle. So just trying to find a balance where we can keep the character of the town, but also respond to the needs of those that are moving here, that may be looking for different things that the current residents were not looking for. So that's one of the things I took from yesterday.
Great. Thank you very much for those reflections. I am noting that Mr. Singleton, this would be your chance if you had something you wanted to say. Otherwise, I'm going to take it on.
I concur with what my colleague said.
All right, the KISS method.
and a little history about beautification. The crepe myrtles on Main Street, and some people probably already know this, were planted to beautify Main Street, I think in the 40s. A group of ladies wanted to do that. And I understand they're the ones that planted those crepe myrtles that are still on Main Street.
And Garner Women's Club.
Yep.
Cool. Thank you for that historical reference. In some ways, yes, things stay the same, and yet it also speaks in this context, I think, to frankly, the weight that you all have to plan a future 100 years from now. And I hope that's in fact what we're keeping in the forefront of our minds today. This morning, we're going to start with a focus on the major decision points that are related to the parameters of the bond issuance. And we're going to hear from, I believe it's former staff person, Mike Franks, who's actually available to join us from Colorado. He's going to be sharing some background information related to the major decisions that you're going to face, like borrowing limits, the impacts on operating budgets, excuse me, and some of the implications on project management costs, et cetera. So Mike can only join us for the first part of this morning. So I want to get, excuse me, I want to not lose my place in all of these various things that are open on my screen. So we want to get specific about your feedback on the elements of the bond referendum right at the beginning of the day. We'll spend the second part of this discussion about the bond focusing on how you want to set yourselves up for success with this referendum, including any lessons learned that you've learned from the last bond issuance, and also just general guidance about how to frame and message potentially this referendum. We recognize that several of you were not involved in that work, and so if there are any lessons to take away from that, there'll be a benefit from that discussion. Before we hear from Mr. Franks, I want just to explain the decision points that we're moving towards today and how we're going to get to that decision. And that should help you make notes to yourself or think about how you want to answer the questions as Mike presents. So give me a moment and I'm going to share my slide, and again, too many things open. All right. So everyone should be seeing a slide that says decisions time points, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So again, affirmation that you're in agreement on the timing of the bond referendum, the bond amount, how much tax increase, how much total borrowing amount. And so these are the questions I kind of want you to keep in your head as Mike is going through his presentation. Also, specifically, some kind of allocation of the amount they'd like to spend in specific areas. At this point, it's my understanding that these basic areas of parks and recreation, transit, streets and sidewalks, general government, and in that is included a fire station, and stormwater and other infrastructure are the basic components. So keep that in mind and be thinking about, I was thinking about even just a pie chart. So if you even want to make notes to yourself, this might be a time to get out your little whiteboard and your markers. So for instance, and I will ask you to do this, if we were to do 25% to each of those pie categories, might look like this. So at some point this morning, I will ask sort of, how would you draw that pie chart and what kind of emphasis would you put on your categories? So that's some sense of what we'd like to walk away with from this conversation. And finally, at the end of this presentation, I want to think back to just yesterday and make sure that this bond issuance takes into account everything that was discussed in your visions discussions yesterday. And if we have a chance in small groups, we may actually get down to some specific special projects and which ones are in the referendum, which ones are not, which ones may need to be explored. If they're not in the CIP, there'll have to be a bit of vetting of those various projects. So that is the sort of decisions that I want you to have in mind as we go through this morning. Let me see if there's anything else I wanted to tell you. Oh, and also in your little goodie bags or boxes, there are some red, yellow, green erasers. And there's also a handout that goes with it. It kind of looks like this, and it's a scale of agreement. Hopefully you've had a chance to take a look at that. Just for now, let's just say that the reason I want to use this, we will be using this as we answer some of these questions. The basic intent is to show that there's always a gradient of agreement, and also a way to have a specific conversation about what are the areas that you agree on, but also what are your major concerns? What are the things that would hold you back from going further into green? If we assume this is a spectrum, and red would be, oh heck, no way, under no circumstances am I going to support that. That's important to know, but we'd like to know why. Similarly, in the yellow category, you might have some really significant concerns or outright disagreement with some of these things, but you may or may not decide to vote against it. But we'd like to, again, hear what are those concerns, because if we hear about that, it may be easier for us to discuss how can we resolve those, and how can we move you into an agreement on more aspects of the proposal. So that's the way we'll approach the conversation when it's our turn to actually weigh in on that. And Mr. Franks, I wonder if you are ready to go. One question I had is, I'm assuming it's okay for them to ask questions as they go, but I'm gonna let you address that as you begin your conversation.
Yeah, I think dialogue throughout is always what I'd prefer, especially for a presentation like this where it's somewhat still trying to figure out exactly where we're going to go. So as much input as I can get, the better it's going to be.
All right, well, I'll turn it your way.
Thank you so much. All right, I am more of a Teams user than a Zoom user. So can everybody see my presentation? Great.
Yes, capital improvement bond summary.
Great. All right. So we've had a variety of conversations on the capital improvement bond summary over the last, call it a year. We're actually going to take a step back today, which I think makes sense given the overall conversation and really trying to figure out exactly where we want to go, because these projects will have a long-term impact, maybe not quite 100 years, but I mean, some of these projects are going to have a long-term impact on how the town functions and how the town, what the priorities are for the foreseeable future. So with that, we're going to review bond options. So based on some feedback, we have some different scenarios in terms of the overall allocation or capacity based on some tax increases and some different options. Review current projects. The goal there is to review what we currently have and then also lay out some information in terms of what that would actually get us and what some of the other options are. So hopefully council can provide some feedback on, this isn't enough money or this isn't, and we really need to, add more, move funding from one place to another. And then obviously questions throughout, as I already mentioned. So in terms of the high level overview, so based on
Mike,
Hey, Mike.
can you
Yes,
make
sir.
the slideshow slides? That'll help us see the slide a little bit bigger. Start the slideshow. Is that what you're going to
is
say,
a
Matt?
slideshow on mine.
Are you using dual monitors?
Yeah.
So at the top, you should be able to switch presenter and slideshow view. Because we're seeing your presenter view.
Okay. So where would I go? Sorry.
It's usually at the top. There's like a bar that drops down that says view, and it's like duplicate or switch on the top of your screen. It might be on the other screen, on your other monitor. I get the Zoom toolbar.
Yeah, no, I see it. I just don't see a switch, unfortunately.
Okay.
I will just go to one screen.
It's always challenging with the dual.
Tripped me up for sure.
All right, so can everybody see it better now?
Beautiful.
Yeah, I can.
Right, so as I mentioned, staff has identified a variety of options for the referendum based on previous conversations that council has had in terms of exactly how much we want to allocate towards different projects. So we think that'll hopefully be helpful. And so just going through those, the first one option that would include no tax increase. So I believe staff was going with this one as the preferred option based on the recent history of increasing the tax rate. However, there has been some feedback that we might want to go a different direction. So while this would allow us to generate 45 to 55 million, and that's what council has received information on, we do have additional options. So, and we worked with Davenport on this, obviously. So we could also provide an option with a 1 penny increase of 55 to 65 million. And the range is based on a couple different factors that I'll get into later, just to make that clear. And then with a 2-penny increase, we could have funding of 65 to 75 million. So we have a couple different final thoughts. We do recommend that there is an extended meeting in March to make final decisions that Davenport would attend at this meeting, and we could go through the details based on council feedback today. And it's important to note that an increase in capacity may require additional staffing. And essentially, the higher we go, obviously, the more project management there's going to be associated with the bond referendum. So it may be required for us to either fund a couple of project manager positions, even some potentially administrative positions through operating growth. And there's another option that staff would actually recommend of using excess revenue savings plan dollars to fund staff adjustments. Council may recall that as part of the most recent budget, we had a pretty large decrease in sales tax, which is one of the main components of the revenue savings plan. And the way the revenue savings plan works is it takes the amount from one adopted to the next adopted, and it takes a percentage of that growth, and then it puts it into the long-term bucket, into the recurring compounding piece. So because we had sales tax so low as part of the adopted budget, there will be a significant increase within the revenue savings plan. So there would be an opportunity to take a portion of that growth, because we now know that sales tax has not been nearly as impacted by the pandemic as we thought, take a portion of that growth and apply it to staffing. So that would have an impact on our capacity, because the revenue savings plan is utilized primarily to fund long-term capital requirements, but it would also free us up on some level in the operating budget, which the bond referendum is already going to tax on some level. We've already talked about the future tax increase for the fire station and for the park. So this would allow us to still have a robust bond program, but have it not be, have utilize some of the funding to cover different resources that will be required. So this is a fairly similar summary, but it's in a slightly different format than what I've given in the past. So let's go through the full. So the CIP for parks, and again, we're going to go through by category. So parks, transportation, general government, stormwater, and capital renewal. So for parks, for facility development, which is one of those categories, we have $13.5 million in bond proceeds and $4 million in fee in lieu of parkland for Meadowbrook and Jurgen development. The total cost to develop both parks would be approximately $55 to $60 million. And again, this obviously depends on a variety of decisions, but it is just a reality that at the current level of funding, we would not be able to fully develop both parks. And that would be something that council would have to consider, because obviously we've purchased both pieces of land. And is it okay to develop one or do a little bit of both? So that's a decision point. In terms of park rehabilitation, so that's maintaining parks' existing assets, so things that have already been built, kind of giving them a refurbishment. We currently have $1.5 million in bond proceeds for park rehabilitation and nothing else. And we believe the total cost to largely get the parks back in decent shape with current assets would be approximately $5.5 to $6.5 million. So again, additional amounts would be required there to fully rehab existing assets, at least close to the goal. And then in terms of greenways, $5 million in bond proceeds for greenways. The total cost to implement currently identified greenways would be approximately 10 to 15. So we could go and spend a lot more on greenways than the 10 to 15 even, but that's just a couple of the currently existing greenways that we've identified, maybe one or two or three. So the overall, you can see at the bottom line, additional funding of 46.5 to 57.5 would be required. That's million to fully address park requirements. And then some questions for council. The additional considerations are, do we want to include any additional funding in there for land acquisition? So that'd be something we could consider. Would we want to add any additional funding there? So I'll pause there if there are any comments from council about the first slide that talks about the overall projects, or the second slide that lays out the land acquisition piece.
I have one quick question. Maybe while others are asking, you can look. What is sort of the trajectory of the revenue savings plan over the next 4 years or 5 years? What's it projected balance to be? I know there was at some point it kind of just really took off, but I wasn't sure if what window of time that was. Do you know or remember off the top of your head? I don't have the Davenport stuff in front of me.
The big year is this year because we underestimated sales tax so much, or not underestimated, but we assumed based on the pandemic that it would decrease significantly, and it has not. It has actually gone up from last year. So we are seeing growth over last year, pre-pandemic levels. So based on the fact that that is happening, we are anticipating there to be a large amount of growth this year. And that's what I was getting to with my point about potentially utilizing some of that to cover some of the operating cost. But I can get you exact numbers.
Yeah, 'cause I just want to, like, the revenue savings plan, it can't be used to cover operating costs. Like, that's part of the policy.
At this point, yes.
Yeah, so this is the thing we'll have to consider with that revenue savings plan, is looking at its balance going forward and seeing if we want to. I don't think we should ever use it for that. There's other things we could use it for, but within the existing policy, but there could be some minor tweaks to it that are still in the spirit of it, that we could make for some larger capital improvements and things. But as it stands now, we can't use that pot for operations. And so that's why we were talking about land acquisition and these sort of things, sort of looking at that pot to gauge what's its projected balance going to be over the next 5 to 10 years. Because I think at some point it got to a point where it was almost ludicrous at how large an amount of money was being set aside. So I think we need to, at our March meeting or maybe at our next work session, look at the revenue savings plan in a little more detail, the policy itself, and also the projections, and that might help us with this bond discussion too. So,
and Councilmember Dellinger, there has been some conversation over the last probably couple of years or so, at least among staff anyway, in Davenport about tweaking it so that some of those dollars can be used in operation. Well, they would not be put in revenue savings plan. They would be captured for operations before they're put in a revenue savings plan. And that might be accomplished by tweaking the formula a little bit and still have plenty for debt. So,
yeah, and I don't know that off the top without the discussion that I'd be in favor of that either. Yeah. But we can talk. I think it's something we should definitely dive into in a little more depth at our next work session.
Okay.
And I agree with Mr. Dellinger that I'm not in favor of that. There are ways to change the way we budget items, capital projects. Every year, the VERT program and IT, we can buy them. They're one-time purchases. We should never use this for operations. That's not what its intent is. I also think we also need to remember, and I've been working on, I got my budget worksheet, my bond worksheets with me here for us to discuss today. I've been tinkering with different sheets, the ones I saved, the ones I didn't throw in the trash can. Something we have to remember is because of the extensive cost to do both parks, and who knows what else may come on in the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to need to use the revenue savings program when it gets big in 4 or 5 years to help to do the parks. Because I've gotten scribbled down here, if we're not going to put at least $20 million in this bond referendum for the parks at a minimum. I mean, that's only, we're only talking 40%. Then we don't even need to be messing with it. The ways to progress it, to help it move forward in the future, is to use some revenue savings dollars as we plan the phases of these parks, as we know they're going to be phased, and use some of those dollars when everybody talks about all this massive amount of money we're going to have. That's capital projects that we can help. That can help. I'm not saying it's the sole way to do it, because there'll probably have to be another referendum, but those dollars can be used to help develop the parks. Because again, what I think we all know that in the next 5 to 10 years, we may acquire other park property, and however they may be developed also. So putting the fee in lieu of all into 2 parks may not be a wise choice either. Putting some of it in there certainly is smart. Michael showed $4 million. I know he showed us those projections in the past. So we need to consider those dollars also for developing parks and parkland that we may acquire in other parts of town. So I appreciate the information you showed, Michael. Also, I think I think the whole council agrees that we're going to have to do something in regards to land acquisition. There's no question. There's got to be something in here because of opportunities that are before us right now. And also we've talked about, what are we going to do with public works? I mean, if we're going to buy, expand public works or relocate it, we've got to purchase land, and that's going to cost a lot of money.
And I think, two things. One, with Meadowbrook and the significant costs with the utility issue, tying that in the future somehow to development down in that area would be a good use too. But also looking at the revenue savings plan, you talk about land acquisition for, public works. There's some pretty minor tweaks we could do to the existing revenue savings plan to, accommodate that sort of expenditure. But so I think you're right, but we need to use it wisely, but also in a surgical way, even though they're big projects and not really surgical, but you know what I'm saying.
If I may add just a point or two. The reason staff has potentially recommended utilizing revenue savings is there is a significant amount of growth occurring outside the bond referendum. So as the town grows, we need new police officers, new firefighters, new everything. So given the fact that our operating budget has never been able to fully address all the requirements, utilizing a 1 year amount to basically, it's growing $1 million, we take $300,000, cover a couple positions, put that back in the operating budget. That was just a vehicle to be able to fund the positions that would be required to manage the referendum if it went into a higher amount. Because I know one of the challenges in the past was just not having enough staff to fully manage projects. So it's not in a perfect situation. It's just a way to address what we may need to do to have a bond referendum of the size that we might end up at.
And I agree with that, Michael, in regards to having staff to manage these projects, because if we have 8, 10, 12, 15 projects going on at once, and that's maybe a little too high, but 2, park projects, road projects, 4 or 5 sidewalk projects, yes, we're going to have to hire staff, and using that in the bond program dollars to help fund those positions for the staff to manage those projects. Yes, I had no trouble with that, as long as they're directly tied to the bonds. As far as adding other staff in other departments, I would like to address that, in a separate meeting. But with the bonds, yes, I think in meeting with Rodney and John and Matt last week with Mr. Matthews, we talked about some of this and how many, you may take a couple staff members, may take more, who knows? Going the consultant route, may work for a project here and there, but in the long run, that is extremely expensive. And if you're going to continue to grow, we continue to grow and other projects will come forward, having that staff on hand will definitely be an asset for everyone. We learned a lot, I think, from the 2013 bond referendum. Isn't that right, Steph?
Let me ask you a question about fire services. Obviously, it's my understanding that, as part of this bond, the issue of constructing another fire station, I think we refer to it as Fire Station 5, is certainly very much in the mix, as I understand it. But the part that's less clear to me is monies that we don't know the amount of yet in terms of bringing the merger together. And in the fuller scheme of things, that may be not a big chunk, but can somebody address the potential monies that will need to be spent to fully get our fire department merged with the town?
I believe that's why we are considering potentially hiring a consultant to work through that exercise, but I will defer to Mr. Roylands. I would point out that we have accounted for the staffing impact of Fire Station 5 in the multi-year operating budget. And that is, I believe, $1.1 million or so, but that does not account for the merger.
And that's that proposed 3-cent increase in 2024, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that increases the cost to staff the fire station, and then some costs associated with the new park. We'll probably have to refine that as we get further into the process of exactly which park or which parts of both park or whatever. In answer to the mayor's question, what Mike said is right. That's one of the tasks that we've requested the consultant to help us with, is to quantify the cost. And that's not included in any of the multi-year forecasts that you see so far. So once we have a better idea from working with the consultant what that total will be, then Mike can include that in the forecast, and we can see over multiple years how that would impact our financial situation.
Okay,
Mac?
thank you. And I just obviously wanted that as part of the mix as we start talking about, the overall bond program itself and what tax increases might be palatable.
Matt, to refresh my memory, I know we did hit it since we've hired a consultant. Approximately when was he thinking about getting back with us on his findings, just for my edification?
Yeah, I mean, there's different parts of the work, and after each part, they were going to report back so that we could, sort of hear the results of that and agree that it makes sense to continue. So, I think it would probably be next fiscal year before they get to the financial analysis part. Is not the first task out of the chute, if you will, and so it would likely be, say, August to into the fall, probably, when they're working on that number. And at the end of that process, they would come back to us. I don't have an exact date, but it's not the first thing that they're going to work on.
Okay, thank you.
And actually, since I've got a second, Mike, if I could just sort of have it take it a slightly different, or clarify one thing about what Mike said, that and this is something that we'll have that you all are correct that having a longer conversation about the revenue savings plan with Davenport in the room would definitely be the way to go. But there are two issues when it comes to, in my mind, there are two questions out there about what to do with revenue savings plan dollars. And one of them is the weird one-time spike that's going to occur because of the fact that we were super conservative on sales tax revenue, and then it came in way higher. So instead of the normal, big but steady revenue savings plan contributions, we have a year where we didn't have to do any, and then a year where we're going to have to contribute a ton, and then it will go back to the normal. And so one question is, do we want to do something to alleviate the unusually large one-time spike because of the crazy pandemic budgeting that happened? That would free up some money if we chose to do that. So totally separate question is, do we want to make any adjustments to the ongoing, in a normal year, how we handle revenue savings plan? And we might, we could conceivably come up with a very different answer to the one-time question than to the permanent ongoing question. So, and on the permanent question, in my mind, it's just a matter of, it takes a certain amount of resources either to fund to pay for the debt service associated with the bond projects, and to do the the operating budget side of things. And right now we've got a lot of resources over on the capital side of things, which is good because we have a lot of growth and a lot of needs. And as long as we're okay with kind of having the natural growth be sort of slanted on that side of things, and then we're just going to have to raise taxes or come up with some other method, more quickly than we otherwise would by not having as much revenue on the operating side of the equation. And that's a totally reasonable trade-off, but that's kind of what you're balancing with the long-term revenue savings plan discussion.
Matt, is that a question? You've got a two-part there, and are you looking for direction on that today?
No, unless Mike feels differently, I would say no. I think that's direction that we'd be looking for at our next conversation when we have Davenport join us.
I would agree.
So I think what might also be helpful, since we're also reflecting back on the previous bond issue, is for staff to look back at that bond issue, its size and the size of the project, and say, well, what staff should we have gotten and how much would that have cost? And that will help us project on this next bond issue what realistically that ongoing sort of staff requirement costs would be.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I would just point out on that one, I think we can hopefully have some good guesstimates or estimates in terms of project management, because that's more definitive. There would also be some council input on more the administrative piece in terms of how much we want to communicate to the public and different things like that, because that's something we could not do as much of. But I mean, if we really wanted to take it all the way and really, have a dedicated, here's how every project's going, and here's community feedback, and here's your opportunity to provide input on the way the project's going, we might have to have some administrative staff as well, but that's just my opinion.
I don't think the public, if you explain it, they understand people need to do these projects. I mean, we'd be foolish as a council to not support, from a staff perspective, the ability to actually execute the bond. So I guess that's just me. I'm not trying to speak for everybody, but.
No, that's what you're saying is important. I mean, the hard one, that's one lesson we learned from the last bond referendum, and the other is vetting the projects before we estimate the cost and getting reliable estimates. That's what was really, I mean, the overruns on these projects, and staff will tell you, we could have hired a handful of staff and we still would have had money left over. So the management of the projects was important, but also getting as accurate as possible as information. I think we all realize that costs are going to change. I mean, the Jones Sausage Road is estimated $3.8 million. When I talked to staff last week, I added 20% to that just to talk with, because who knows what it may be. So yes, your point's well taken. I think staff agrees. We had to have staff to help manage these projects in several different ways.
Yeah, and I just want to interject. This is the kind of conversation that the next visioning discussion will surface, and we've had to flip that conversation to accommodate Mike's schedule this morning. So we will get to that sort of what kind of lessons can we take and how will that influence. But as I hear it, it's a decision point about how to use those revenue savings. Shall we continue?
Yes, I can continue. All right, so moving on to transportation CIP bond summary. So the CIP includes for street improvements, 11.8 million in bond proceeds, 14.1 million in partner agency funding. That is primarily Campo lap dollars, 10.1 million in motor vehicle PAL bill dollars, and that is for resurfacing efforts, and 2.4 million in prior bond proceeds. The total cost to implement all the projects that CAF staff has currently identified would be approximately $55 to $60 million. And again, there is significant variation there because we are depending on $14.1 million in partner agency funding at this point, but there's also just some uncertainty in terms of developer contributions and things. So that's within the ballpark at least, but there's always, it's never going to hurt to have additional funding to allocate towards opportunities that come up with various projects. With sidewalks, we have 6.25 million in bond proceeds. We could obviously identify additional projects. Staff believes this level of funding is appropriate. Again, there's a large sidewalk list, but this is a good chunk of money and a fair amount of the bond proceeds that would be dedicated towards that initiative. And then with transit, at this point, no funding has been included. In addition to the circulator loop, the town may have additional costs to participate in regional transit programs. So we have the $720,000 in the CIP at this point, and that is to buy infrastructure for the circulator loop. But there may be some additional costs as time goes on with various transit needs. So additional funding of 15.4 to 20.5 would be required to fully address transportation requirements. So not as much as parks, and it's a little bit more uncertain in terms of exactly how much different things are going to cost, but still a good chunk. And there are some additional considerations. So Highway 50 interim improvements, assuming that DOT would be involved in that, future transit requirements, and then other. Obviously, there's a variety of transportation requirements in the town, so we didn't want to restrict this, but staff has identified the projects that we currently believe are viable and required, but there's obviously going to be different things just as things evolve with growth. So I'll pause again there and allow any comments to be made.
I think it's important to note the $10.1 million that Michael showed from Powell Bill and the motor vehicle tax fees are to our street improvement and enhancement projects. I think everyone knows that. So that's an ongoing revenue source for resurfacing and for improving our streets and for public works to go out and do work that they do.
I do have one quick question. The Highway 50 interim improvements, what would that involve?
I'll defer to Mr. Hodges on that if he doesn't mind.
Ms. Behringer, there was some question about when some of the development on New Bethel Church Road was happening. There was some question about whether or not we could fill in some gaps between the areas that do not have turn lanes or 3 lanes on 50 between the New Bethel area and 50. We're not certain how willing DOT is going to let us go in and do interim improvements. So that's why we made that caveat. But it would be minor things, assuming DOT would agree to them, that would help tide us over until a full-scale widening or larger DOT project could ever get funded for 50. Again, very, very dependent on DOT allowing it, but there's some potential possibilities there.
Okay, thank you.
Specifically, Kathy, there are no dedicated turn lanes off Highway 50 into Van Story Hills, either a right turn or a left turn. And as you're heading south on 50, there's no dedicated left turn into the first entrance into Forest Landing. So if DOT allowed improvements to be there, like a developer would come in and you could streamline that where there was a dedicated turn lanes for all that, it would make traffic, as we know, with the dedicated turn lanes, traffic won't back up, and it should create a more free flow of traffic in that area.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. What kind of confidence do we have that DOT would actually let us do that?
We've not had a whole lot of serious conversations with them. So I think at this point, that's one of those things that we'd have to look at a scope of and present it to them. So at this point, I don't think we could venture a guess as the probability of that, Ms. Behringer.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about 52. Would that also include any improvements that may be necessary or that we may need to contribute to around Rand Road and 50 with the improvements that are going to happen in that area?
So Rand and 50, there'll be significant improvements required by the project that is coming on the corner. There was also a DOT small project at that intersection to add a turn lane from Rand onto 50. So my guess is that DOT will coordinate any improvements they were going to make with the significant development project there. There's nothing at this time that we anticipate from a municipal project standpoint, because as with every other development, we would put the onus on the developer in this case to make all those improvements. And while that use is a great use and a public use, at the end of the day, it's a private developer building it. And so we want to hold them to the same standards of all the other private development to make the improvements that we are allowed to require them to make.
Thank you.
And John, it's been stated, I guess, and probably understood when we talk about improvements on Highway 50, the things we just talked about, there's no discussion at this point beyond the New Bethel Road. Everything is from there back north towards Garner. Is that right? Towards Timber.
Mayor, if you're talking about just the things that we were wondering if we could do small improvements to, that would be a yes. DOT has the 50 divided into a couple of projects that we can bring you back a refresher on how they've got it divided up and how it might be scheduled out in the future. But at this point, the significant widening projects that we've all sort of dreamed of for years is not on the horizon for DOT for a number of years out. So the DOT projects would go further down 50. The things we were talking about that could be interim would likely be from the New Bethel Church Road area north, possibly extending further now that there's other development happening further out 50.
Okay, thank you. That's what I understood. Yeah.
There are other
Mr.
transportation?
Mayor, those projects were, last projection by DOT in their TIP, which was sometime between now and 2035, was $43 million from Cleveland School Road to Rand Road and $42 million from Rand Road to 50. So it's $85 million from Cleveland School Road to Timber Drive.
Wow.
A lot of money.
It is.
And
You're
we have to remember that the bridge there below the water plant was replaced about 20 years ago. And that was what's really started the infamous mussels debate about developing that. So if they're going to, whenever they do that, that's going to be a long, slow process because of having to protect the mussels in that area. And if they're going to build another bridge, because we can widen 50 all we want, but when it comes down to a 2-lane bridge from a 3 or 4 lane road, you have a pinch point that causes the problem.
well stated. Yep.
Are there any other questions around transportation before Mr. Franks proceeds?
I did one quick question. So the categories that are being presented are the way they would appear, the categories that would be on the referendum.
It'd be
So there'd
hot.
Parks and transportation, general government, and is that how it would appear in the pots?
I think there's some conversation it needs to have with the town's bond council to determine that, but I think that's the broad goal. And I think stormwater and some other categories are kind of where do those fit in, but I think that's the general gist, and I would let anybody else tell me if I was wrong there.
Yeah, I think parks is definitely a category, Mr. Dellinger. Transportation is one. And then, like, as Mike said, we'll work with bond council to figure out the best grouping of general, what we're calling general government, stormwater, and miscellaneous infrastructure. And we would take their advice on the best way to package that. And then the wording of the question has a lot to do with what goes in each one, because it could be that the wording is such that a multi-use path could be in either transportation or parks, because it may help continue a greenway. So there's some nuancing to the wording of the question that we rely on bond council to give us the most flexibility in the future into how we spend the dollars.
Any other question? Okay.
All right, just real quick to get to Mr. Dellinger's previous question. In terms of revenue savings plan, so we have 1.44 million in FY21, and that was based primarily on sales tax going down. But here's the large increase. So you see you're going from 1.4 to 2.4 in FY22, and that again is primarily based on the fact that in 21 we reduced the sales tax estimate, which in hindsight was just not what happens. Sales tax again has continued to go up, so we will budget a significant increase in FY22 compared to the FY21 adopted budget, resulting in this $1 million increase, and then it does stabilize as time goes on. So it's really this 1 year blip that we were talking about in terms of taking advantage of some of this growth to fund some of those projects. So just wanted to highlight that, and I can give specifics if needed.
No, thank you. I remember even before COVID, and there was some presentations on the growth after 7 or 8 years, it was really, really high, but that explains a lot about the blip you were talking about. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's compounding. So, I mean, it does get really, really big in the future if you go out 10 years. That's just the nature of it. All right, so getting back to this, we have gotten through the two most robust topics. So moving on to general government. So we have funding in facilities development, which is one of the categories. We have 4.4 million in bond proceeds and 1.8 million in partner funding. And that is for Fire Station 5 primarily. The total cost to implement all projects would be 6.4 to 6.6. So there was a shooting range that the police department requested within this category that we have not funded. So we would have to potentially add an additional, at this point, rough estimate of $200,000 to $300,000 to be able to fund that, but we have fully funded what we believe the cost would be at the fire station, and the 1.8 is Wake County EMS, as has been discussed in the past, and they would be providing some funding, and I guess Fuquay still might partner, but it seems, based on my last understanding, that is not super likely. So again, the additional, yes, sir.
Sorry, I apologize. Could I jump in for 1 second? Yeah. One thing that I just want to add on the fire station is the amount probably needs to go up. Mike left it that way because that's consistent with what we showed you before. But the we have been using for that was based on a very similar fire station that was built, and nothing really has changed. I mean, that's still the model, and the cost estimating would be very similar to that, but we've not adjusted it for inflation, which we obviously need to do because the last one was built several years ago, and the other one will be built a little time from now. So the principle of splitting it and the ratio would be the same. It just needs to be inflated for for construction costs. So that new number, instead of being 6.5, will be, we're working on getting some of that estimate from the consultant, but it might be like 8 million or some, 8.5, or I don't know exactly what it is, but a higher number that we'll need to plug in there. But so that was my fault for not updating that sooner, but we also wanted to show you we didn't want to change the number on you without having this conversation, since you had seen the other number previously.
Thank you, Matt. Ooh. So yeah, again, the additional 2.2 to 4.4 would be required to fully address. That's general government requirements. Apologize there, but that would be the requirements that would be associated with the shooting range. So nothing super specific there. In terms of general government additional considerations, one thing that we have not talked about within the CIP, but is a looming reality, is the public works facility, which I know is going to have a fairly significant cost, or it appears will have a fairly significant cost. And then non-park land acquisition are the two pieces here that would be additional considerations that we need to consider as we move forward. So with that, I'll take a quick pause and see if anybody has any comments.
Are there questions?
What about the council? Any questions? A lot of dollars floating around out there in this proposal, and if you're like me, I'm trying to take notes as I go, but sometimes they almost merge together. The public works facility, I confirmed for me, it's a given that that facility would relocate to another spot. Am I correct on that?
I'll defer to Mr. Rowlands.
Yeah, that's, we have the consultant who's helping us plan what we would need for that facility. And that's the group that presented an interim report to you all a few months ago. And at the feedback from council at that meeting was, yes, look for a place to expand in the future. I think technically there are two options. One would be try to expand on our current site, probably by adding some adjacent land, if that turned out to be possible. And I think that is still on the table as an option, but there are constraints. We probably won't be able to build as large a facility as ideally we need to have. And so I think technically that is still an option. And at the end, when the consultant finishes their work, they're going to present to you build a new facility option and a renovate your existing facility option. So both choices are still on the table, but we are trying to examine a possibility that would, if we expand the current site, it will buy us more time, but we will sooner
need a larger site.
Constraints again. And I'm not 100% sure how much time we'll buy. That's part of what the consultant will be able to tell us. But the longer term solution is potentially looking at a new site, but that's also going to be the more expensive solution.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, hearing none. So stormwater, CIP includes funding for stormwater projects, 2.1 million in bond proceeds. So those are the identified stormwater projects. The consultant went out and looked at projects that were pipes, I believe, below 30 inches or less, and identified a variety of projects. So we have a schedule for that, but there are a significant number of other projects that may have not been identified yet based on the limited scope or the not full scope of the first project, and just the reality that the town's infrastructure continues to age in certain places. And the total cost to implement all projects would be approximately $3.4 million. And what that is the cost of kind of the general maintenance. So we had talked about including $250,000 on an annual basis to funds, kind of the projects that'll pop up, the projects that we have not currently identified. And that was the stopgap in between the current approach and potentially having a long-term funding source, a utility funds of some sort, with a separate fee. So that is the funding that at this point we would need to identify, but we have funded at least a large portion of the current projects that have been identified. And again, additional considerations are long-term funding considerations, and I believe we have a long-term plan for that. It's just the reality that that will take several years to get implemented and start up, even if we started tomorrow. So with that, I'll see if there are any questions.
I have a question or a suggestion. After kind of we get through the bond, if we could do a presentation or get some more information on the stormwater stuff, I don't feel like I have a really good handle on the scope of the issue or how other municipalities have addressed it. So it may be not even a presentation at a council meeting, but it'd be helpful for me to sit down with staff at some point and get a feel for the scope of that issue for the town.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
We'll be
we can
glad
do that. We did a study a few years ago, so we can walk you through the study. The study was on the larger infrastructure pipes, but I'm sure there were some smaller ones too that might need repair, but we can walk you through what we have in the queue and what the study showed.
It would be helpful
talk about
to
some potential revenue ideas too for that. Yes.
Yeah, because I'd like to see if you also could kind of short paragraph what some other similarly sized municipalities have done to fund whatever, stormwater issues they need to address. That'd be helpful too.
And also, is there some general information about the age of these pipes? I know we can't cover all of that, but is there a ballpark range about when they were installed or replaced in the past, if ever?
That may be some of that in the study, but John, were you going to add something?
Yeah, I was just going to say the same, that for the study, Ms. Behringer, which was the larger pipes, that does give all that detail. That's what informed the decisions that council identified funding for already with the work that we've done down at Staunton Meadows and some other recent ones and the ones in the CIP. The big unknown though is we're equally behind on doing a study of the 30-inch and under pipes. And that's what is not even the funding for the study, nor anything that would come out of it is what's not reflected anywhere in our long range funding strategy. So that's why we've talked about the need for a stormwater utility in the future. While we don't quite know the magnitude yet, we can imagine what some of the needs are going to be when we start studying the pipes that are under 30-inch.
So do we need, oh, sorry, Kathy, go ahead.
Yeah, last summer when this Raleigh replaced the water and sewer pipes on Creech Road, they were found to be over 100 years old. And so I was just curious as to how bad off we are, but we'll wait till we look at that study again.
So did I understand we don't have plans to do another study at this point?
We have plans to do one once we feel like we've gotten enough funding to take care of the larger pipes we know the larger ones are the bigger issue because they're often under or within roadways. The failure of those is a much more critical timing. So the first thing was to get funding in place for all of those, and then start to have the discussion about when to commission a study of the smaller one. We think there'll be, again, the magnitude of those and the impacts they would have on other infrastructure is much less than the larger pipes.
Do we need to go ahead and put that in the budget for next year to get the study started? I mean, I know it won't happen overnight, but is that something we just need to go ahead and put on our radar to get started in the next couple of years and fund?
I think ideally we would figure out what the demands are going to be for the bond referendum and then to figure out the best timing to do the study along with all the bond work that's going to need to be done, because that's often going to be done by the same staff. So ideally, yes, we would start it at the soonest possible opportunity. We've just had other funding constraints and other demands that we had to address the last few years.
I figure the council makes the budget. If it's urgent or if it's timely with other work, then that's something we probably need to talk about during the budget.
Are there other questions around stormwater for Mike or any of the
I think the discussion of a utility fee is going to have to take place, whether we do have a consultant do the small pipes or not. There's $3 to $4 million, and there's probably twice that can be used. So a regular, whether it's a monthly source or however it's collected. I know a lot of Damien asked about other towns, and most every town in Wake County has a utility fee. We're one of the few that doesn't. I think only 2 or 3 do not. Some are $3 a month for a household, some are $5, some are $7. Pick a number where you need to have a steady stream of income and to plan those projects out. And we have to realize that the public confuses stormwater that we're talking about with stormwater or storm runoff and ditches, and that's 2 totally different topics. This is the infrastructure under the ground no one can see until it collapses like it has in Greenbrier twice in the last few years. And the roads have to be blocked because public works has to go in there and do work. So people confuse stormwater with storm runoff.
That's a point well made, Gray, I guess. Obviously, to put myself in the category of a lot of citizens who are visual, when I particularly take note of it and get concerned about it is when we have a heavy, hard rain and a lot of water starts flowing on top of the ground. Yeah, to manage the whole stormwater thing, there's a lot more to it than what you see.
Any other questions? Hearing none, go back into it. All right, so I'll go through the last one fairly quickly. So the capital renewal, which is again the items that we'll continue to prioritize, and we have a separate process, the perform process, is essentially items, basically maintenance, and we've included those within the CIP. The good news here is that we have adequate funding. Last year, council included funding of I believe $350,000 in the multi-year operating budget to address those requirements. And we have a plan to ramp that up. At the same time, we will also be utilizing the new asset management system in Public Works to hopefully kind of get that right point of exactly how much funding we'll need to be proactive instead of reactive. And that will prevent us from having to deal with more of the catastrophic, this roof just fell down, and in addition to the roof collapsing, it's ruined the wood floors and the scoreboards and all that stuff. So that is the long-term hope there. And then it's just more cost effective generally, even not even considering catastrophic items to maintain things as they're supposed to be maintained. Not that different than changing the oil in your car. So that is the goal there, and we are on our way. So positive news there. And then we get to the operating projection, and this is just a high-level overview of where we are based on the current plan, which was again the no tax increase. So the big thing to point out here is, again, as mentioned, in FY24, we have the 3.5% tax increase, and that is to address the requirements that are associated with primarily the fire station, the staffing there, which I believe is about $1.1 million, and then a little bit of the parks fees. These numbers will continue to be updated and will be updated as part of the budget process, but this at least gives you an overall feel of where we'd be at and something to consider as we start to make decisions on exactly where the referendum is going to go. So next steps, and this will hopefully dovetail into the next conversation, but staff requires feedback from council recommended projects and funding levels. So again, we have 3 different, or we have many options as council would desire. But the 3 options we have discussed would be the no penny, no increase, the 1 cent, and the 2 cents. And there are some options there and some flexibility based on how we utilize the revenue savings plan, the exact timing of the issuance of the dollars, And then obviously things that would be impacted with interest rates that we don't know yet. Staff will provide an update at an extended March meeting to make final decisions. Include a work session there, but it's a meeting. We don't know exactly when that will be, and we hope to have Davenport there to provide some additional context. And it'll be critical that council is prepared to make final decisions at this time. Again, the overarching reality is that we have until May to really finalize all of our decisions. And as Mr. Singleton mentions, we did not do as good of a job as we could have done with projecting costs last time. So the sooner we have decisions on which projects are going to be included, the sooner we can start to do the research that would be required. So we have a good number of projects that we have, at least a pretty good idea about how much they're going to cost. But if there are going to be additional projects added or taken out or any movement, then we would need some time to study those projects. And we do have some funding in the budget to deal with that. And that is really the biggest piece that we have to deal with. And then again, in final note, as previously noted, this may include decisions related to the long-term operating budget. So the higher we go, the more projects there are going to be, and the more project management we're going to have in terms of engineering staff or a park planner or whatever you want to assume. And staff would get some estimates on that. But at this point, until we know the exact magnitude of the referendum, we are not able to make those projections. So that is the high level overview. And with that, I will take any final questions and then turn it over to Ms. Altman to lead the overall conversation.
Question regarding the funding projected cost for manning Station 5 is, y'all told us it's 1.1 million. Is that in today's dollars? Or is that in 2024 dollars?
Me find my conversation of Chief Poole that happened several months ago to make sure that I'm saying it correctly, but I believe that's in future dollars, and it's primarily personnel. Right. So it's not obviously salaries escalate, but not quite as much as supplies or different things like that might escalate.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure that we're talking and going ahead and preparing for the salaries of those employees in the future. Thank you.
Sir.
A question, I don't know if we've had this conversation with bond counsel but what sort of level of specificity, what's the minimum level of specificity that is going to be required with each of these bonds? So for parks, is it that we're pretty much going to want to target firmly 75%, 50%, and kind of same for transportation? How much wiggle room are we entitled to give ourselves? And the second part is, how much do we want to give ourselves?
In terms of fund, sorry, John.
No, go ahead, Mike.
I just wasn't sure if I understood the question, if it was dollar amounts or specific projects.
Projects.
I think we can be pretty broad. As my general
you
understanding.
You have to have an exact amount per each bond question because there's separate votes. So if you said we're going to ask voters to approve $15 million for parks, then as I mentioned before, the wording of what can be included is based on the wording that bond counsel can help us with. And you can move things around within the 15 million. And I don't want to jump too far ahead to lessons learned, but one of the lessons learned last time was we were very specific about a number of signature parks, our signature projects like Sidewalks. When those things doubled in cost, then we didn't have any wiggle room to not build the next named project. So as staff has mentioned before, we need to be as specific as council needs us to be to get voter buy-in, but generic enough to have the wiggle room to move projects around based on partner funding and other scenarios that come up.
And it'll be more internal policy conversations.
Yes.
And I'm putting this out there to test this with the group, but my understanding of what we're hoping to get out of today is not necessarily the specific projects, although if we can get to that, a sense of that would be great, but more what is the amount and what would be the tax rate what's the appetite for tax rates to support that amount, and a general allocation of those large categories. So that's kind of where we're headed for as decisions or to gauge support for those elements this morning. Are there any other questions for Mr. Franks?
just point out to Mr. Singleton's question. I just looked, Chief Poole and I were trying to project out for the future. So we assumed 3% increase on the average firefighter for a couple of years. So it's our best guess for what a firefighter is going to cost in 2024 or so.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I'd just like to thank Mr. Franks for taking time to come in. We know he's in transition or may already be where he is, but he's still working with us here at a crucial time. So thank you for that. My mind starts spinning a little bit with all these figures coming about. So we got to deal with those though. So we'll be doing that. But thank you for being with us today for sure.
Absolutely. My pleasure. It's about to be 8 o'clock in Colorado, so it works out well.
Yes.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
And speaking of timing, I'd like to try and honor that 10-minute break. And so when we reconvene, we'll be looking at this question about about the amount of the bond issuance and related question about tax increase. I have 9:53. Could we reconvene then at 10:03?
Yes.
Thank you.
Put the clock on us.
Put the clock on and mute and stop your camera, I think.
Yeah.
Hey, Jess.
Yes.
One more time, how do I get that little toolbar off my screen?
Click the caret on audio settings. Like where your mute button is, there's a little caret, and then click audio settings, and it'll bring up all your settings and go to general.
Okay. When closed, minimize window to the notification area instead of the taskbar.
You're just going to want to unclick always show meeting controls.
Oh, I did.
And it's still there.
Yeah. Okay.
It shouldn't be.
I know it shouldn't be. Okay. This is where it's difficult for me to see everybody and see the slide. Because all I'm seeing on my screen is the slide.
You can try going to view options and click side by side mode. See if that works.
Well, I can't even get let's see.
Giving you that option.
I'm trying to make it big enough so I can actually manage this one too. Show small active speaker, show thumbnail. Not seeing that as an option.
Okay, you can try thumbnail and it should bring everyone up in a window. It'll be small, but.
Then people are in a film strip on my screen.
Yeah.
That's what I didn't want to do. All right. Sorry. In full transparency, I'm learning as we're going, as I guess many of us are.
It happens.
Yeah. Well, the good news is I should be more honest and say I'm relearning, because I think I've learned these things. And then I get into these situations like, I don't really know. I don't remember, because we don't do it often enough, but we're beginning to do it often enough to really get a sense of how this thing works or doesn't work. So I think we're still waiting on, at least I can't, there we go. There's John. And are we waiting on Rodney?
I believe so, Lydian. I was just thinking when you were talking about learning, I think the term regression sometimes comes in when you learn something and then you regress. Seems like I found that to be particularly true with technology. When I think I've got something figured out, it seems like something happens on my computer screen and then I'm regressing back again. So it's a sort of a one step forward, two steps back sometimes.
I have to say that I remembered when my mother decided to retire, and in part she decided to retire because she never learned to type and she couldn't handle a personal computer. And at the time, people were not funding secretaries any longer. And I thought, oh my gosh, really? That's why you're retiring? Because you don't want to learn how to use a personal computer? But now that I get closer to the age that she was at that time, I'm going, do I have to learn another darn thing? So,
yeah, exactly. Can relate to that. Yep, for sure.
So what I'm hoping to be able to do is to walk us through some of these decisions. But before I completely go there, I just didn't know if there was any other things that people need to do to set this discussion up. As I said, I think the primary pieces we need out of here is some direction on, are you in agreement of the timing? What is the amount and therefore also the tax rate that's associated with that? And what are the big categories of spending? And if you could draw a pie chart that showed the allocations to those various categories, whatever they end up being finally named, but they're generally named, transit, stormwater, parks and rec, and general government. Those are the things we're trying to get out of this conversation. So I wanted to start with this question, which I hope is the easy one. Is everyone seeing this question? Are you in agreement on the timing of the referendum for this year? And before we go too far, also might be useful to get out those red, yellow, green erasers handy, because that's one way we'll begin to kind of gauge support for that. I'm hoping this is a pretty easy one, but timing for the bond referendum this year. Oh, we got a green. If you put up something other than, yeah, let's keep them up so I can see them. If you put up something, well, first of all, let me double check. I can see everybody on camera. Yeah, thanks. Can everybody else see everyone on camera?
I cannot at this time. I'm trying to figure out what happened.
Okay. So maybe what you need to do is, I don't know how to describe this, Jess, where when you have a split screen, you can literally take the caret and move and make your screen one side or the other bigger.
Yeah, so I know most people are on the iPad, so I'm not 100% sure if it's going to look the same. We don't have iPads, so I'm still going to walk us through it and see if it works. But is everyone seeing at least like a strip of people?
No.
Lydian slide?
No.
No.
Okay. Do you have, do you see that view button with the 4 squares to change your view like we did this morning?
No.
No, she's screen sharing. We're not going to be able to go gallery.
Okay, because on desktop we can.
We might be able to go just to gallery view and you could read them to us.
Yeah, I think that might.
Do that, yeah.
Maybe
Sorry,
what we'll do is I'll show the slide, unshow the slide.
We have
I'm
paper.
able to do it on my Mac.
Yeah, we have a paper with those with that screen on it.
Yeah.
So we can be referring to that when you ask the questions.
All right. So what I can't do quick, and because it actually screws me up too, because I can't really see how to, I can't so what I just did to see everybody means I've lost my toolbar, which I can't easily share and unshare. So I'm going to go back and see if I can't, I'm sorry. I thought I had this, but I don't. Just what do I need to do to find my toolbar again?
You should still have that toolbar that has the green bar that says you are sharing your screen, and there's small controls. Yeah. And now your toolbar should.
Okay.
Ms. Behringer, I think your camera may have reversed to the camera on the back of the device.
Okay.
She's just advertising. I see what she's doing.
We're seeing.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, too bad I wasn't set up for that this morning. I missed that opportunity. Now I have the gallery view. What are you all seeing about me?
We're seeing the pile of papers on behind you.
Oh, you're kidding. Ah! All right, let's try this again.
There you go.
Okay.
Right, that's it. Yep.
Well, now if you saw the pile of papers, you know I work.
There you go. That's what Mr. Dellinger was saying. You're showing off all.
Your Tupperware was showing too. So
where is it?
Which
the little box back.
Yeah. Free plug.
That is a phone rest. Isn't that cool?
All right.
She doesn't have a banner hanging behind her head with Tupperware on it, but anyway.
Be like NASCAR, put Tupperware or something.
So I hope what everybody's now I'm seeing everybody's face, which I really like, and I've got a split screen, so I'm seeing the slides that I'm asking you about. And the first
paper,
Yep, that's fine. It's not the red, yellow, green that's hard to discuss. It's the question. So the first question is, are you in agreement with the timing of the bond referendum this year? So that's where you would decide to hold up your red, yellow, or green eraser, and let's make this one and see if we can gauge support for that. Starting with the easy question.
So you want us to hold it up?
Yep. And so I'm seeing Mr. Yay. So we've got, so good. Yes.
And I have a qualifier, if I may. I am in full support with an agreement with the proposal. I have some reluctance, but I don't think we can do anything else as far as timing.
Could you state what your reluctance is? Because I think that's one of the benefits of this is just if you could tell us what the concern is, if there's a way for us to address it, we could.
I don't think you can. It's kind of a conundrum. It is the pandemic is creating a mess in everything in the economy and people's mindsets and so forth. However, we cannot afford not to move forward with this.
Okay.
I think that we will get some I think we need to be prepared for maybe more no's, not a majority, but more no's than we would like to see, and just be ready to answer that.
And I hope that what we can do is in the next section really think about how does that condition then influence what the path forward, and what are the things that you all can do to make that more successful, given that that's what the concerns are. Okay, and then the next question really is this one about funding and the funding amount. So are you all seeing at least my the small screen where it talks about the funding options of 45 to 55 with no tax increase, and then the funding of 55 to 65 with 1 penny, and the funding of 65 to 75 with 2 pennies. Okay, so those are the 3 questions. And I'm not sure the best way to have this conversation. You all may want to have a little bit of conversation, or do we want to jump to how to judge where people are on that?
I think we need to jump over this, because we got to sit down and talk about a lot of this, and that's just my perspective,
And I have a question too, around the stormwater stuff too. I think it benefits to learn a little bit more about the future revenue sources for that, because if we know there's an outstanding need that's larger than the projects we've identified that could potentially be double, and if there's another funding source through a small fee, I even calculated out $2 a month on 15,000 homes, which is where we'll be in a few years, is $360,000 a year. So if you could, through fees, cover the debt service for that portion of a bond, that's a way you could finance it and have a revenue stream without increasing property taxes. So I think and I don't know how other places do it. I don't know if you can do the bond, and then when the projects come on, we work through this utility process, and then that's our proposed funding stream for it. Because I think between even these different scenarios, you're looking at no increase, 1 cent, 2 cent, but then also baked in, well, not baked in, but presumed is, what is it, 3.5 in 2024 for bringing on the fire department. That's a lot of tax increases. That's a significant chunk of money. And if some of that could be offset with other revenue sources that are directly related to the project, I think that would be helpful too. The other point and last point on this is, I think the higher we go up in the bond, we do have to have a few signature projects in each that we are communicating to the public. So I think what Mr. Matthews said, and in talking about the size of it, there are other pieces in motion around that too. So
one thing I'll say is that this is not a final decision. It's sort of gauging support for these 3 options. And so don't take it as gospel.
Let me say on the stormwater naming, the reason it's included in here is because you'd immediately could go ahead and start designing the 4 or 5 projects that would use the money in this bond. If we put in a utility fund, and you need at least $500,000 a year to come in. So it would take time to implement it, get the funding source, get the money. If you did the 360, you just stated it wouldn't even fund one of the projects, and you got to get it in 1 year, then do it the next year. So the reason this is to help jumpstart and get some of those major projects done that are very costly. And then if you implement or utility fee, you can start collecting and planning. But that is mainly to address some of the ones that need to be addressed now, where you're still a year or 2 away from doing that, then collecting the money.
Well, let me clarify, because I'm not saying not do them. I'm actually advocating for potentially adding more to the bond for stormwater, and then looking at that revenue source to cover the debt service for that increase. If we know we're going to have more projects that are going to be capital intensive, go ahead and get the money for the bond for the ones we know, and a few others that we are projecting. And then as we go into setting up this utility and looking at the revenue source, we're going to have to pay for it, obviously, But if we're, utility is 2 or 3 years down the road, then you're in a situation where that can cover the debt service for that particular bond. You see what I'm saying? I'm not advocating against delaying the project. I'm saying that if we're going to go to get to the market to get money for these projects, let's go ahead and get it, and we don't have to go for it again. Because like you're saying, you're not going to be able to fund these larger projects standalone. I don't know. I
don't disagree, but you have to decide as we look at different projects here, what do you add money to? And if you have a revenue source coming in, that replaces sticking it in the bond referendum unless you had a incredibly $10 or $12 or $15 million project come online. So I would leave anyway. I've got numerous worksheets I've done with all these numbers and projections I've been working on the last week. So stormwater is the one that this is to get it kickstarted. And I wouldn't add more to that. I would just start having a utility fund to start paying those out. And then you're not borrowing money. You're paying them as you go, which is on that particular, this isn't like streets or parks, which are going to cost $40 or $50 million for the parks. That's when you need huge chunks of money. And the huge chunks of money that we need to get is there are the only sources of income to do that is a tax increase or a bond referendum, which go together, of course. So that's why I'd leave the stormwater where it is, and us get into the serious discussion of one, the study that you mentioned, and two, looking at establishing a utility and how that would be collected and dispersed to the town. Since I think others do it through their utility or water bills, and we would have to talk with Raleigh about that. I don't know if they do that for other towns.
Let me just interject this. I think if I'm understanding our facilitator correctly, this is sort of a first pass on this process with some figures up there. I guess the exercise, as I understand it, is trying just to get a general feel for how this council views how palatable it is to probably do a tax increase, and then if so, there are a couple of options there just to kind of get a sense of the viability of what's being presented here. Certainly, the figures have to be tweaked along the way, and the projects selected will have to be defined even better. But if this exercise is to sort of give everybody an opportunity to indicate, where are you on this how we're going to finance this, then I think that's a good first step.
Yeah, as I was talking with staff, I mean, the amount is we thought would be the first place to start, and then the percentage allocation to the various categories might be the second conversation. And it's not always as linear as maybe we'd like it to be, because part of what you're describing also is what are the options within even that category of stormwater, it sounds like.
Well, I'll go ahead and say, if we're knowing what we've undertaken with two parks, if we don't get at least $20 million, ask for at least $20 million in funding, again, that's only 40% of the cost of both parks, maybe less than that. We're just wasting our time. We shouldn't even bought the land, either park. So option 3 here with a 2-cent increase. In some of my worksheets, I've got 66 million. I got 70, 71 million. That covers in that range, and that includes additional funding for other things that have been mentioned also. So I had no trouble with looking at funding 3 if it's going to include additional monies to numerous some of these items we have in here.
Yeah. I would agree with Gray. We found out after the fact with the previous bond referendum that we didn't go high enough, and it's a little intimidating to think about the numbers, but it's got to be done. It's just got to be done.
In the past, so many times I've used the term, we kind of put a Band-Aid on something to make it last a little longer, and so I agree with Gray that if we're going to do these things, let's do it right and share with the voters exactly where it's going so they know what they're buying into. And if we do a good job of presentation and know that once we make this decision, all these projects are going to be done, I would agree with that. I know we'll be tweaking between here and there on some things, but I think citizens of Garner want, with all the growth we got going on, they want their parks bigger and better. They want sidewalks out here. It's a big issue with everybody. Transportation's a very big issue with everybody, and they want us to do something about it. Ultimately, the voter will make that decision, but if we're going to do it, let's do it right and communicate to the voters exactly where their dollars are going, and I could live with that.
How about others? Of these
Other council members, yeah, you know, when I look at these, I pretty well concur with the comments that have been made. I was just trying to decide. We don't have a two-color green one here, so under some circumstances, I would be voting green all the way, but perhaps under item B, I certainly fully support the proposal. I don't know if some elements of it that we could possibly wait on. Yeah, but either way, I'm certainly in the green territory. I do think we have to, as every council member knows. I mean, as Phil said, if you're gonna put this out there, it's incumbent upon us to explain it to our citizens as best as possible. We got a lot of support the previous time. Even had the chamber, who certainly was a big help to us, I think, and so. I think it can be done, but when I think of 35 million some years ago, perhaps that was as much money as we think maybe 65 to 75 million is now. But I think Gray's right. When you look at all that needs to be done and it's going to have to be done, it can't go much lower than that, I don't think.
Well, we have to give credit to Mr. Kennedy, because coming up with that plan, which is complex, and I know staff sometimes likes it and doesn't like it. It gives you a revenue source to fund capital projects that you don't have to have tax increases, because in that 2013 referendum, if we had not had it in place, we were looking at a 6 to 8 cent tax increase. Matter of fact, they had scenarios with a 14 cent tax increase, and from 2 cents to 14 cents. So the middle was 6 to 8 cents. So we increased taxes with that what, 3 cents? Can't remember exactly, but anyway, that revenue stream to let some of the growth help to pay for some of the future projects is a valuable tool.
Mr. Vance, I think you were going to weigh in.
Yes, I was just saying I'm in the B category, agreement with most of the aspects of the proposal. Despite concerns with some others willing to go along with the proposal of what has been presented. And I am in line with what Councilman Singleton has said in reference to, if we're going to do it, we might as well make sure that we are adequately funding the projects that are being proposed. And it appears that we're looking at going strong with the Parks and Rec piece, which is a considerable amount. So that means that we need to look at, in my opinion, a substantial amount when it comes to the Parks and Rec piece, when we said the total bill out is $50 million plus over who knows how long period of time. So that in looking at this scenario that we have to look at, I'm comfortable with 2 pennies. I need more insight on 3. But the 2 pennies with the amount that we're trying to do, and understanding and getting the historical background of what transpired in 13 versus what we're doing now, I believe that it's imperative that we look at the higher range at $65 to $75 million.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dellinger?
I agree with what everyone's saying. But it just makes sense to me.
Well, all right. So I believe what I have heard is that there is universal support, with a couple of caveats that include more information as this unfolds. taking the lessons that we hope to cull in the next exercise and applying them here, showing the voters what it includes, doing it right, finding partners that can help promote this message, et cetera, that I hear support for option number 3, funding of 65 to 75 with a 2 penny in tax increase. Is that accurate restatement?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
That's an accurate statement. And I would like to say that I am open to hearing more about the 3 penny tax increase from an intellectual exercise once we have the opportunity to study that.
And staff, do you want to weigh in on that question right there? Or observation?
Yes, yes. We continue to work with Davenport on scenarios, and when we have our longer special work session on the bond funding, they're going to show us some scenarios. And one thing to keep in mind too is the larger bond we do, we also got to think about operations and operations costs. So although these tax increases are talking about debt for the bond projects, there may be possibilities or scenarios that require additional funding for operations for those projects. And we'll look toward Davenport to kind of look at some of our models and give us some foresight on that, and how we can achieve some of these higher revenue totals with tax increases and or scheduling of borrowings and those type of things. So they'll have some strategies to show us that could help us out with some of this.
I want to agree with Mr. Vance is that I think it's important to have that scenario presented as an intellectual exercise when Davenport comes. I think it tips us beyond what my gut tells me it tips us beyond what we should do, but I think it's important that we see that ceiling as a scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Could I ask a clarifying question, Rodney?
Yeah.
If we think that it might take an additional penny added to the operating budget to do either scenario 2 or 3, is the suggestion that we talk about a 3-cent increase, 2 of which would be for bond debt and 1 for operations, or was the council members just talking about a 3-cent on debt capacity?
I was speaking of the 2, and the numbers I'm looking at roughly would be for debt capacity. And if there was another, whether it's a half cent or a penny for operations of these projects, as long as that's tied to the operations and management and development of these projects.
Okay, because I think Davenport's telling us that the 2 cents would probably, okay.
So I'm seeing also Mr. Dellinger, Mr. Vance, at least nodding their heads in affirmation of that approach.
I would concur. I think that we need to pay for bond related things. If there's staff capacity we need to execute, I would see that as an appropriate use, but not any other sort of ongoing operational expenses.
Right, just operations related to the execution and development of the bonds is all we were meaning. And then just a point of clarification also, this is in addition to, as Mike pointed out earlier, the tax increase is already programmed in the 24 budget. So just a reminder of that point.
I'd like
we have to tell people that up front, that if this happens, that's part A, this is part A, and then part B is 3 years down the road.
Absolutely.
I also, want to check in with Ms. Behringer, Mr. Matthews, and Mayor Marshburn about are they also nodding to that 2 cents to the debt, a half to 1 to operations and management?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Mayor?
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Dellinger. I heard him say, I concur. Every time I hear that, I think of Mr. John. So unless you serve with him, Mr. John's love to say, I concur. So thank you for saying that.
I think I would hear him say on occasion, rather than I concur, he'd say what he said. But anyway, it meant the same. Remind me, staff, again, my brain's a little fuzzled here, I guess, but Yeah, so the tax increase in 2024, what's the number there?
3.5 cents
So, okay.
at this point.
3.5 cents in
Yes, sir.
2024.
Yes, sir.
All right.
With talking about this other half-cent increase for capacity, I don't want that to short circuit the analysis of the previous bond, because I think we also want to scope that capacity as closely as possible with positions. I just don't want us to say 0.5 cent and it's this much, well, we need to spend that. I think we needed to kind of reverse and say how much capacity do we need and how much is that going to cost, and then price it that direction versus saying just flat 0.5 cent.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm clear.
So thank you. That worked. It wasn't too difficult. The other decision point that we'd like to kind of gauge support for is, and I don't know how else better to do it, is to just really think about the proportion. If you had a pie, what are the proportions that you wanted to allocate to the various categories that have been outlined? And so I think I asked you to take out your whiteboard, and I just did this by way of example. I think you can see it. So that was just literally if I took the pie and divided it 4 ways, which I'm not sure that's what you want to do. But this would be an opportunity for you right now to just kind of make a note to yourself, either on a piece of paper or these whiteboards. How would you draw that pie? How would you allocate that? I'm hearing, I think, a sense of more for Parks and Rec. How would you put numbers to that? And I'm going to actually ask you to.
Here,
There you go.
I'll show you the exact figures to every topic we have. even added land acquisition and increased the fire station and added the shooting range.
So
all right, sit right here.
All right. And so if you were to put that, I can't see all that quickly, but you've got it. So if you were to adjust, if you were to make a picture of that, so you've got numbers to that, how does that add up to
the total
percentage? Yeah.
Interesting.
So it looks like streets at 11, parks at 13.5, park rehab. So we could add park rehab into the parks. That'd be 15.
What happened is we had 13.5 for parks, and I said if we don't get to 20 million on parks, we're just spinning our wheels. So that's why I added 7.5. Park rehab is 1.5 currently. There was some talk in a meeting we had last week about a project of relocating the boathouse, which is a very big part of our Parks and Rec program. And if that's possible, you would have to add rehab money. That's where the $1 million came in. Greenways was the same as what was there. Streets, we have 11.8. I added $4 million. I've thought about higher, but in the last bond referendum, we had $3 million to do some widening on Highway 70, which the state is now going to do. So that $3 million turned out to be very valuable, and that other projects came up, including paying for the design and scope of Jones Sausage Road improvements. So having additional monies inside, we all know something's going to pop up as a street project, and they're very expensive. Sidewalks, I increased by a huge chunk of money. As we talked last week about a huge regional project, sidewalk, greenway project, walking path project, whatever we want to call it. So I increased that by a large amount. I added 1.6 to the firehouse because Matt's already warned us it's going to be more than 4.4, so you might as well start at $6 million. Stormwater was the 2.25 that was suggested. I put in land acquisition at $4 million, and the shooting range I added at $300,000, which is a total of $70,300,000. I was trying to get not above 70, and something can certainly be changed, but that's what I was looking at.
Yeah.
And that was adding the biggest chunk, of course, is the parks and the sidewalks, but it also inserts of land acquisition. And I think all of us in the council agree that's got to be done because of what we talked about previously.
So
Lydian, would you mind stopping your screen share just so it improves everyone's size of their screens to see each other?
I don't mind. Just got to do it. There you go. So I see there's stuff in the chat too. So the percentage allocation. So I was trying to do some quick math. I think you've got about 30 million in the Parks and Recreation. Is that about right?
28.5.
28.5. And then stormwater, you've still got about 6.25.
Stormwater, you mean streets? Streets I improved to 15.8, and sidewalks to 13.25.
Okay.
Stormwater was the same at 2.25. The fire station, I increased from 4.4 million to 6 million. I added 1.6 to that, or 6 million.
Okay, so the category that I have is just 4 categories. So stormwater and other transportation, the total on that was what?
Stormwater was just the 2.25 that was originally mentioned.
And the transit?
Excuse me?
Transit?
Didn't put anything down in transit. I don't know if that's included in streets or transportation or not.
Nothing out of transit, no funding.
There was, for a circulator route, I believe staff has given us an estimate of $720,000. So would that come out of streets and transportation? I don't know. Streets are listed in what staff has provided. It says streets is to invest in large street improvement projects. So that may not be, transit may want to be broken out separate there. I don't know. So I would let staff make a recommendation or whatever bond council may say.
We had a transportation category that included streets, sidewalks, and transit, but at this time, transit had no funding.
Okay.
Well, we are still looking for 4 categories, right?
Well, and I guess mostly it's general impressions, and it certainly sounds like from this discussion at least, and that this is only, of course, a proposal out there, that the majority of the funds are Parks and Recreation, and the second biggest category might be street, sidewalk, and transit, even though there's nothing in it, followed by general government and at this point, stormwater. Does that seem about the order of things?
Ma'am.
You say streets, you're speaking of transportation?
Streets is under transportation.
Transportation, okay, got it.
Yeah, I don't know if everyone's had a chance to really think about all the breakout.
Yeah, and my sense was what you wanted was some sense of the magnitude of each category, which I guess my question to staff is, do you have enough sense of that at this point?
I think these categories, the groupings that were just mentioned, we can then work with them to work with bond counsel to package them appropriately, but they're the big groupings that we do need guidance on. Yes.
I agree.
And my question is, do you have a sense of what more do you want out of this conversation with regard to guidance?
Well, we've heard from one council member. I don't know how the others feel about the numbers that he just threw out. So it'd be good to have some type of consensus or collaboration on that.
I can be glad that I can justify every number. And again, it's just to start discussion. I think one question to ask is, does land acquisition fit under one of these topics, or is it a separate, not topic, category, or is it a separate category? I don't know. I mean, if you designated 2 million for parks, and what if some other opportunity came up? I don't know where land acquisition would need to go.
Yeah, we could work with bond counsel, but I think there's a possibility of putting land acquisition under more than one category, but that might be some guidance we get from bond counsel.
And Mr. Singleton, we'd likely group things like land acquisition, non-parks, fire, anything that was stormwater possibly might all go into one sort of general government, and we called it public safety and services facilities. Last time you could call it that and infrastructure. And as long as we say one of the purposes is to buy land for future town facilities, then land is allowable under whatever category, as long as you state it as one of the intended purposes. So I would think you would state land under whatever the public safety and services is, or general government, whatever, and you'd state land under parks, and that leaves you the flexibility to address them for different needs with different buckets of money.
And I would add, it might be possible to include all the land acquisition together under, I mean, a park is also a town facility, so we could ask bond council whether we could have all the land acquisition lumped into one, which would give us even more flexibility.
Can we get any guidance from bond council what the broadest category would be? I think that would be helpful too. Because, you start pigeonholing land acquisition, well, then you've got to spend it on land. And there might be some, I don't know, but like some kind of smart growth or some other category. Because I don't, again, my hesitation sort of at this point comes in as we, and I guess we can talk about this in March, is we'd still need to identify some very specific projects and expenditures for folks. And, having these huge pots and Mr. Singleton has narrowed them down, but I think we need to go through the process of identifying as a council which ones are absolute and which ones are, because the way he's allocated it, it's all very specified, but at the same time, we're not legally bound by that. So I guess I just feel like as we move forward into March, I'd feel more comfortable knowing that this is sort of absolutely what we're going to do. The rest is kind of probably going to do, and then some sort of like opportunistic funding left over for unforeseen opportunities. So that's all. I mean, I said the amount's fine. The breakdown in percentage wise is fine. I just think specificity at some point on some scope would be helpful.
Yeah.
I think something that was learned from the last referendum, and also going back to the other ones, Damien, is you don't want to be so specific. You can put in there for sidewalks, which may include, but you have to be careful, because if you put those things in there, then people expect that to be there. And then if something else happens or something, I don't know, whatever it may be, then they say, well, you said you were going to do this. No, we said we may do this. Well, that they don't see the word may, they see, they say this and say, well, that's what it says. So I think there are some things I think we can say, yes, we're looking at the park money. I think we pretty much know those can go to 2 parks. Yes, some of your, I don't disagree with that. Just like if you want to break out some money, I suggested for streets to transit. That's fine. I had no trouble. That way we know that we've got money in the bond, $500,000 or whatever it may be, to help the town circulate a route when that comes online in 2 or 3 or 4 years, whatever.
Yeah, I just think it's helpful to go at least have a couple under each of those categories that this is what we're definitely going to do. It doesn't have to be a huge amount of the money, but it's not helpful. But we might fix some parks. We might build some sidewalks.
And my understanding is that when you do move to the next work session, that you will get to that kind of specific level about projects. And I'd actually think I want to move to that conversation about lessons learned. But just generally, like I was listening to this conversation, and can you all see this? So it feels like this, looking at these numbers, that parks is maybe about 40% of the total, whereas stormwater and general government might be about 8%. This isn't working out so well.
Back off a little bit, Lily.
Yeah. And that streets and sidewalks was about 22%. So, I mean, those are just general proportions. I mean, to me, it's visual, and I'm visual, so it helps me kind of see the smaller slices of the pie. And I guess this is, again, a proposal on the table, but just generally, is slicing the pie that way feel about right to folks? And I'm trying to show this.
I think probably so, Lydian. Unfortunately, mine's not as polished as yours because I didn't know all the categories. But I was trying to show Parks and Rec is the larger segment of the pie there, and then I'm not sure if I got my categories right, but streets and transportation in that area is probably going to be second. I've got general government on the other side. What was the 4th category I'm missing, or have I merged them together?
Yeah. So it sounds like that order of things is the same. And I guess that's what I'm trying to get a sense of is if that feels about right, I think staff will have about the right kind of guidance that they need at this point.
I say that on the numbers I gave, actually, and this is just the numbers I gave, not what, we decided, streets and sidewalk projects was 29.05 million, and parks, our park rehab and greenways was 28.5. So they're almost identical.
Oh,
That's just throwing it out there.
got it.
So I guess I would ask at this point and generally to the staff, do you have what you need from this part of the conversation? I'm seeing John say yes, Matt say yes, and Rodney say yes. Okay. I actually think instead of going into small groups for this next conversation, I wonder if we can have this as a large group conversation. And it would have potentially been better to have this first, but I think at this point, because we had to rearrange for the Colorado schedule, I'd like to just kind of put this question out here, and Jess, maybe you and I can just record the answers to this question. But it goes back to yesterday's vision, and it's a series of questions under number 4. So it's the visioning thing, and people in the reporter is asking you a follow-up to some of your questions about vision. And they begin to ask about your history of issuing bonds. And she remembers that there was a very successful bond passage. Again, this is 10 years reflecting back. One that passed in 2021 that local leaders drew on the previous success for what they'd put together. And it's now, I know it's in 2013 from the 2013 referendum. So what did you all learn from that previous bond issue that helped you or that will help you at this point? I'd heard a couple of things, and Jess, maybe you could pull this up. That you've shown the bond, you've shown the voters what was actually included. So some specific examples without being too specific. That your decision was to actually do it right, given the growth patterns, to go ahead and capture what was needed. And also that you found partners that helped you tell the story of this bond referendum. But I'd like to throw it open beyond that. What else did you all learn from your previous bond issue that helped you be successful that you want to put in here, that you want to remind yourselves going forward?
Well, I'll start it off. We went in small groups into the community and met with residents on their turf and answered their question, made our presentation and answered their questions. And that seemed to go very well with people. They felt like they were being reached out to and not necessarily having decisions made without their input.
So going out into the community, and that was council members, individual council members?
Council members, the budget and special projects manager. And that was 8 years ago, so I don't remember who else went with us.
Can others help?
Ms. Behringer, we had a team of staff who had been trained and versed in all the projects. So we would typically assign a staff member, the budget manager, if they were available at the time, but there was a rotation of staff trained that could go with whichever council member had booked a project, a presentation. We had our bond in a box that we called it, which was all of our presentation materials, all of our handouts, all of our presentations on the flash drive so that we could present it, and also a projector. So we had a mobile sales pitch that we all would just check out and schedule and take out with council members to support them in that education.
And that was very, very, very effective.
What else did you all do? Who else can recall something that was particularly successful?
Kathy, how many of those did you do that you can recall?
I don't remember. I'm thinking maybe 4 or 5, but I honestly don't remember.
Mr. Matthews, I think total between council ones, staff ones, and others, we had a number, Rodney may recall it, but it was in the mid to upper 20s of total presentations that someone went out in the community and made.
Okay, thank you.
28 or 30 rings a bell with me.
Civic groups and homeowners associations, the ones that had regular meetings, active ones. I remember Greenbrier for one just pops in my head. A lot of the civic groups, the Civitans, the Optimists, both the Rotary groups, as I recall, and I know there are many others. So
yeah, the Women's Club as well.
Churches.
Okay. What else did you
I'm
all?
not responding so much to this question because I was here doing the operations side. I wasn't really involved so much in those presentations. So I think John has a better recollection of how they went.
What else, besides these small group meetings, did you all learn from your previous bond issue?
To get better numbers and cost estimates.
Right, right.
And make sure,
Right.
and to make sure whoever's doing it is thorough in what may be needed in the facility. I won't get into specifics, but there were things left out of the police station that you just shook your head at, and it's like, you didn't plan for this in the police station, really? Anyway,
Right.
that's just one that comes to mind.
So,
Isn't it true that, or at least my recollection is that fairly early on, we had the chamber, and of course Neil Padgett was the chamber president at the time, that certainly got on board with this. And I was thinking that, did they take the lead in doing some of the logistical parts of getting out signs and those kinds of things, or did somebody else do that? And I just thought it was the chamber.
The mayor, the staff has to limit their work
Right.
to education. Council can help educate, and then council can choose to advocate to the degree you choose to, but staff cannot. A role that the chamber and some business leaders played was to sponsor a campaign in support of the bond referendum. And so we have recently made at least the chamber staff and I think a couple of their board members aware of the fact that council's planning a bond referendum, given that they've had turnover within their organization, both at the staff and the board level. Just started to have the conversations to alert them to the fact that may be something that they could help with in the future.
Good. Yeah. Thank you, John.
Anything else that comes to mind quickly?
I would say that while I don't think it's certainly not a detriment to say that, we have, this is new council, new mayor. And so, I think most of our town knows who we are, but we did have, in 2013, we had a council and a mayor that had been together since for the previous 6-7 years. I came on the council in 2007, and I think everybody else who was on the council and the mayor were already in place. So we had a group of elected officials who had been in office for some time, and I think that was a positive at the time. Most people knew who they were, and I think had a lot of confidence. And I'm not saying that's not the case now. I'm saying the fact that we're a little newer may be a little bit more of a challenge. I don't know that it has to be, but and of course we have obviously some new people who've moved to Garner now. So all of those things are some of the elements that will play into this, but certainly none of that's insurmountable.
Well, and that maybe transitions us to the second question, which is, again, with a retrospect, and maybe we'll just reframe it in today's terms, what do we think we need to do to make the 2021 referendum successful? Is there something, Mr. Mayor, in what you just talked about in terms of this newness as a group that you all need to do to connect with folks and help in any way with the support of the referendum?
Well, I'd probably sort of paint that with a broad brush. I think once council has gotten to the, shall I say, the bottom line, this is what we're going with, these are the amounts, then, it's kind of like all hands on deck, and we want to speak, I think, with a unified voice, and, different council members probably know different people in different parts of town, even though our town's not so large. Like I said, you can't know people from all areas of town, but I think the mayor and the council must must understand, yeah, as John said, obviously we can't have the staff. They don't have the authority to get out there and promote this. But I think, again, I think if we can get the chamber on board with us, that'll be a help. I'd like to think they will, but I think maybe even the mayor and council need to strategize a little bit after we get everything together in terms of which areas we want to go into, civic clubs and those kinds of things. But and for some, like I said, it'll be a new face to some people out there who are used to seeing the same old faces, I guess you could say, all the time. That could be a positive or a negative, I guess, but that's kind of vague in general, I suppose, Lydian. But I think the thing that I would emphasize is that there needs to be buy-in by everybody, and a really concerted effort to tout this as something both for the town currently, but certainly it's building for the future, which I think is always important to note.
Mm-hmm. Rodney, you had something to add?
Yeah, I was just going to share some information from Rick Mercer, the communications manager. So in 2013, we did 23 presentations, reaching 407 people, and about 1,700 voted. And although we know they might not have been the same exact people, but anecdotally, that would say we reached a quarter of the voters. So just to give you some information there. And then just while we're talking about communications, we did put together some collateral materials, some nice materials that we could hand out.
Right.
A brochure that also helped get the information out.
And one thing we might want to consider too is in a brochure like that, just adding a few bullet points about past bond referendums and their success, so that particularly new people would have a point of reference to look at about what we've done in the past and why, and what it produced.
Yeah, other ideas about things you could do not to guarantee success, but to enhance your success.
Yes, I have.
The 2013 bond was a standalone vote in March of 2013. So we're not allowed to do that anymore by legislature. So that there's a difference. This will be in November, as the one in 2000 was. The one in 96 was in June, and the one in 2013 was in March. So that will be a slight difference as far as when people will get out to vote.
That's an interesting point, Greg. So this will be actually the first one I've been aware of that this comes at the time of the general election. So it's not a standalone interview. Okay.
And what impact do you think that will have on the participation in voting or whatever?
More people will be voting.
Well, it's not the first one to happen in general election. In 2000, we did it also. That's when there was a presidential election. It was like the last thing on the ballot when you voted in Garner. You had like 30 or 40 things to vote on. But anyway, this will be the second one we've had that will have been in November in the last 4 referendums.
Okay. Thanks.
Mr. Vance, did you have something to add? You're on mute. There you go.
Yes, this clock was chiming behind me. I was letting it finish its chime before I started talking. Yes, I just want to say in reference to the 2013 bond, there may be questions coming up from the public as we move forward about, what have you accomplished with that bond? And we can talk about the town hall and also about the police station. And then the ones that will come up is going to be about the rec center.
Yes.
So how are we going to think about how we're going to strategize to discuss? We got all this done, but yet still the rec center is still not done. So that may be a point of contention or concern as to going forward with requesting their support in this bond when we haven't finished what we said we're going to do in the last bond.
Good point.
Yeah, I think following state guidelines, there were some issues beyond our control and the way we had to bid that out. and accept the winning bid. And also I would say that we are making sure we get a quality product before we accept it, and knowing that there were some deficiencies there, that we're trying to move it along, but at the same time we're making sure we get what we paid for. So
we need to, I'm sorry. We need to make sure we craft that message very well, because when you say state regulations require us to take the lowest bidder, people are going to just blow right on by that. And they're going to say, well, yeah, but what are you doing right now? So we need to make sure we have a good job done in crafting that message with word choices and so forth.
I agree. You've got to own that and say, well, if we could do it again, this is how we would do it. And this is how we're going to do it this time. That's how you do it. You can't skirt around and say, well, you got to just kind of own, we learned from that experience. This is what we would have done differently. We're doing it this way this time, so that won't happen again. Straight at it.
Yeah. John, did you have something else to add?
One other thing that staff has experienced that we want to make sure council is mindful of is that we had a number of situations whereby once we started to go work on a project, maybe 2, 3, even 4 years after the referendum passed, the people that lived along the sidewalk route or that lived along the road route did not either know or remember that a bond had included their particular project. And our staff has done a lot of work literally on people's doorsteps trying to explain why we're making these improvements. And to that end, we've put in place other types of communication that we've never done before, like door hangers and going door to door to meet with people. We just want to make sure council's mindful of that as you're going out, and we can talk about this later, but as you're going out to talk to voters about it, that's an experience staff has had. We're going to work differently to keep people informed along the way, especially if you're along a project route, but we don't want that to be a surprise to any council members that we did run into some of those situations where people did not, like I said, they didn't know or remember that their street or their neighborhood or their life was going to be impacted in some way by the bond, and their initial assessment of the impact is negative, not positive.
Right. And I want to add to that a lot of people don't see it as their responsibility to be informed. They see it as those people out there, their responsibility to inform us. So you've got to take into consideration that different people think differently about what's going on and whose responsibility is what.
Thank you. So this last question that we've got is really, what were some of the challenges maybe that you had, and how were those overcome? We may have peppered those in, but if there's anything else highlighted at this point.
The lowest bid is not always the best bid.
Yeah.
Okay. But the challenge is how can we deal with that? Because state legislation requires us to take the lowest bid.
Well, I think staff may have learned some things by the way that the Wake County school system may be constructing some of their projects. I don't know. John's talked to me about this 2 or 3 times if he wants to elaborate.
Yes, Mr. Singleton, there's another method of building larger, more vertical buildings like the rec center potentially would have been a candidate for. There's a process called construction manager at risk that I won't bore you with the details today, but basically when you bid projects that way, the contractor is bidding on a different set of completion criteria. And along with that comes an opportunity for the owner to vet the subcontractors at a different level than you can in a traditional low bid. So we were looking at whether or not that was an option, and it just was not the way we went with the rec center. But moving forward, we definitely believe that it is the prudent way for us to build vertical projects in the future. Luckily, for the most part, we haven't run into some of those same issues with street sidewalks and other projects like those. It's really the building projects that have been the things that we don't do every day. And lesson learned, we will. There is another way we can bid that in the future that we would most likely pursue first.
Wonderful. That's good news.
Yeah. Other challenges and how we overcome them. Have we covered it?
Well, Some of the challenges, again, we talked about projects weren't vetted as well as they needed to be. And the way we overcame it is spend more money and tie up staff with more staff time. I mean, they were challenges, and it took a lot of staff time and took more money because the monies that we asked when the bond they were underfunded. In the long run, you realize that. So I go back to the vetting and getting as much information as you can up front on these projects.
One question that I had is that, this emphasis on putting in some money for project management. And I was wondering if that was a lesson learned also in terms of if you really want to make sure that you're hitting the ground running with some demonstratable quick results from the bond, whether creating money for administrative management of that was a lesson learned.
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Yeah, I think we learned that we counted on some good staff, but staff that had other duties, and they had to do this in addition to that. And we think going forward, it'd be better to have someone that's dedicated, that project management is like their major, pretty much number one duty they do day in and day out. So that's one lesson.
Okay.
Lydia, one challenge that we have that we're going to continue to have, this is not something we can really overcome but so much, is the way that we interact with the public utilities that are involved in many of these projects. Even with as much due diligence as we could have done ahead of time, until the utilities like power utilities give us a quotation for the relocation of utilities involved in a project, there's no way to give a good estimate. And the best estimator out there will probably tell you that. Mr. Vance seems to be concurring a little bit from his line of work. And one unique thing about those is those quotations are only good for a very limited time. And so even if we had gotten, Duke to do an estimate of the cost of utilities along New Rand Road back when we were planning it, it would have expired and still gone up. So a challenge that everyone will need to be mindful of, that staff is dealing with still, is that some of the elements of these projects, especially when we're taking on projects that are along and part of state roadway systems, we're going to have some challenges that we're not going to be able to determine the cost as far as we'd like to. And to that end, we would probably propose reserving some of the bond dollars before we commit further down the road to future projects. We would want to get projects further along, get those numbers before we commit to the next grouping of projects.
Yes. The utilities can be a problem. As we found out with Amazon, it was an issue there where it delayed their project with utilities. So utilities problematic.
So that means there's a question in my mind about sort of other folks you need to partner with, either in the initial conversations, the ongoing conversations, or in some other way. Is there anything about people other than the chamber and the civic group that you were mentioning, any other partners you need to bring on more fully as a result of what you experienced so far?
This would, I guess, what I'm about to say would maybe have to do more with a demographic sort of thing. I don't know if with the changes in some of our housing patterns and some of the new housing, I think we have probably some new, younger starting families type people. If that's essentially the case, and we can sort of identify where, I mean, I think some of these people living in some of these new housing that we have, we might want to somehow sort of target these folks. Sometimes when you're starting a family and you're new, you don't want to hear much about maybe additional expenditures or increasing taxes and stuff. But that's the group that are going to benefit in large measure from a lot of these things. So we need to do our best to sell that to that demographic. I'm not saying we should only concentrate on them, but that's an important one in my view.
Potential users of those parks.
Yes.
Yeah. happy to wrap this session up if we are at that point, but give one last chance for any other kind of advice that you all can contribute to yourselves and to staff moving forward to generate the most success.
One comment related to more kind of ongoing success of the bond, not just the passage of the bond. And I think a little of a concern around going from a pendulum swing from having a very locked down bond project structure to then one that's a little more loose in that I think as a council and staff, we still need to follow internally that same rigid structure. Even if we are flexible and want to change it and aren't committed to it, I have the apprehension comes in sort of having this sort of large part of transportation money and saying they're being green lighted things and say, well, it's in the CIP, so I guess you all wanted us to pursue it 100%. Whereas maybe we haven't had a green light on a certain project or expenditure and allocation, and then an expenditure of that money. And so I think we need to not get rid of this project-based approach internally, even if we're going to, loosen it in terms of the issuance and passage of the bond itself. So I think we need, because I think there's been a lot of benefits. It sounds like there have been a lot of benefits to having that very laser focused project approach internally. We just now would add onto that a lot more flexibility to change that project plan along the way. So that's sort of my thoughts, is not to throw the whole what was successful out with some added flexibility we might have.
Thank you. So I just editorialized, and that creates some discipline basically internally.
Yeah.
Okay.
And communication. So it continues the requirement of communication between council and staff on projects and let's say allocating, expending, green lighting, that kind of thing.
Okay. Well, I would suggest that we're doing a fine job of staying on time today and yesterday for the most part, except for that little slip up that caused a problem at lunch. Rodney's got one last thing to add you can pull that from the chat.
Oh, that was just for the notes. Yeah.
Yep. Start outreach sooner than we did last time.
Yeah, from staff.
So what is sooner? So what would be a good marker?
Well, I was getting something from Mr. Mercer that said we started outreach like 2 months before the election. And so we need to be doing it a lot sooner than that. So I think as soon as we figure out what we're going to do and what the questions are going to be and how much, then it's a go from there.
Okay. So Mr. Mercer's being very specific. May is when we should start. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Good.
2 months.
Good. Thank you for that specificity. So I have 11:17. I'm going to ask, could we take a 10-minute break and then reconvene at 11:27 for the last conversation of the day before we adjourn at 12:30?
Sure.
Very good. Yes.
Reminder to mute and stop your video, and we'll put up the breaks line.
Thank you.
Are those trophies behind you, Mr. Matthews? I can't hear you on mute.
Yes, they are. It's back when I was doing beauty pageants, and I won all of those.
Really? Well, you've really racked them up then, haven't you?
Yeah, and I'm a
No, it's my daughter. She used to do was very big in dance and beauty pageants and what have you, and that's just some of them she won. So I put them in. I always get that question, but I tell everybody when I did beauty pageants, and I figured Damien would appreciate that.
Where are those trophies?
Right behind.
Phil, thought you wanted some credibility.
Well, you do what you do.
Well, in my experience as the parent, you actually do the pageants, right? Or the dance or the whatever it is. Yeah.
There's a lot of gowns. There's a lot of gowns up in the closet up there too.
Well, my girls were band nerds, so that's where their trophies came from.
Mm-hmm.
So. All right. Well, guess we're waiting on a couple more folks. I've appreciated everybody sticking to the agenda and the timing and getting through. That's been really helpful. We're switching gears just a little bit. You all have spent a good amount of yesterday and again this morning thinking about where you want to head, what it's going to take to get you there, how you're going to mark your progress. And there's a lot for you to do. And so it's, I think, prudent to just touch base again on this question of if you've got all this ahead of you, what are the ways in which you can optimize the way you work together so that you can get all this done? And so what I'd like to do is spend about no more than probably 40 minutes just touching base again with some of the principles and the discussions that we had back in July. July was really a bit of time to kind of sort out roles and responsibilities to get a little clearer on that, but also to address this question of how is it that you want to be seen as working together as council, but also in a sense of with staff and conversation. There were some what I call operating principles that came about, and I'm going to share my screen for just a few minutes anyway. That's not what I wanted to, yeah. Okay. To just review quickly what these operating principles were, I have to say that this was not exact, these words were ones that Rebecca, the graduate assistant that was with me, and I put together based on what you all had talked about. So these are suggested operating principles. As a council, we will fulfill our roles to the town and to each other. We're prepared for meeting, aware of others' time. We have an interest in the citizens. In citizens in mind, keep the interest of the citizens in mind, sticking to values while recruiting business, considering implications of any changes, keeping in mind the pace of change. We ask ourselves, how reasonable is the expectation? I think that was a direct result of some of the questions that have, thinking about even what we just talked about is what is the staff's capacity to actually affect this work? To communicate effectively and respectfully with each other and with residents, open to compromising when needed without holding a grudge, striving to learn from folks, communicating for the purpose of listening and understanding, to build relationships with other governments and other organizations. That actually came up even yesterday. Looking for areas where you can lend your expertise. You all come to this council with a variety of professional expertise and personal experience that creates a more comprehensive approach to governing. So we're looking for areas where you can learn and reach out for help and knowledge. Again, that was even expressed yesterday where you talked about you have a lot and you'll need a lot to do this work ahead. Where can you draw on the expertise that you need when it comes from outside this body here? to maximize resources for the long-term use. That's completely what we've been talking about for the last 2 days. To provide maintenance on the infrastructure that you already have and create thoughtful investments. First of all, I guess, do these look like, let me continue. There's another slide I'd like to touch base on and then ask the question. And when I asked, well, no, let me back up. Do these look like an accurate reflection of what was discussed back in July for the most part?
Lydia, and I would say yes. Of course, I have my notes. Well, not my notes. Actually, they're yours. Yeah, and I went right down the list with you there. I think, yeah, we were focused on some of these things. We were. I keep using the term new, but that may not be new. But we were still a newer council. We're still getting to know each other some during July. We have an extra 6 or 7 months under our belt now, so we're gaining more experience and probably more familiarity with each other. But yeah, I think what you just covered is consistent with what I recall.
Any other specific feedback, Mr. Vance?
Oh, yes, I just see, I'm just nodding my head in concurrence with what has been stated by the mayor. I'm looking at my notes as well from last year.
Yeah.
From July 29.
And I guess these are, go ahead, Ms. Behringer. Were you going to say something? You're on mute, by the way.
Okay, we had said at the end of July that we would revisit these operating principles in the fall, just to make sure we were still on target, and we did not do that. I would just like to make a note of that, because that really, our intentions really fall in line with what we have been discussing yesterday and today, as far as more frequent review, so that we can stay on course and at the same time make adjustments as necessary, but not just to put a plan on a shelf and then move on.
Well, and I actually have a question I want to put to the group about that periodic review in the next slide. Maybe it's time to move to that one. I think these principles would be hard to argue with. I think the better question might be, how is it that you propose to hold yourselves accountable for upholding these expectations? And this is some of what came out of that conversation. And then I want to put a question to the group. And these were your words, not mine. Allow yourself to be called out and be respectful when airing issues. Utilize humor and lighthearted responses to show you're being genuine and not trying to be mean or provoking. Know when to address issues in private, not necessarily in public. Treating people with courtesy and respect, that golden rule, do unto others. Explain the rationale for your decisions. I think that can go a long way to, making sure that people understand exactly why you're saying what you're saying. And obviously this one is, you don't always have to agree, but when there is a vote, to follow those wishes of the body in terms of not checking out of that decision, but living into that decision that's made by the entire body. To communicate, to not make assumptions about things, and again, to listen completely for understanding, even if you don't plan on changing your position. And these were some of the ways in which these were some of the behaviors that you all had talked about. This helps you stay accountable to those principles. Does this look familiar? Does this seem like, yes, we did say those things?
It does. It does. I would just like to emphasize here I think it's the bottom of the column on the left, treat people with courtesy and respect. I observe the golden rule. And I'm not pointing fingers to anybody in particular, but I'm saying that we live in a culture that is not respectful. And it takes work to not be caught up in that or to slip into it. We need to remember that though our culture is not a respectful one, we need to be. And just be mindful of that.
Right. Are there any other suggestions that you'd like to add about ways in which you could, behaviors that would help you stay accountable to those principles.
Well, let me add, I'm the only one talking now, but let me add, again, something I have had a soapbox about for ever since I heard it with my School of Government training, and that is to be mindful to answer, to solve, not to defend. And it's very easy to want to tell somebody why not. But we're going to get a whole lot further down the road with our constituents when we present to them that we are looking for a solution, not a way to shut them up and put it to bed. And it's a habit. It's an easily developed bad habit to defend your actions or defend the group's actions, but that's not what we need to do. We need to say, thanks for bringing that to me. I'll talk with my other council members and see what kind of a solution we can come up with. But communicate to our constituents that we are solution oriented, not defense oriented.
Okay. Any questions about that particular suggestion from Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I would just observe that, I think if you ask all of us, or if you ask the average person, you would say we want to be solution oriented. It's just that sometimes we can fall into a pattern of, particularly, I guess, if a citizen or somebody puts us on the defensive with a question that sometimes the human nature is to maybe to defend. I think that's the posture many of us fall in. But I think as a person who's in the public domain, all of us are in our elected positions. We hopefully we learn to negotiate those sort of pitfalls and understand that depending on what the subject is being discussed, that and it may take a little more time to engage a person and to talk more about solutions as opposed to having a short conversation and saying, hey, don't bug me with that now, or to be defensive. So time is important to all of us, but time is our enemy sometimes when it comes to communication and how we come across to others.
Yeah. Any other anything else to add to this slide or to this conversation? Because one question I want to put to you all, and it directly ties, I think, to the point that Ms. Behringer made earlier, which is, what do you want to do with this? It's great to say, yes, we want to do that, but how can you make can you really begin to see how well you're leaning into that? And one suggestion that I've put up at the very top is that you could actually create a self-assessment. Yesterday, we talked about councils don't do this often, quite frankly, in the research that we had in terms of a self-assessment of their own selves in the work that they do or how they're doing the work. But this is something that you could consider, even using your updated plan, for instance. Which elements do the council, do they legitimately belong with the council versus the staff of that plan? Could you use that as a self-assessment tool for the work that you do as council? And might you want to use something like this as a self-assessment tool periodically to see how well you're living into the principles about how you do your work? So that's a long-winded question, and it's too long, sorry. But would you want to use something like a self-assessment?
I have something that kind of fits with that, and I think is the place to bring it up, is that I really, because of communication and assumptions and explaining, knowing all these things that are here fit into really what my desire for the council is to be more deliberative on issues that come before it, all issues equally. I feel like sometimes there's pressure for us to, anything we've ever tabled to another meeting has come back better. And we will deliberate over policy, we'll deliberate over all kinds of issues we'll drag out over time, and we end up with a better product. I think when it comes to development, we don't For some reason, we don't do that. And there's a certain haste that shortens the window for deliberation and consideration of issues. You know, I get my flack from council on asking a lot of questions, but I don't feel like I ask frivolous questions or ask unnecessary questions. And the public doesn't seem to think I ask it. I don't get any feedback from anyone that says I'm wasting anyone's time or being too hard on someone. That's not the feedback I get from everyone, the public. And when I ask a lot of questions and they end up with not having answers presented in that forum, and then there's this urgency to just move forward and plow through, we don't get, my opinion is sometimes don't get the best result. Amazon's a good example of when we took our time and engaged ourselves and the public and staff, and we ended up with a better product. And there have been multiple other things, parade, lots of other issues, that when we put our minds to deliberating on something, we end up with a better product. And I wish we applied that same diligence to everything that comes before us to vote. And again, that's the feedback I get. I get a lot of positive feedback on my diligence. And so it seems like sometimes it's not even, it's not, I'll just be frank, it feels like it's not sometimes respected by the body that I'm doing my version of this work. So I'll leave that out there. But I think we're so much stronger when we are allowed and give ourselves time to deliberate on things.
So am I hearing that this might be an addition to the behaviors that actually support those operating principles?
I mean, I think from the list that's there, I think we do all those things. I'm not saying I feel disrespected or that's not what I'm trying to communicate. Because I think we've hit every one of those check boxes that we came up with last year. It's just really a desire to be more deliberative, equally deliberative about the things that impact the town. There are policy decisions we make that are just as impactful that we'll spend 6 months talking over. We'll go back to it over and over again, and we'll go through iterations of it to polish it, make sure it's right. But then a 500 unit subdivision comes to us the first time we've ever seen it before. And in 2 hours, we feel like we need to make a decision on it. And I think that's much more impactful sometimes than, it's equally as impactful as some of the policy stuff we debate. So that's, again, I think that's a culture thing, and I think it's a volume thing. I don't think the volume of stuff we have to deal with is so much higher than previous councils as well. I think that plays into it too, and it probably has snuck up on the council. I'm sure like 10 years ago, it's like maybe one development every month or 2 months sometimes. I don't know, but the volume has probably contributed to that. So I'm cognizant of that too.
So is there feedback for that suggestion about the deliberation?
I would just comment, and I feel like Mr. Dellinger and I, in our respective roles, are coming to know each other better, as would happen, I think, in any relationship where you're put together in a certain setting, obviously, as a mayor. So, both as having participated in council as a council member and then as a presiding officer, there's probably a little different approach you take depending on which one you're in. But I guess what I would say to Mr. Dellinger is the idea of being more deliberative, I think, is certainly has a positive connotation in my mind. However, I have observed over my interaction with people over time that, there are some people who are in decision-making responsibilities who, either by their nature or by the way they make decisions, they don't need as much information. They don't ask as many questions. they may reach a point in the discussion which says, okay, that seals it for me. I don't need to hear anymore. I mean, they don't literally say that, but I guess the point I'm trying to make is that, all the council members are individual, and some of them have been at it a long time, a lot longer than me. I'll pick on Gray. Gray's been around this a long time. So I'm not saying that excuses anybody for, not giving due diligence and attention to the matter before us. But
I want to be very clear. I don't mean to interrupt, but I want to be clear. I'm not being critical of other people's way of doing things or implying that there's no diligence or consideration. I want to be clear on that. So that wasn't the direction I was trying to come from. So I'll let you continue. What I wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Well, I think again, the point I was going to make is that, there are certain issues that come before us that from my perspective, I hear a presentation and there may be a question or two I want to ask and to get that question answered. And then of course, I usually learn from the questions that other council members ask themselves. But many times, I can reach a point where I'm saying, okay, I think I have the good information to make the decision. Now, part of the challenge, I think for me, if that's what I'm going to do, is to make sure that as others are asking questions, I don't get fidgety or don't pay attention because I'm thinking, okay, we've already dealt with this issue. How much longer do we have to deal with that? So to me, it's not a criticism of somebody else. I think it's just a matter of maybe your mindset as you come to certain types of things. You're saying, okay, I can resolve this pretty quickly. This one we need more time on, and so we all have to find our place in how we do that. I don't know if that makes any sense, but
and I feel like I need to add too that although Mr. Dellinger, you said you haven't gotten any feedback about people not liking your methods and so forth, I have gotten some criticism, and it's to the extent of like, what's going on with him. So even if you haven't gotten it, maybe others of us have, and that's something that we want to bring to a, how do I say it? Resolution's not the right word, but to a comfortable level all the way around. We want you to express what you have to express, but again, just because you're not hearing people say he talks and talks and talks and asks too many questions doesn't mean it's not being said.
Well, and I want to hear that. Those people need to talk to me, and I can explain. And I can take criticism. That's not the issue at all. And the feedback again I get is not a particular agenda that I'm trying to advance. It's to get to some of them are fairly technical questions and things that I feel legitimately are need more information. I need more information on, or I feel is beneficial for the entire council to have information on. And again, people can not like it, but they need to say that to me, like, what's going on with, like, I'd like to say, hey, send him an email, get to know him, ask him what his issue is. That's the feedback or connection I want to have. Then, to talk to you about it is not, then what are you going to do about it? Right. I mean, in terms of you could now in airing it, that would be useful for you to have communicated that to me.
And I can do that going forward. I'd be happy to do that going forward. I will tell you that lots of times people will come back and say it won't do any good. And when I say tell him, I will tell them to talk to you. But I dare say that many times you won't hear from them.
This may be an example of, different people have different levels of need to know to be able to feel that they've thoroughly vetted a decision. And I think we need to maybe just acknowledge, I happen to fall into that I need to know. So I would ask a lot of questions myself. And so this may be just an acknowledgement that there are going to be different approaches that people need to take. And Mr. Dellinger's being pretty clear about his need to have that deliberative process. And there's always going to be a balancing act, it seems, between folks. So I don't know if you, I mean, I've heard this now twice, I think, in this 2-day situation. Is there anything more that you want to ask folks, Mr. Dellinger, other than to acknowledge that this is one of your desires?
No,
going forward?
that's all it really is. It's not really, it's again, we're very deliberative about some things and less about others. And I mean, when I mean deliberative, I mean circulating, excuse me, conversation about things. And I think, everyone's more outspoken than others and will challenge. And I think we do a good job of challenging respectfully as a council. And we can have some back and forth. But I think we always maintain a healthy respect, and we, things get testy sometimes, but we all respect each other. And so I guess that's, again, it's just, my personal desire. And again, I didn't know if it was necessarily individually based on decision-making processes, or whether it, again, is a function of just a higher volume of things to consider. So when you have 3 of these big projects on an agenda, that's different than having one every month or one every session. And that mentally constrains how much time people want to spend talking about something. So.
Right.
I think the only other thing I would say, Mr. Dellinger, is, again, as presiding officer, one of my basic objectives is to be fair and to hear from everybody. So one of the challenges I have, if you have a council member who's more talkative or wants to ask more questions, that you need to be sensitive to that. By the same token, obviously, every meeting we have, there are always some time constraints, unless you don't care what time you get out of there. But the point I want to make is that I do feel a sense of trying to make sure that, the amount of time that one council member wants to take is so dominating that then you don't have as much time for others. And so that's something I have to work through, and trying to do that well. But sometimes, as presiding officer, if it seems you're pushing along or whatever, at least from my perspective, sometimes it's to make sure that we let every council member be heard with a reasonable amount of time.
And to the answer to the question, if they ask you what's wrong with you, say nothing. He just likes to ask a lot of questions.
Right, exactly. Sure.
Yes, and we all gather information and evaluate information in different ways. And the thought process, I'm different than most people. I think backwards, like the bond referendum. The way I did what I did is I got to the end. Okay, what do I want to see? And then work backwards. Because that way you look at a lot of the consequences along the way. Too many people will say, I agree with that, and they think of consequence A, B, and C. They don't think of D, E, F, G all the way through Z. And if you go backwards, sometimes you can catch some of those. I used to joke about Mr. Kennedy, because Buck, as we know, is a lifelong engineer, and of course is very thorough in his preparedness and his questions and so forth. And sometimes me and him would go round and round, but it was interesting how he would gather his information and how I gathered mine, and we would come back, and we might not be on the extreme exact point, but we were darn sure in the same neighborhood. Matter of fact, we were usually the 2 houses were side by side. So I think differently because I get this information, then I ride around all day with my work and I think about it. And that's when I think of consequences of doing this or consequences of doing that. Other people like to read and read and read, and that's fine. That's, people think differently. They're different thought processes. And so when you have a mixture of those, I think you cover a lot of the questions or concerns in many cases, not always, but so deliberation is good. And y'all know me, if I feel strongly about something, I jump up and down and sometimes scorch the earth. And a lot of times I'll just sit there because I think my questions have either been asked by one of you or the information that was given to us by whoever's making a presentation to us was sufficient. So I try to pick and choose when I ask questions. And so, Damien asking questions, that's just his nature. We kind of picked that up in the first few meetings. He asks questions. That's just the way it is. And so, I have no problem with that. As long as the questions are respectful to the speakers and who he's asking the questions of course. So, again, everybody evaluates information and gathers information in different ways.
And I appreciate this opportunity. I think this is what you don't get very often is to just have this conversation about kind of how how you approach things, how it may appear to others, what do we need to be thinking about in terms of the balancing act of this. So this is exactly, I think, the touch base opportunity to clarify some of those things. One thing I just put 2 questions in the chat, and those operating principles that I had put up. 2 questions really. Are you interested in adopting those or letting them guide your actions? And if so, how will you know that you're doing well at that? Would you consider some kind of self-assessment? And I'm happy to have that red, yellow, green, or a nod, or or whether you just say simply, no, every year at retreat, we pull this back out and look at it again and see what else is out there. I'm trying to let you all decide whether they're useful or not. Are you interested in adopting any kind of principles or letting them guide your actions?
I would be interested in adopting it. I think a self-assessment would be a useful tool. I don't know how often we do it, but I think it would help us to get centered on what we say compared to what we do.
What about others?
I'm all for the self-assessment. A lot of times, if it's worded correctly, I said, I used to use the term when I trained my sales staff, you can shoot the bull with others, but you can't shoot the bull with yourself, because the real issues there and where you really are coming from. I'm probably one of the older guys on the board here, and tagging in just a little bit, if I may, with what was going on with Mr. Dellinger and age has a lot to do with it. Time in elected office, our different business backgrounds, we all see things differently, and as Ken mentioned earlier, sometimes I don't need as much. I either know that developer, I've seen his projects in the past, I know he's going to do right by everything, and I don't. This is my term. I don't want to beat him up. I ain't saying that's what you do, but I ain't going to beat him up over some of the smaller things that I don't think maybe is a bigger issue. But everybody on this board has a different thought process is what's important to them, and I respect that. And but everybody looks at things differently. And as you expand your political career, everybody ain't going to talk to you all the time. It's just the nature of the beast. People out there, sometimes they're quick to criticize, but they don't want to have a face-to-face with you. And but they watch you. And but everybody is not going to talk to you all the time. Sorry, it's just the way it is. You can want it all you want. And I'm so, man, I like to know, but be careful how you open that can of worms at the same time. Some people are just waiting, but I know a lot of people are watching what we're saying here today. But I generally try to give everybody a fair shake that's coming before us. Give my fellow councilmen and mayor a fair shake. Sometimes I get a little long-winded on some things, and I can look at the mayor and I tell time for me to be quiet here and go on something else. But I generally try to be respectful of everybody's time. But it's an interesting thing that we do, dealing with the public, dealing with each other, the physical responsibilities that we're in charge of and trusted to do and make good decisions, i.e. bonds, approving developments, and so on and so on. And but when people get tired of us, we were hired and we can be fired. So always keep that in the back of my mind. But it's just we are quite a diverse board up here, and which is a good thing. And I learn something from everybody. I know for Gray, for example, I know him years. I served with him 8 years as a councilman before. He's a numbers guy, and he'll crunch numbers and does a good job of it. And I think I might have surprised him with some of my answers the last few weeks, but that's that part of the process of trying to do the right thing. He mentioned Mr. Kennedy. He'd come to a work session, what have you, with a book this thick, and you see tabs all in it. I said, I'm not going to worry much about it because Buck's already going to pick it through, and he's going to bring every one of these issues up. So we all have our areas of expertise that we bring and we learn from each other. So one thing I've learned in my political career, town and as well as a county commissioner is there is an art of compromise, and be respectful of everybody's feelings and compromise wherever you can, but don't compromise your principles. And that's about all I'm going to say about that in the words of Forrest Gump.
So I'm hearing that self-assessment, periodic self-assessment is a good thing. And Mr. Vance has asked me to share those PowerPoint slides again, so I'm going to try and get those up. And would ask others if they're willing to. Here we go. What their thoughts are about the self-assessment. Seems to me we've actually done this once. I know I've done this once with this council. We revisited in the following year. We had you do a self-assessment offline, and then we brought the results of that self-assessment to the conversation in the retreat.
Yep, I got it. I'm green.
Oh, good. Okay, so is that a green for yes, these principles and the self-assessment?
Looking at the operating principles, I'm agreeing for that, and the self-assessment. We'll look at it again. Yeah, sure. Not a problem.
Okay.
I don't have an issue with that.
How do others? So actually, we bought the erasers so that we would short circuit some of this conversation and see where we were with that. So how do others weigh in with your little erasers?
Okay.
Got a thumbs up, got an eraser. I think we have support for Mr. Dellinger. I haven't seen.
I'm not sure what the assessment form is. I was curious about that. I don't know what that is.
So the way we've done this before is we simply have taken these and give you an opportunity offline to do a self-assessment of how you think how well the council has done at this. Give some examples of when it's worked well, when it hasn't, and I've done that anonymously, and then bring that conversation into the retreat as the appropriate time to have, just as we're doing now, kind of learning about one another, et cetera.
Oh, so it's based off of these principles that are on the screen. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, I thank you. I'm going to stop sharing so I can see the people better. That is, unless there's anything else about this conversation at this point, that was pretty much what I wanted to get at, is to make sure that these seem to reflect your conversations, and to get at the concern that we don't want them to be a credenza filler, that we'd like to actually put them in place and see them more regularly and help them guide behaviors.
Mm-hmm.
So is there anything else coming out of, so I'm going to put a pin in that one unless there's anything else. Mm-hmm. But I wanted to make sure that we were clear on specific next steps coming out of this retreat in general, and then want to ask your indulgence for a bit of a wrap up and evaluation of how this virtual format, et cetera, worked. And this is where I think staff, I'm going to have you perk up your ears too and see if there's specific next steps that you want to talk about that we make sure we're all in agreement on. I have heard that you all have given the general guidance about the amounts and the tax rate and the categories for your bond issuance, and that in March there's a follow-up work session where you may actually get more specific about the projects within those categories. Is that accurate?
Correct. And it could possibly happen before March, but early March at the latest, early to mid-March at the latest, to follow up with our financial consultants and iron out more specifically these questions and amounts, something we could take to bond council and start crafting our bond referendum.
And just to clarify, Mr. Manager, I think I know this, but yeah, the plan is to have a special called meeting or session for that. Not, it won't be incorporated in a regular meeting, right?
Correct.
Okay.
It would be a regular, a special called meeting for that purpose only and not be part of a work session or regular meeting.
Okay, thank you.
More focused.
And I will also mention, because I sent pictures of the board I had with these numbers, that if the mayor, or the council wants, I'll be glad to communicate with staff and another council member to meet with staff and talk about answering some more of these questions. So some of these numbers can come back, because, we did it and we talked about it a lot, but they may say, well, what do you mean by this? And what do you mean by that? Because some of those parameters gives us some of that framework. I think most everyone here agrees in a broad brush, but some of the specifics, as I note, as Mr. Dellinger was pointing out, well, we're going to specifically talk about A, B, and C on this and the other ones. So I'll, if you want, I'll be glad to work with staff and ask another council member to go and let's try to answer some of those questions. And then I will communicate with y'all just like I've communicated with you this past week, all of you 2 or 3 times, about things we talked about last week and trying to, kind of set the table for today.
Yes. And I have one question for you, Gray. In reference to the 3% that you were that you discussed earlier, the 3 penny increase that you discussed earlier, was that based upon, say, 75,000 to 75 million to 85 million?
No, sir. When we talked with the options that Lydian gave us, I was looking at the 2 cent between the 65 and 75 million. Then the additional cent was going to be look at management and getting the personnel to help manage these projects, or this bond referendum and all those projects.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. I'm good. Thank you, sir.
Could we get a copy of those numbers, Gray? It was very informative.
Here, I'll send you a picture.
Me too.
I already took a picture.
So he put something out there to the group to see if there's support for him and another council person to have that conversation with staff. What's the sense of the group?
Sure.
Yeah, it's good.
Yep, got some greens.
Yeah, I was going to pick up on that, Lydia, and say, yeah, I've had some discussion with Mr. Singleton, and as we all have, and I certainly think that might be a way to expedite things and pull the information together in ways that sort of solidifies the final product, because time is of the essence to some extent, and so whoever Mr. Singleton wants to participate with him on that as mayor, I will be supportive of that.
The other thing that I will point out about the bond was this morning's conversation about sort of tips for success. Jess and I will be pulling together the notes from today and yesterday and providing that for you all. And I would ask the question, what are you going to do with that, especially those tips for success? Who's that going to fall to?
Well,
Rodney.
I'll offer this, and somebody else can chime in. We talked about a calendar, having some kind of calendar that has noted on it when we want to revisit various things on a regular basis. And so this tips for success could be something that's added to that calendar and that we review periodically, once a quarter, once every 6 months or whatever, to see if we are indeed achieving the success we're looking for.
One question I would have also is whether that, and I'm sorry, I can't remember the person's name, who told us May is when we need to start the small group conversations. Yeah, whether those were falls to him to take some of those tips into consideration as you're developing your education trajectory.
Lydia, my guess is that internally we'll be putting a team together that will divvy up different roles and responsibilities that are associated with supporting council in the bond. And so I think that could just come to a central and then get dispersed out, although he would likely be one of the key people involved.
Okay. So you all will be establishing a staff team then? And there'll be more information coming out of from that team about council's involvement and role in going forward, as well as staff's?
Correct.
Okay. Other specific next steps coming out of this 2-day conversation?
Am I correct to the revision of the strategic plan is one of those, so that will be updated with its minor modifications as a new document?
Yes, the
that
plan is
one?
to take what we heard and for the
Rodney
bond.
is frozen. Rodney, you froze up there. We didn't hear you.
Yeah, we didn't hear you.
Okay, I'm unmuted, but I froze. Okay, yeah, I was just saying that's a longer term project that's going to take some input from staff, more input from council on some of the particulars. But we could tweak the one goal, but then we've got to look at whether we need to establish new initiatives going forward. Because, like I said, those initiatives are 5 years, 3 to 5 years old. So we need to look at going forward what the new initiatives are. But yes,
and who will be involved in doing that, and what's the timeline for that?
Yeah. Fall time frame, because a lot of our energy is going to be working on this bond and the budget, things like that. But
And how are you envisioning actually doing that follow-up with the new initiatives?
Staff groups. Last time we had department head meetings, and we had department heads go to staff. So we want to get input from all levels of the organization when it comes to initiatives, objectives, tasks, those type of things, because it's going to become part of the department work plan. So they definitely need input on what some of those things are, and then we'll bring those back to council and kind of let them know what we got going on and get their input and any tweaks or adjustments they want us to make or reprioritization. Some things are going to depend on funding, how quick we can get them done and those type of things. So.
And I'm sorry to keep pressing, but I'm trying to get some specifics. So when do you think council can expect to see that? Probably by the end of the year?
Yes, certainly by the end of the year.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we had it programmed for the fall of this year.
Okay.
Hey, Rodney, could we confirm with council if they're comfortable with us taking a first pass at? I mean, we will make the edits that were mentioned this week, but then in terms of rewriting both objectives and initiatives, is it okay from council for staff to start an outline of those, bring it back for a check-in, and then go out and work with department heads and leadership and then report back? Is that an okay way to start the objectives and the initiatives?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah,
3, 4, 3, 5.
I guess my question is, how many changes to the objectives and the initiatives were you anticipating? Because I don't think we actually had any changes to those. I know we changed a goal statement and wanted to maybe move some community engagement under orderly growth, or if we just made that goal statement change. So I guess I didn't feel like we made that many changes to what the objectives and initiatives were. Or were you all taking notes and feeling differently from our conversation?
Well, our conversation was more at a high level, looking at what the actual goals were and the goal statements. Obviously, a lot of these objectives and initiatives are going to carry forward, but there's probably some in there that are outdated, but we didn't dig down that deep into it at our session yesterday. Okay. So what makes sense to stay, we'll let stay. But going forward, we know there's some projects we're going to be doing, some more new initiatives that we're going to be doing in the upcoming, 2 to 3 years that we need to add.
Gotcha.
The other thing I recall from that conversation was adding some more specificity where possible. Right? Is that part of what you're anticipating to do as well? I see John's nodding his head.
Yeah, we'll do that where possible. Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other lingering questions about what are we going to do about blank?
We're going to add another chapter to this Garner history here. I'm not sure who will write it, but at any rate, I've enjoyed getting familiar with some of it, and really, I said that somewhat flippantly, but it when you stop and think about it, it's both a serious thing and it's a it's an important thing to know that what you're doing is part of the town's history, and certainly not to be taken lightly. And hopefully we're building, I think, on a solid foundation that's already there. But it takes, each council, each new set of leaders that are willing to learn from the past and to and build for the future, I think.
History in the making.
Yes.
So I do want to end with really two questions that I'd like your feedback, particularly, and it's really the evaluation of the retreat. And I ask you these questions every time, but it's particularly important to me because this is a very different format for me and for you to do a retreat. So what worked well about really the 2 days, and what would you do differently for the future? Maybe we are in this for a while longer, maybe we're not, but what are the things that you might want to carry forward from today? So what worked well about this virtual format?
I had doubts that we was going to accomplish much because some of these decisions and things that we talked about, from the old school, I like that face in person contact, but the virtual situation did work out quite well. Because I got everything right here around me and my coffee pot's over here, and you've kept us pretty much on time. And but even having said that, we've all had our input. I think you did a great job navigating us through this, and I was very pleased with it. It's always good when you can be in person, but this, as the guy says, this ain't half bad either. So, but I think we accomplished what we were wanting to do, and maybe a little bit more.
And Phil could hear it.
Yes, I can. Right. I would never agree to go to an auditorium stage again with 50 million fans running. And I'm deaf in one ear and can't hear out of the other. Too many artillery rounds back in the day. But and you're right, Kathy, I really could hear it.
You could hear. And that, that's a big plus. I said that to be funny, but the upside of virtual meetings is that we are face to face, seeing each other, and we start to talk. I think we're not wasting as much time or not trying to figure out which way we're going, because we're looking at each other, and so we get responses and then expressions, and we move on, and you can hear.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll chime in here. Lydia, and I would say that I would say an exceptional job of moderating and reading the audience. I tell you, I just was surprised that you were reading me and nobody paying attention to me, but you were. And you were able to capture the nuances of the virtual aspect and keep everyone engaged, and that was really good from my perspective. I was really surprised, and personally, I'm accustomed to virtual now because that's all I do. So it takes some getting used to, and the materials were useful. They were provided for us early on, which was really good. And then what would I do differently? Oh, that's a good one there. I don't know. I think everything was well done. We look back at 2020 to see where we were, to see what the issues that we brought up, and we are refining them now. I don't know. I don't have anything really to add to that. I probably need to get two larger screens in here so I can see better. But other than that, that's on my end and not on your end.
Well, I'm on that too. I'm working everything off a laptop screen, so this was a little challenging for me.
Yeah, and just let you know a little bit about me, which you probably already know. I listen more than I talk, so that I make decisions before I give you the answer. So I've already gone through that thought process, and I would say, but I think you all know by now, I would say, well, that makes sense, or I'll let you know that doesn't make sense. But I've already gone through the thought process before I say anything. So that's just I guess, just the way Elmo is. But other than that, I would say for me personally, it was a good session.
Good. Thank you very much for your feedback.
Elmo thinks like an engineer. Isn't that right, Elmo?
Well, but I guess I have no other choice because that's what I am.
I thought it went well. God bless y'all for having to do virtual meetings all day. This would absolutely drive me crazy if I had to do this every day. Doing it today and yesterday is fine. But just sitting in the chair at the same time. I mean, yesterday after lunch, I almost nodded off. I mean, because I got comfortable, was full. I admit, you get in the chair and you're staring, and all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, I'm gonna fall asleep. So yes, I thought it went well. I didn't know how this would work either. And so I appreciate what y'all have done. Lydia and Jessica, the work that y'all did to make this, make it happen and make it work. It did do fine. I have to admit, it was a little smoother than I thought it would be. So thumbs up. When we do our council meetings, and sometimes they last 3 or 4 hours, sometimes longer, that's challenging also. So I appreciate y'all putting this together and the information that you were able to, get out of us.
Well, we purposely shaved off and didn't make it in full entire day. So that I think that might have helped too. And I'm curious to know and I'm going to get to you next, Mr. Dellinger, but specifically, I tried to give you a break like every hour, and that I know helped me stay fresh. And I'd like some feedback on how that worked for you all.
I was fine. Listen, if we need a break, Miss Behringer will remind us we're virtual, I'll assure you.
Okay.
You are exactly right. Somebody has to take charge.
Additional feedback?
I agree with my colleagues. It went really well. I do a lot of these meetings, and you did a really good job of staying on task and on time. That makes the biggest difference, I think. And effortlessly, you did it effortlessly. We didn't, you just stayed on schedule.
Glad it looked that
was
way.
good.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, I wanted to give the council members a chance to go ahead and weigh in. And so if I'm interrupting anybody, just tell me to shut up and but I did want to say that I'm sort of in Gray's corner a little bit in the sense that, these kinds of meetings are necessary. And I thought this one worked well. If I had to sit through these kind of meetings day in and day out, maybe it's my age, but it would wear me down pretty quickly. I think there's just something about that personal interaction that I still very much prefer. But I suspect what we're doing, and from what I read from business models and so forth, that this is going to become an integral part of the business world, I think. And certainly a lot of this allows people to operate from their own home. That's a different model, and getting together this way is a change. So maybe for people like me, we're going to have to get used to it. But I do look forward to the day when in our regular council meetings, we can get back to some personal meetings there. Maybe a combination, who knows? But for a tight meeting like this, I thought I'm always a little concerned about whether or not technical aspects of it might mess up. Just occasionally somebody might freeze up on the frame. But that really didn't happen much at all. And so when it goes smoothly like this, I think it's kind of seamless and it works good. And as somebody said, maybe it keeps us on time even a little better. So kudos to you, Lydia, and your person working with you there, and all the council. I admire your flexibility and your willingness to pursue it this way. And who knows, in the future, we may only request these type things, Lydia, and I don't know, but maybe not. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from the staff perspective?
I think it went really well during the meeting, but I think a lot of credit has to be given to the pre-meeting prep too. And how Lydia and you were able to take some of the feedback we got from council and work with us to craft the type of retreat that we wanted and that the council wanted, and to get the results out of it. And this being the end of the retreat, we feel like we got the results that we wanted out of it. So that's a big deal to us. I also want to take the opportunity while I have the floor to thank Eric and the IT staff for all of the technical work they did in the background and foreground to make this possible. I want to thank Rick and the communications team, Rick and Adam. I know we're streaming this out on Facebook and all the things they do to make this happen. And then also the town clerk, Stella and Ashley, for all of the work they do, logistics, to make this meeting and any other meeting happen, getting the materials together and those type of things. So thank everybody and all the other staff for everything they did to make this successful, the assistant town managers as well.
Great. Any last words? Because otherwise we're going to wrap this one up a few minutes early.
Wow.
I know, that never happens, right?
No, it doesn't. It was the first time for everything.
Well, I really thank you for indulging me when we made the decision at the School of Government in the center to basically say no to in-person retreats for January and February, or until we felt more comfortable that we could physically gather. I was a little hesitant as well, and this experience has really helped me understand what's needed to go into a virtual retreat to make it successful. And I appreciate your time and your dedication. And quite frankly, I do like seeing your faces like this. It does help me, stay engaged. And I hope, so thank you very much for the experience and for the good work that you've done today and yesterday. We'll follow up with some notes in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all to the group. We'll see you at the next meeting, council and staff. And I know